Hapana, I'm joking. Hello. You can hear. Oh, you still have the earphone? Yeah, it should work. Huh? Do you want to speak? Yeah, we have some things. We need more speakers. I know speaking, you can't speak in the same room. Yes, but you should hear. You should be able to hear. Yes. Oh,
L'évolution du quartier, la décharge reçoit énormément de déchets. Pour l'instant, nous sommes inondés par des moustiques. Donc, nous souhaitons que si la société en charge de la gestion de ces points de décharge peut essayer d'améliorer le service, si c'est possible qu'il le fasse au quotidien.
Nous devons notre maison commune, quel écosystème, quel environnement.
Le projet Clean Village est une action de l'Université catholique d'Afrique centrale dans le grand projet que j'appellerais pédagogique mis en place au sein de notre institution depuis l'appel du Saint-Père, le pape François, dans son encyclique Laudato Si, qui nous invite justement à la sauvegarde de notre maison commune que représente justement la terre, notre environnement.
Et le concept, c'est quoi? C'est d'abord de partir de l'Université catholique à l'intérieur, de rendre notre environnement propre et en plus d'étendre le projet à l'environnement proche, à l'extérieur.
À travers la réalisation de ce projet, nous comptons changer les habitudes, changer le mode de vie des populations autour de nous, au sein de notre communauté environnante. Nous pensons que dans une attitude citoyenne, il est de bon ton que nous nous préoccupons au sujet, aux questions environnementales.
Comme vous le constatez, ici c'est de l'ordure. Et qui dit ordure, c'est de l'or en fait. Nous allons donc exploiter ces déchets pour en faire une richesse.
Pour pérenniser le projet, il faudrait qu'on implique le plus possible la communauté. Parce que c'est sur cette base-là que le projet pourra durer dans le temps. Dans les enseignements, même lorsqu'on va penser à la responsabilité sociale de l'entreprise, cela va, pour prendre des exemples, lors des enseignements, on amène les étudiants à comprendre que l'entreprise a des actions à mener dans son environnement. Par exemple, qu'est-ce que l'entreprise peut faire pour que la cité soit propre? On a eu des programmes quartier inclusifs. Qu'est-ce que l'entreprise peut faire pour que le niveau de pauvreté, pour que les autres accèdent aussi à des connaissances? On va donc voir que l'Université catholique, même à travers des programmes d'étudiants, organise des activités qui impliquent son environnement, qui impliquent son entourage. Et nous avons l'habitude de faire des randonnées citoyennes. Nous sommes en train de systématiser l'apprentissage par le service. Ces activités sont prises en compte lorsque nous faisons les évaluations de nos apprenants.
invite you to the third edition of the Global Symposium UNISERVITATE to discuss and deepen the dialogue on service learning and global compact on education.
journey with. Journeying with means we need to see that Nyawira's dream, from the time he joined us, he wrote a project, we call it a long paper, so we call it a final project, and then he implemented that project. Is it touching lives? Is it transforming lives? So that is the reason why we want to see, does what he does make sense to you? And if it does, then that means also what we are doing in the university also makes sense to the society. So we're trying to gauge, are we making sense in the society in the 21st century or not? And if not, what can we change? What can he tell us to improve in terms of our mission and vision as a learning institution? And how best can we do that together with him, since he's on the ground, on the grassroots level, so that we can be able to build the curriculum or a university that is responding to the needs of the people, not just producing graduates who out there are studying, they are struggling and suffering. So that the young ones who are waiting to join, hello, where are you? Hey, wasiwe discouraged, right? Kama ni masomo, sasa hizi tunashukuru kwa sababu hatukuji huko kwetu. Kuna mambo ya simu, uko na simu mama? Mambo ya simu pia tunaweza elimishana, sawa? Ni simu napiga, sasa ufanya hivi, ukiwa hapo, baba ni hivi, nunua, na inafanyika kama sivyo. Basi, mambo ya kumenta juu, si lazima ukuje huko university ndio nikuongeleshe, nikuelekeze jinsi unaweza kupita mtihani, upate 100 kwa 100 kwa hesabu. Mambo ya simu, simu kuna simu, mdanganye ni simu kuna simu. Unajua, unaniambia hamna, lakini najua kule nyuma kuna simu. Tutaweza kuwasiliana ili tuone mambo kuleta. That's why service learning is trying to make an assessment and to gauge ourselves as a university whether what we are teaching, our mission and vision, relates to what our alumni, those whom we call our output, are making sense to the ground.
I'm here at Friends of Love Kibera Slums. Project I started once I graduated, just to make sure that I give back to the community. We do a feeding program and education support. We are very grateful to do this work because it is passion and we are changing lives and touching hearts. We have a number of challenges, but we don't focus on them. Currently, because of Corona, funding has gone down, but the numbers of children have gone up. We used to serve 145, now the numbers go up to 200. And somehow we are managing. We are able to have a space, but as you can see the children are out because our hall is small. We hope in the future we can be able to put bigger structures because we are also cooking outside. But we are grateful that Tangaza is coming in to guide us the best way to raise more resources to run the organization. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Tommy Nyawir. I'm a student at Tangaza University College, where I'm currently pursuing my Masters of Arts in Social Transformation, and I'm specializing in sustainable human development. I'm also a founder and director at Mirror of Hope, a community-based organization operating in Kibera Slum, with the aim of empowering vulnerable women, youth, and children. We offer education sponsorship to children from poor backgrounds, and we focus mainly on those in secondary school. We also do economic empowerment for women who are vulnerable due to other kinds of diseases or life challenges. We also have a computer training program targeting our youth, where we target those young people who have had to drop out of school due to lack of school fees, or those who have finished their secondary education but due to lack of funds have been unable to proceed to university or colleges. We're also offering music training to young people, and our intention is to get these young people to appreciate the art of music and be able to see music as something that they can use to earn a living. These are some of the programs that we run at Mirror of Hope, and for the last 10 years, we have been able to impact so many lives, and we are still yearning for more. We want to still be able to do more.
It has been a different story for me since I've been able to continue with my high school education with the help of Mirror of Hope.
Nilikuwa down cause hata afya ilikuwa imedhoofika, sina mtu wa kushare naye. Wakati nilipata link ya kuingia Mirrors of Hope, walinisupport, wakanifanya kama counseling, nikarudi kuwa sawa, tukapatana na mama, tukaanza kusave. Hapo ndio maisha yangu ilianza kubadilikia, nikakuwa sasa naweza kuwa mtu kama wale watu wengine.
COVID-19 pandemic has hit us very hard in the sense that the people that we are serving, particularly the women, the youth and children, have been seriously economically challenged, and businesses have gone down. Families are not able to put food on the table, and there is a lot of suffering. And so what Mirror of Hope has been doing since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic is to be able to give some help in form of food, in form of soap, in form of sanitary towels, and all the other basic needs that can help these families keep going, that can caution them against the effects of this deadly pandemic. And we are very grateful to our supporters and our friends out there who have continued to support us despite the challenges that they themselves are going through as a result of this pandemic. We are still in need of more help. The needs around us are great, and we need to really find more resources to be able to respond to these needs. I continue to get inspiration from Tangaza University College, where I do my studies. I get my theory part of my studies at Tangaza, but I'm out here in the field trying to make everything practical. So we're very grateful, especially recently Tangaza University College, through the service learning program, came to us with donations of food, sanitary towels and soap that we can then give to the women and children that we are helping, the families that we are supporting. And we continue to be very grateful for that. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Tangaza sees learning really as a service to the world, to the church, and to its students. So I'm thinking of that bigger context of what do we do here at Tangaza? And it's all about this bigger context of the mystery of life, Fumbula Imani, that the life, death and resurrection of Jesus is our understanding of what makes life meaningful in this community. So what we do when we teach is to basically expose our students to this. This is our unifying testimony, I suppose you would say. So the basis of spirituality then, when we talk about spirituality of service learning, the basis of our spirituality is why we do what we do. Have we thought out what we're trying to do? Because spirituality shapes our beliefs and our attitudes. Right? And our beliefs and our attitudes, in a sense, give us our priorities in what we're trying to achieve. So when I'm sitting down to teach dynamics of human growth or spirituality for social transformation, what am I thinking about in terms of teaching this particular unit? The Tangaza spirituality, or way of thinking about life, really ultimately comes down to a basis of compassion and justice. Many people have said the nature of God is compassion. That's why God created life. The nature of God is compassion. And the passion of God is for justice. So those become the basic foundations for us. So what we're talking about really, our spirituality embraces a hopeful anticipation that things will become better. Things will become better for the human race, and things will become better for the world in which we live. So spirituality for service learning has to prepare staff, students, and our surrounding community for this hope that when we work together, the world has to become a better place. And that gives birth to teaching minds, touching hearts, and transforming lives. That if our teaching is able to achieve that in transforming lives of our students and our own lives, we're going to make a difference in the world in which we live. So I'm hoping that what you heard from Dr. Ajure and from Daniel, I just came in on the end of Daniel's, will be sort of a demonstration of this, and what I'm presenting to you will underpin their presentations. This is the foundation of where the thinking comes from. So the context of service learning really is that at Tangaza we promote a culture of community engagement in the university. Community engagement. So that's really inviting us all into the participation of making the world a better place. And I suppose in a sense we make ourselves better people when we do that. So service learning integrates community engagement into our teaching and our learning, our research, and service learning brings it all together. When we do that and when we involve ourselves in community engagement, we actually empower marginalised groups and communities to secure and develop their own resourcefulness for solving their problems. And I think I saw that illustrated in the examples that Daniel was sharing with us that comes out of the MBA program of social entrepreneurship. This commitment to service learning says in a sense we need to raise financial resources to support university education for all. And we've got a whole lot of outreach in our Tangaza, from Huruma to different people to sponsorships of different groups. I was present on Saturday at Edmund Rice Centre down just on the edge of Kibera for an interreligious dialogue encounter between a number of Muslim youth and a number of Christian youth that come from our Edmund Rice Camps movement. And they sat down to talk about the issues facing their life. And that's a step in terms of involvement of our local community but also an initiative towards bringing different groups within the community together to talk about what the issues are. So the strategic goal 4 stresses that we're committed to teach and live Catholic social doctrine and to provide spiritual support to the members of the Tangaza community. So this is part of the mission orientation of Tangaza itself. So Tangaza approaches its mission of preparing students for service of humanity, supported by a spirituality which is geared to service. And whichever school you're teaching in, whether you're teaching in the School of Theology, the School of Education, or the School of Arts and Social Sciences, this becomes the main reason why we do this. We're preparing people to minister to other people in different ways within the community itself. It's being taught to assist the student personally with insights, ideas, skills, and practices which inspire and enable the student to make a difference, to be an agent of social transformation wherever he or she may be. It's being taught with the Tangaza University College within Tangaza, which then means it must be aligned to the vision, mission, values, goals, and the strategic plan. So all of this thinking that the college has done really pushes us towards not having too many other options than to engage ourselves in service learning as such. So what is it, when I was thinking about this to prepare myself to teach? Service learning is the process of the acquisition of knowledge, skills, and values that learners might eventually share with their communities that leads to social transformation and the flourishing of life. And you saw that illustrated in the examples that Daniel spoke about. So it's linking theory and practice. Theory and practice. So there's one starting off point in terms of thinking, how do I teach this unit? Theory and practice. For a Catholic university, service learning means building self-identity and confidence through the service and learning experiences shared by staff and students with their stakeholders. And this type of learning is, of its nature, transformative, because it's based on the approach to development from grassroots. It's not being imposed from outside. And this is just coming out of that spirituality handbook that we developed at the end of last year. So how do we start to think about this? To provide learners with knowledge of human development and the variables which influence growth. Right? I'm teaching dynamics of human growth. Of human development, sorry. So how do I think of the purpose of the course? And a key word I would have is what to present the theories. So we have to be able to announce them, spell them out, talk about them, discuss them, so they become part and parcel of the way in which our students begin to think. So the purpose of teaching dynamics of human growth is to present what our current thinking is around those particular areas. The second part of it would be to critically investigate. To critically investigate. So if that's in my purpose when I begin to teach, then I'm going to have to be able to explain, we need to talk about, students need to raise some examples so that we critically investigate the growth. Another key word is to expose students to the unique challenges and conflicts that affect the development of individual people. To enable students to integrate their knowledge of what we're teaching. into their own personal lives as future agents of sustainable human development. And to help students to live a more authentic and rewarding
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this wonderful moment for us. A good afternoon to others. A good night to many. And I know we are all here to have this great moment, a wonderful experience where we're going to talk matters that pertains Africa and peace building. And as our esteemed scholars, esteemed guests, we are here with the university leaders, the authorities are with us. We are with our esteemed students, partners in mission, friends across Africa, friends from all the UNISERVITATE Global Network. We are so blessed to have you. And we say, Karibuni sana, most welcome, bienvenue. This is our 5th Africa Annual Conference on Service Learning. It is our great honor, ladies and gentlemen, and the privilege to serve you today as Master of Ceremony. And I'm with my colleague, Dr. Nicholas Ochieng. Nick, please say hi.
Hello.
Thank you very much. And we are going to help in maneuvering and inspiring them of working together for peace, spirituality, synodality, and service learning in Catholic higher education institutions. So we gather here not just as academics or institutions, but as a community of pilgrims committed to transform society through education, through faith, dialogue, and service. And that is why every year, this is the 5th year, when we organize service learning conferences, there is always a lot to learn from us. There's always a lot that we borrow from our members and partners across the globe who also participate in all our activities. And we are very happy, so blessed as well, to be as the host at Tangaza University, which is also the Africa hub for the UNISERVITATE Global Network. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I will take this opportunity to give our own Professor Jude Chisanga to open for us the session with a word of prayer. Father Jude, please.
Thank you. You are worthy. You are worthy. King of kings, Lord of lords, I worship you. Lord, you're holy. You are holy. King of kings, Lord of lords, you are holy. Holy. You are holy. King of kings, Lord of lords, I worship you. You are Jesus. You are Jesus. You are yes, you are.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God our Father, we thank you for the gift of life and the conference we are just about to begin. We turn to you in supplication. At the beginning of our 5th Annual Africa Conference on Service Learning. Almighty Father, enlighten us to reflect on the theme of working together for peace, spirituality, synodality, and service learning in Catholic higher education institutions. Enlighten our minds and hearts so that we could reflect on the sub-theme of faith-driven transformation. In this regard, we put into your hands service learning and faith-driven transformation in the digital age, incorporating experiences of service learning, institutionalization. God our Father, unite us as people who have a common Father, becoming conscious of the dignity that lies in migration and peace building. Illuminate our minds so that we could align ourselves with citizenship and peace building in conjunction with the role of service learning in addressing contemporary social challenges. Our loving Father, empower us to reach out to as many people as possible through the reflections that various people will present in this conference. We ask you, Lord, to bring to fruition our desire to reflect on Ubuntu and the African wisdom, feeding on the indigenous knowledge relating Ubuntu and service learning, reclaiming African wisdom for peace and community transformation. Almighty Father, we ask you to permeate hearts of people of this modern age. It is a technological generation, Lord. We ask you to respond to their needs appropriately and at the right time. In the same way, Lord, help us to take on board issues of artificial intelligence and responsibility in conjunction with the youth of today in their quest for opportunities. Enable us to do this in the light of the pedagogy of service learning. Just like Pope Francis used to urge us to go out to evangelize, Almighty Father, make us to fully realize that this is the only way to open the doors of our lives to you through others. And this is partly what the pedagogy of service learning invites us to embrace. Our loving Father, we pray that you may help us to continue embracing a collaborative approach to proclaiming the pedagogy of service learning throughout the world in order to deepen human values that matter. Help us to have an open discussion and embrace unbiased commitment to pastoral issues affecting humanity here on earth. Almighty Father, enlighten our deliberations that we could make Christ's message relevant to all humanity through disseminating the reflections prepared for us by different speakers, discussions, informed views, and documentations. enable us to share real issues affecting Catholic institutions of higher learning. God our Father, we also ask for your close guidance in making our conference practical and service learning oriented. Let the presence of the Holy Spirit, therefore, be felt among us, enable us to accommodate other religions, and take pride in the pastoral relevance of technology and human sciences. In our Catholic institutions of higher learning around the world, Almighty Father, enable us to accommodate gender issues and globalization. God our Father, help us to avoid linguistic gender. Instead, let us endeavor to embrace an all-inclusive language. Bless us, Almighty God, in the ways we need most. We ask all this through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
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 Amen. Thank you very much, Father Jude, for the prayers. Now, I want to bring you up to speed with the key sessions that we have for this conference. And the first one is faith-driven transformation. Here we'll be looking at service learning and faith-driven transformation in a digital age, experiences of service learning institutionalization. And then we also have migration and peace building, where we'll be looking at migration, citizenship, and public and peace building, the role of service learning in addressing contemporary social challenges. Then we also have Ubuntu and African wisdom, where we'll be looking at indigenous knowledge, Ubuntu, and service learning, reclaiming African wisdom for peace and community transformation. Then the last one, we'll be looking at artificial intelligence and ethical responsibility, where we look at artificial intelligence, youth, and ethical responsibility. What opportunities and risks do we have for service learning? Those are the major key sessions that we'll be having for this conference. Back to you, Dr. Judith.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nicholas, for bringing us to speed on the key sessions for this wonderful conference under the theme, Working Together for Peace, Spirituality, Synodality, and Service Learning in Catholic Higher Education Institutions. Friends, allow me now to welcome our first speaker, who is going to give us and frame this wonderful occasion that is going to help us unpack this main theme of the day. And the framing today will be done by none other than our own Professor Maria Rosa Tapia, who is the Global Director for the UNISERVITATE Service Learning Program. Now, who is Maria Rosa Tapia? She is a member of the CLACE since its foundation way back in 2002. And she has coordinated the youth volunteer programs for the Americans, the Paso Joven, distance educational courses, and Solidarity School support programs. She taught service learning and the integration of technologies in solidarity educational projects, in courses, in workshops, and webinars for educational institutions and social organizations in 5 continents. She's actually the coordinator of higher education and service learning in Catholic higher education program called UNISERVITATE at the Latin American Center for Solidarity Service Learning, the CLACE. At the National University, Maria is responsible for Center of Development and Education Technology and Distance Education. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us put our hands together and our hearts as we welcome our own Professor Maria Rosa Tapia. Karibu sana, Maria. We are so happy to have you. Welcome.
Asante. I'm really happy to be here sharing another wonderful conference for Africa and service learning. So thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity and all that you are doing from your region to the whole globe. So I will be sharing this presentation to work together for peace, and I will recall one of the first African proverbs that I saw when I arrived to the airport in Kenya. You might already seen it. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And through words that I learned there, like Harambe, where Ubuntu, I already knew it, but we can clearly identify the roots of the service learning proposal in your region, very well aligned with pulling together, and I am because you are. Because even before the term service learning existed, many societies already practice different forms of community-based learning through participation, mentorship, collective responsibility, meaningful gatherings, as we can see in the pictures, that were also the roots from below, we addressing concrete community needs for education. If we go to the contextual framework, we can identify key references like John Dewey in Learning by Doing from the New School. We can identify university reform movements like the one that started in Mexico with their constitution, when they stated that every university student should have social services requirements to graduate. And all this movement and this contextual and conceptual framework also developed by many different authors, but I want to focus on Paulo Freire, for instance, as a key reference for Latin America, that he would also express that knowing that service learning is experiential learning, it's not only that, it's also critical. Freire reminds us that education should help learners to read and transform the world, not just to observe it, not just to go to the community, but also to commit in their transformation. So let's go through concrete examples on how we involve with the community with these two axes, the service and the learning, and how they blend for this proposal. Because we might identify key learning activities like going on a field trip to do a learning activity, to learn about the area, to do some interviews, to gather data, to learn about that community. But we may not plan service objectives. So all that information will be for a paper, for an academic report, will end up in the library, and won't be put to the service of the community. So it's just a learning activity that ends there. On the other hand, sometimes there are community activities that are meaningful for that particular moment, like in this picture where students from the university in Chile had to gather goods for those who had just suffered a terrible earthquake. So they gathered the goods to help this community that was in concrete need, but was an emergency. It was not a long-lasting help that they could provide. Just provide goods, knowing that the following earthquake, if the conditions do not change, they would also have to go to help this community. So it was a concrete service, but not a meaningful one because it would not solve the problem. If we go up on more quality service activities, we might identify many activities developed in the institution, volunteering activities, mission activities that are providing a meaningful service with the community. In this picture, you can see an image of a program that is called A Roof for Our Country, that is quite popular in Argentina, where the students get involved with a particular community to help them build their own houses. They spend sometimes in the community, sharing with the people, learning about their concrete needs, and working together to build up the houses. But in the picture, you can see law students, medicine students, education students working together, providing a meaningful service, but it's not linked to the academic content. What we want to promote is a concrete picture in a place that it's not easy to move around, like Bethlehem in Palestine, where students of midwifery provide, in this case, breast cancer prevention to ladies, to other women in the community, and they put into practice what they are learning to share it with others that might need it. They go out to the community, they go to the outskirts to meet those who might be enriched by the knowledge that they can share. And in the meantime, they are reinforcing their own knowledge to prepare them for their future profession. So learning goals with service goals coming together. And this is what we want to achieve. A real project that we can really verify that this is what the community needs. Not working for the community, give them what we think that they might need from our own classroom, but working together with the community. With the active participation of the students from the design of the project to the evaluation. If it's experiential learning, we need the students to be involved in the activities. And finally, linked with the curricula, the learning content should be integrated with the social activities in the community for them to be able to develop meaningful skills for their future professions, involved in reflection and integrating also research in the process. So we talk about, you might have seen this virtuous circle designed by Professor Andrew Furco, where he links how the curricular learning goes back and forth the solidarity service. When we want to learn more to serve better, because the learning can improve the quality of the service we can offer, and at the same time putting that into practice will provide that motivation for the students to even learn more to do this better service. And this process is developed thanks to the students' protagonism, and through meaningful reflection, it can also lead to their own spiritual reflection, with the opportunity to put that into practice with the other and with the encounter. And that's why it's so important that educational programs bring the students into contact with their reality, with the concrete, with the people, sharing from the experience that they learn to change the world, not for their own benefit, but for the service that they can provide, to identify how much they can do to change these realities. But for that, as I said before, it's key to identify which are the services that really address the concrete needs of the other and builds this solidarity approach, this horizontal approach. Because sometimes with the best intentions, we might go to the community with a paternalistic approach, where we think that we are the ones who know better to help those who don't know, instead of going with a fraternal approach to be open to learn from the other also that we are meeting within the service learning initiatives. Instead of just going to give those who think they are lacking everything, to see if we might share, and we can also be enriched by this interaction, meeting the other, not just doing for, but doing with, because we don't know it all. We can also learn from the people that we meet whenever we are doing service learning, not just because we want to feel well that we are doing this. It's because we want to develop empathy, to have a pro-social attitude, to really have a meaningful encounter with the other that we want to share with. Because with the best intentions, sometimes if we don't reflect and prepare well the activities, we might reproduce this injustice cycle, making people just stay and wait for the help instead of helping them, those who can also be part of the solution, recognizing their rights in search for social justice. So this is something important in the reflection of the process that can lead in the development of the spiritual dimension. And this is one of the key components toward meaningful peace, because service learning practices cannot not only help bridge the gap between the theory and the practice, but within Catholic higher education, they can also develop an authentically integral education. And this is what we really want to achieve according to the mission of Catholic higher education, to bond faith with life, to put faith in action, to ask us about the sense of life, how to connect with oneself and with the others, how to live. And this is for our students can be life-changing, for them to really identify the purpose of their lives through service, and to nurture a spirituality open to all beliefs, centered on concrete love for the most vulnerable brothers and sisters. So when we think on this spiritual dimension, we can identify many different opportunities where we can also learn from other experiences that are working with those in need. In this slide, you can see different experiences developed in prison environments from different countries, where we can learn how the different universities are addressing these initiatives. There can be different ways to develop service learning through different projects developed in a course for a certain topic. We can also have programs that gather different initiatives in the same community. We can also have an institutional policy to promote service learning. And we can also have this institutionalized that service learning is part of the policies of an engaged university. But to promote this institutionalization, for us, it's also important to promote networking within national institutions, regional policies. And that's why we're working with UNISERVITATE to connect this wonderful team of universities, not only within Africa, but also globally. Because we know that to institutionalize service learning, as they say in the Philippines, we need the Bibingka approach. We need the fire stronger from 4 sides. From below to cook this meal, we need the fire from below. We need you faculty, you students committed in a different approach to learn by serving. So this initiative of faculty and students who want to promote service learning from below should be complemented by the fire from above, with the leadership of the authorities that will be promoting these activities and developing the necessary policies and directives for them to be able to develop the initiatives. But we will also need the fire from the sides, the funding of the fire, who will be within the institution, helping the faculty, not only to link with the community partners, but to receive the necessary training to develop good service learning initiatives. And on the right, sustaining the fire, which are the key partners that we can identify in the community for the students to develop their service learning projects in a safe, concrete, and meaningful way. So this is how we need, pamoja, to be working together, to be able to develop concrete service learning initiatives. So this is something that Pope Francis mentioned to us, UNISERVITATE, saying that in this regard, UNISERVITATE responds in a consistent way to the intentions of the Global Compact on Education by cultivating educational processes that involve everyone. I have often repeated, said Pope Francis, an African proverb that states it takes an entire village to educate a child. Let us make every effort then to build such an educational village where we can work together to promote positive and culturally fruitful human relationships. So let me go very quickly through the key global compact stars that can guide us in this path toward peace, placing the person at the center, listening to the children and young people, promoting the dignity and full participation of women, recognizing the family as the first educator, opening up to welcome and inclusion, renewing economy and politics at the service of humankind, and caring from our common home. And this initiative, established by Pope Francis, was also created by Pope Leo XIV, giving us 3 new stars in the constellations that are really aligned with the topic of this conference. The first one, the inner life. Young people are asking for depth, space for silence, discernment, dialogue with conscience and with God are needed, and we have to provide them. The human digital realm. Let us train in the wise use of technologies and AI, putting the person before the algorithm, and are harmonizing technical, emotional, social, spiritual, and ecological intelligences. And finally, disarmed and disarming peace. Let us educate in non-involvement languages, in non-violent languages, reconciliation, bridges, and not walls. Blessed are the peacemakers, must become the method and content of learning. So I couldn't make a presentation before quoting Pope Leo in the wonderful visit that you recently had, where he would say, spiritual and human accompaniment constitutes an essential dimension of the identity of the Catholic University. Through spiritual formation, the initiatives of campus pastoral ministry and moments of reflections, students are invited to deepen their interior life and to orient their engagement in society in the light of authentic and enduring values. In this way, dear students, you learn to become builders of the future of your respective countries and of a world that is more just and human. So this is what we want to achieve through the UNISERVITATE network, to promote the institutionalization of service learning as a tool to fulfill the mission of Catholic higher education, of an integral education, to generate the students become real agents of social change who critically engage for a fairer society according to the social teaching of the Church. And this is something that you are already achieving, teaching minds, touching hearts, and transforming lives. These are your students. This is the result of what many of you are promoting already in the community and have even been awarded through the Global UNISERVITATE Award. So thank you so much for everything you're already doing, and you really deserve this final message that Pope Leo gave to you. Dear friends, Africa can make a fundamental contribution to broadening the overly narrow horizons of a humanity that struggles to hope. So thank you so much, and it's my pleasure to meet you every time we are able to do so. God bless you.
Awesome, wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor Maria Rosa Tapia. She's such a wonderful mentor to most of us, especially when it comes to matters of service learning, community service, solidarity, peace. And we want to take this opportunity, please hit the icon on the reactions and just give a better round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Maria. We are very happy. And you are reminding us that knowledge becomes wisdom when it touches human lives. And I think this is the reason why Catholic institutions are unique in the manner in which we offer our teaching, our learning, and the researches. And is one of the best ways to offer education in the 21st century. And we allude specifically with the 3 stars. So today we are unpacking the third star on disarmed and disarming peace. This is a wonderful conference, ladies and gentlemen. We are very happy to be in this gathering. Once again, thank you very much, Maria Rosa Tapia. Asante sana. We are very happy to tumefurahi. Okay, let's proceed, friends. Now, in my next role is to welcome the moderator for our first sub-theme, a theme that means so much for us when it comes to matters of service learning institutionalization in our various institutions. Remember, service learning and faith-driven transformation in a digital age is one of those effective practices that Catholic institutions normally dwell in. We talk about faith, we talk about, value-based education, we talk about social transformation, we talk about linking theory, faith, and community practices. And this cannot happen if we leave out our authorities. And today we are so lucky and very blessed to have our rectors on board, to have our vice chancellors on board, to unpack this sub-theme, which relates to our main theme of the 2026 5th Annual Africa Conference on Service Learning, which, if I may remind you, was Working Together for Peace, Spirituality, Synodality, and Service Learning in Catholic Higher Education Institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, allow me to introduce the moderator of this session, who is none other than our most Reverend Professor Patrick Mwania, who is the Rector and the Vice Chancellor of Tangaza University. And Tangaza University, for your information, is the Africa Hub for the UNISERVITATE Global Network. Reverend Professor Patrick Mwania, please, we are very happy, we are pleased to welcome you this morning to take onto center stage and guide our main authorities from the Africa Hub that hails from these countries. We have Kenya, of course, Uganda, Tanzania, Congo, Malawi, Cameroon, Nigeria, Ghana, Burkina Faso. You can imagine how vast we are when it comes to matters of service learning. Professor, please take center stage and guide us. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter, and good morning to everyone. Welcoming you all to this conference, and thanking each and every one of you for choosing to be part of this wonderful conference that, of course, we have been looking forward to. Originally, we expected it to be physical, but now we still are able to run it virtually. And it is my very big pleasure on behalf of the Africa Hub, being the chair of the Africa Hub, to once again welcome you and to tell you that we are really very excited and happy to have you all on board. And we are hoping that you're going to have a very fruitful conference that is going to contribute immensely to the work that we have been doing as people who believe in service learning pedagogy as part of making our learning in our institutions transformative. I am happy to be the moderator of this very first session, Service Learning and Faith-Driven Transformation in a Digital Age, Experiences of Service Learning Institutionalization. Basically, what the Vice Chancellors are going to undertake during these next few minutes is to share with the conference participants on what our institutions are doing to ensure that service learning becomes a pedagogy and an applicable pedagogy within our learning environment and institutions. In short, we are dealing with institutionalization of service learning. How have we, each one of us in our institutions, tried to live service learning, and not only to live, but to institutionalize it, to make it part of the structure of the life of the university. So that, yes, when we are today, we are there. Tomorrow, we may not be there as vice chancellors. But I want, like on my own, when I leave Tangaza, whoever who comes as vice chancellors will embrace service learning as a methodology and as a way of making the knowledge that we disseminate have that practical and community-oriented approach. The first, let me introduce the persons, my fellow Vice Chancellors who are going to participate with me in this session. I have Reverend Professor Ferdinand Muhigirwa, who is the Vice Chancellor of Loyola University of Congo. I have Brother Dr. Deogracius Mugema from the University of Kisubi, Uganda. I have Reverend Professor Philbert Fumilia, who is the Vice Chancellor, Mwenge Catholic University in Tanzania. We have Professor Francis Moto from the Catholic University of Malawi, Vice Chancellor. And finally, I have Professor Charles Masulani, St. John of God University, Malawi. These are just few of the Vice Chancellors who will participate, but as we move on, if time will allow, we may invite one or the other Vice Chancellor, if at all there is one who may want to add to contribute to what these Vice Chancellors would have shared as far as institutionalization of service learning is concerned. Allow me and help me to put hands together to first introduce welcome Professor Ferdinand Muhigirwa. And Professor, I hope you are with us and you're following these opening remarks. I would want now to request you to come in and just tell us in few words, how has your institution, that is Loyola University of Congo, integrated faith-driven service learning into its response to the ongoing social and political challenges in the DRC? We know that DRC has been going through a number of social and political challenges, and I'm sure service learning can offer a solution to this. How, as your institution, be part of the solution to this? Please feel free to share with us.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank Maria Rosa for this comprehensive, inspiring, and challenging presentation. Thanks to the moderator for giving me the floor. As an introduction, I would say that Loyola University in Congo is located in DRC, the center, the capital, in Kinshasa, a country ravaged by war for over 30 years. And we are a Jesuit university. And as such, we have a Jesuit identity inspired by our founding documents and guidelines. And through its history, the society has always strived to remain attentive to the signs of times, to discern what's appropriate to do and how to do it. So this mission places us at the heart of the world and invites us to work with others. And we are trying to see how to respond to the many challenges and how to institutionalize service learning in Loyola University. So I would like to say, first of all, that faith-driven service learning is a grace from above, given to our Catholic universities. Faith-driven service learning is, according to me, the only genuine spiritual response to the ongoing and burning social and political challenges in DRC. Through our meetings, courses, conferences, projects, the faith-driven service learning is being integrated in the daily life of our students, faculty, and staff. But I think we still need more students and more staff and faculty members to really institutionalize the life of service learning in Loyola University in Congo. in terms of number, I would say we have around 40 committed students, and the member of the staff and faculty around 20. But I think as the university is growing, we are now around 1,000 students. Next year, here in October, we reach 1,500 students. I think we need more members in the commitment and in the incarnation of service learning in different activities. And so in the current context, DRC, we clearly see our mission, including promoting justice and fighting against social injustices, so that we can have a profound transformation. And in this regard, Jesuit University in DRC aims to be a place for reflection on possible social transformations, fostering greater justice, respect for human dignity, and solidarity. For example, I'll give maybe one or two examples to be, for those who know where we are located in Kimwenza, we had a big erosion that really hinders. It was an obstacle even for students to come and reach the place where we were teaching. And so for 3 days, our students came and walked on the road to make it at least a way that can give an access to the university. And this is part of the commitment of the students. It's not only the students, but also the staff members and the priest. Everyone put hands together to give a solution to the problem that was there, again, the erosions. Another problem is the sharing of our knowledge. We have a faculty of agriculture, social sciences. And so the students who have masters technical and techniques and skills in agriculture, they are sharing those skills with the people who are around the university. And mainly it's not a village because we are outside of the university, outside of the center. It's around 25 kilometers from the capital. And so people are living there are really somehow marginalized, poor, and our commitment is to share our knowledge with them so that they can have at least some food security. And this is going on for the moment. Another example is we are in an area where electricity is really a luxury. It's not for all. And so we have also a faculty of sciences and technology. And so our students and the faculty, they are putting some lights on the road so that, because if you don't have lights, we have more security in the area. And so our students are working and putting some light on the road so that people can have light and fight against insecurity. And I think our greatest challenge remains integration of new technologies in our educational system. While modernity demands technical adaptations, we are still limited by the lack of more digitalized and modernized ecosystem. We are aware that many of our students have limited internet access, which often prevents them from engaging with the virtual and digital world. This is precisely why many of our current are unable to participate in the regional African conference. Some don't have, let's say, some money to be connected, and so they can't participate. Many service learning activities take place online, and this presents a challenge for us here, where internet access is a luxury for many, and especially for the students. And so we'll need, and we are working on that, to have some resource and investments, and not only investment in terms of finances, getting money and setting up, let's say, or buying some tools for internet connection, but also we need human resources. And we were discussing and with our superiors, and I'm happy that they understood that we need connection, we need to institutionalize our universities. And so there is a young Jesuit that has a master's degree in intelligence artificial. He's now in Rome, he's finishing, and is coming to be the IT of the university. And we hope that he's going to move forward the digitalization of our academic, financial, and also some of our activities of service learning. And I would like also to emphasize the importance of educating our young people, especially getting the responsible and discerning the use of these resources and how to make responsible choices, particularly concerning the use of AI. While the intelligence artificial is an effective research tool, it can also lead to some shortcomings and limits and lose depth in research. So something the university must always promote. These are some, I would say, insights I wanted to share with you, and I am open to comment and to dialogue, so that together we can move forward in promoting a social service learning in our institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ferdinand, for really sharing those very important aspects of how you have been able, as an institution, to institutionalize service learning in Loyola University of Congo. Yes, faith-driven service learning is a grace. You have highlighted that very well, and indeed it is. And you have told us how you have tried to integrate service learning in the learning and teaching, in the life of students, staff, and faculty and communities around, giving very tangible examples of how you have been able to really connect as an academic institution, connect with the community and support the community. Indeed, service learning is a methodology in Catholic and Jesuit intellectual tradition. You have also gone ahead to tell us how you are taking advantage of the digital age to ensure that service learning is still taught online, but it remains spiritually formative and not just task-oriented. Thank you so much. I would request that we put our hands together and clap for Father Ferdinand for that sharing. In whichever way you can do it, please, let's appreciate that contribution. Later on, we may have, if we have some time left, we may have some questions, time for question or even comment from members. But in the interest of time, allow me to move to another part of Africa, specifically East Africa, and get to all the way to Uganda, University of Kisubi, and meet their brother, Dr. Deogracius Mugema, to share with us, Dr. Mugema, share with us what specific digital tools Professor Ferdinand has talked about digital age, and now we are trying to integrate it in our service learning activities. Now, what specific digital tools or platforms that your university has adopted to connect students with communities, while maintaining, of course, very important ethical and spiritual core of service learning. Dr. De Gracious, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mania, our chair, Dr. Maria Tapia, the global leader of our class, and Judy, our organizer and mobilizer. We are grateful for putting everything together, dear colleagues, pursuing service learning as a methodology of imparting, of not only imparting knowledge, but living out what we believe. It's a great opportunity to meet you all under the circumstances. Of course, we are missing our physical encounter in Congo. It would have been great to be in Kinshasa around this time, but God has his ways. We will definitely one day meet. And to the question at hand, or the topic at hand, the University of Kisubi, the primary encounter in this digital age, is using the university website, which it uses to communicate to the students, mobilize the staff, and reach out to the community. Being in the digital age, different tools are available, and among those tools the university is making use of is the X, and the Instagram, and the email, to ensure that we work with the youth. The youth these days are digitally astute and they move very fast, faster indeed than us, the seniors. So we have put up all these tools together and see how to engage more with the youth and the community. Uganda's population, like many African countries, has a high percentage of younger people, around between 60 to 70%. And these youngsters are hungry for information, and whatever they can land on, they just devour it. And we, the seniors, are duty bound, therefore, to give proper guidance as to how these tools can be used, so that we'll have a generation that is knowledgeable, serviceable, and respects human dignity. The University of Kisubi now, going forward, is exploring how to infuse and make use of the emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. We are currently exploring an arrangement whereby we are bringing several high schools together and the community institutions around our university to set up a kind of a hub whereby we enable these institutions to have affordable internet access. The second question regarding of how we blend these technologies into what we do, the University of Kisubi has a blended approach that leverages technology for convenience, for efficiency, and innovation, while preserving human interaction and shared experience. The digital spaces are designed to reflect service learning values grounded in the Catholic ethos, where the human dignity stands out as central to these emerging technologies. Otherwise, short of that, pursuing technology for its own sake collapses under its own very weight. But when it is grounded in the respect of the human dignity, it prospers and it becomes an enabler for learning, for sharing, for peaceful coexistence. So our lectures are supported through online learning and physical face-to-face tutorials. Therefore, technology is used to support and augment the physical engagement and not to replace it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugeba, for really that sharing we really commend the university for coming up with all this digital infrastructure, or Instagram, websites, Facebook, and different other tools to support service learning within the institution. Indeed, as you said, young people today, they are digital, privy, and if we want to reach them, even in education and even in trying to influence their life, we have to embrace a digital world. And thank you for that. Maybe the next question connected to that, Dr. De Gracious, is how does your institution balance the efficiency of digital engagement with the relational and communal aspects of Ubuntu? Yes, can we contextualize that a little bit? Contextualize education, contextualize even digital infrastructure into who we are as Africans. Can you say something about that?
Yes, thank you, Prof. Ubuntu philosophy means working together, that you can only, if you stand alone, you can't do much. We need to stand with each other. And this is where the University of Kisubi is looking out, that it can't be alone in its community. We must look out to our younger brothers and sisters, the institutions around us, and work with them to bring access and connectivity at affordable rates. One of the challenges we have, especially in the least developed countries or the developing world, is the cost of these new technology. They come on board, they are great, but affordability is an issue. And therefore, when we come together, realize that when we come together and buy in bulk as a group, we can significantly reduce the cost. And this is something the University of Kisubi is pursuing by coordinating and mobilizing the institutions around to buy in bulk the internet access and to ensure that it is affordable, or at least is less expensive.
Thank you so much, Dr. De Gracious, for that. I like the idea of pulling resources together as institutions so that the affordability of this digital infrastructure can happen. I know what that means. Currently at Tangaza University, we are actually having a project of close to 10 million Kenyan shillings just to overhaul our digital infrastructure as a way of making sure that the internet connectivity and the infrastructure within is up to date. Because as you have told us, and I think Professor Ferdinand had also hinted, digital age has catched us up with us, and there is no option. And if we have to remain relevant, and our education to remain relevant, we need also to change with time. Thank you so much for those ideas. Still in East Africa, we are now encountering Professor Philbert Vumilia from the Mwenge Catholic University of Tanzania, who is going to share with us some few ideas for the purpose of this conference. And these ideas are around the opportunities. Professor Vumilia, could you share with us what opportunities and the risks have you observed in using digital media to prepare students for faith-driven service in the Tanzanian communities? What are some of these opportunities, but also what are the risks associated with the digital media? And secondly, still after that, you can enjoy and tell us how can we vice chancellors, how can all of us promote a shared vision of synodality, which means working together across different faculties when implementing technology-enhanced service learning? Professor, the floor is yours.
Professor Monia, probably, I think maybe he hasn't joined us. Please move to our next Vice Chancellor, which is now from the Catholic University of Malawi, Professor Francis Moto. Please proceed.
Yeah, okay. So I still promise that we will not leave that gap. Maybe when we go to the next, if Professor Fumilia does not come, we'll still have to say something about that from our experiences.
Yes.
And now allow me then to move to Southern Africa, the other side of Africa, and I want to invite now Professor Francis Moto from the Catholic University of Malawi, who will share with us something about how Malawi has been both technological growth and persistent poverty, how it has seen both technological growth and persistent poverty, and how can service learning leverage digital tools without excluding the most vulnerable populations. Because Dr. Deogracius has told us that it's not cheap, it's not affordable at all. Sometimes you need to pull resources together. How do we do that if we are not able to afford because of persistent poverty? We hear something from Malawi, and joined to that, he would also tell us what ways has faith-driven service learning strengthened students' ethical reasoning when faced with digital dilemmas. Professor Francis, the floor is yours. Welcome to share with us. Professor Francis Moto, are you with us? This is one of the maybe digital challenge when we are not physically together. We may not, somebody may be there, but we cannot, may find connectivity issues.
Professor Monia,
yes.
Professor Monia, probably in the same spirit as I already talked, I'm in communication with someone. Please, in the same spirit of Malawi, please move down to St. John of God and invite Professor Charles Musa Masulani.
Yes.
In the same spirit, yes.
Good. Yeah. Professor Charles Masulani, are you with us? Please, yes. Can you take over the floor?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks, thanks so much, moderator Professor Patrick Mania. And also, I want to recognize Professor Maria Rosa, who gave a very inspiring presentation, and Dr. Judith Pete, and for all the organizing, but also give me the opportunity to share with the vice chancellors, but also the distinguished participants on the area of technological growth in the light of poverty, and how service learning leverage digital tools can be used without excluding the most vulnerable population. So I must start by saying that in Malawi, we are witnessing growth in mobile phone usage, but also digital banking and a lot of e-learning platforms. However, many of our rural communities still struggle with limited internet access, electricity, but also digital literacy. So the question is not just about using technology, but about using it inclusively, as we see the approach of service learning. So service learning can respond by embracing a both-and approach that's digital as well as human presence. For example, our university trains students in nursing, counseling, and also clinical medicine. So for example, students when working in the community health program may use smartphones to collect patient data or send reminders for clients to honor their clinic visit while conducting in-person outreach programs in communities or villages like those that have limited internet connectivity. We also see practical examples in Malawi where SMS-based health messages are being used to reach mothers about antenatal care, or where community radio stations are used to disseminate educational content. These are some of the technologies that meet people, as close as possible to where they are. At the same time, students can also play a role in digital empowerment of our communities. So they can do that, like teaching basic smartphone use, helping communities understand mobile platforms. Like in Malawi, we have Airtel Money, we have TM Mpamba, or even by guiding young people on accessing educational content offline. I believe that these are powerful acts of service. As we say in Chichewa, we say osasiana umbuyo, meaning leaving no one behind, but also pamoja ni mbavu, meaning that together we are stronger. So this is, I think, in the spirit of synodality that we're talking about, whereby we, our students, can walk together with our communities, not ahead of them, but walking along with them. So technology must become a tool for inclusion and not exclusion. Going to the second part of the question, looking at ways in which faith-driven self-learning strengthens students' ethical reasoning when faced with digital dilemmas like data privacy and misinformation. We believe that faith-driven service learning in Malawi grounds students in real human experiences, which deeply shape their ethical thinking and reasoning. For example, students engage in mental health outreach project or HIV-related programs. In doing that, they quickly learn that confidentiality is not just a policy, it is about protecting somebody's dignity and life. So this is very, very important. And because in our university, we have a compulsory module at the beginning of the year on Catholic social teachings, these are emphasized. And also, we try to make sure that they understand sharing a patient information carelessly, even digitally, can lead to stigma or harm. So this brings ethical issues like data privacy very close to home. I remember there was a scenario where one student puts on her status a picture that he had taken, while posing with a patient. We try to make sure that the students are aware that these are not acceptable in healthcare, but also even in our belief system. Similarly, in today's digital space, misinformation can spread so rapidly, especially like in social platforms like WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. Now, through service learning, students begin to understand the real consequences of false information or disinformation, whether it's about health, it might be about elections like we had last year in Malawi, or it might be on religious issues. So we want the students to learn to ask, say, whatever they come across, to check, is this true? Is it helpful? Does it build or destroy? And from that reflection, the students start learning, to become responsible, but also professional as they save the patients as well as the community at large. Catholic formation also, as we know, adds a deep layer through discernment and conscious formation. In our case, students are encouraged to reflect, pray, and evaluate their actions in light of the gospel values. As we say in Chichewa, sorry, I'll continue. We say Masula, meaning the truth only sets us free. Hence the importance of, importance of avoiding misinformation. But also, we always say that human dignity is essential. So through reflection sessions and guided mentorship, students tend to develop the habit, of thinking ethically, even in very complex digital situation or space. They become more responsible in how they collect data, share information with the community, but also responsibly engage online. So as we know, Synodality plays a big role in these things, like listening to others, especially vulnerable, helps students to appreciate perspectives that the others might otherwise ignore. This shapes a more compassionate and socially aware ethical framework. Finally, faith-driven service learning forms students who are not only digitally skilled, but also morally grounded. Young people who can say, let us work together in peace and truth. In Malawi, we say, tieni tendere pamodzi, mutendere ndi choonadi, meaning that let's work together in peace and truth. So thank you for listening, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to share experiences on these digital platforms in the wake of our social situation. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Charles, for really addressing this very, very, very important question on how service learning leverage digital tools without excluding the most vulnerable population. Because indeed, as we said, it is not to be taken for granted that everybody is would be able to access even a mobile phone, as small as it might look, or if all people will have the necessary digital literacy that they need to be able even to make the best use of whatever digital, digital space that is there. There is a lot of exclusivity, if you want, in communities. You find that some people may access it, others may not, and therefore the question of exclusivity is real, especially in our countries that are developing and that are growing. And you have also told us how much students are involved in ensuring digital improvement of the entire community, helping communities to access educational content, and ensuring that in the spirit of the Catholic intellectual tradition, no one is left behind, and people's dignity must be respected and upheld. And our learners must learn, even in the use of technology, to become not just digitally skilled, but morally upright. And they become people who embrace justice. I think that came out very strongly from your presentation. And maybe back to just checking whether Professor Philbert Rubelia, we have an advantage. We still have some time, and I wouldn't want the question that Professor Philbert was to help the people in this conference, understand. Professor Philbert, are you there? If not, I will just ask that the Vice Chancellors who are there, we can share briefly, each one of us, we could share what opportunities and risks that we have observed in using digital media to prepare students. And I'm sure some of this has come up in Professor Charles's presentation, that yes, it's a good thing, it's a powerful thing, it's something we cannot avoid. Digital space is there to stay. It has a lot of opportunities, but it has also a lot of risks. For example, I know as a Vice Chancellor here at Tangaza and dealing with our professors and the faculty here and deans, one of the big questions that has been coming up is how can we be able to ensure that the AI that our students are using, how can we be sure that there is also integrity in the papers that our students write, integrity even in the examinations that our students are able to even to do. In fact, now there is a big discussion at Tangaza that especially for the postgraduate programs, we must ensure that the aspect of viva voce, the aspect of oral presentation, defense has to be there, because sometimes if you don't do that, you may not be able to tell whether some of the works that our students write are original works and whether the students have been able to do it themselves. So it's coming as a challenge, it's a great opportunity, it's opening mountains, opportunities for our students and learners and the learning space, but it's also coming up with the risks. Data privacy is also becoming also a big thing. In Kenya, for example, it's actually already approved through an act of parliament that every institution must have a data policy. And this data policy, everybody from students to staff to faculty must abide to it. So it's also coming with a lot of demands, because to come up with a data policy is also has also costs involved and has a lot of implication. I see these as some of the risks and some of the challenges that digitalization brings on top of the many opportunities that it brings. But I can open the floor to other vice chancellors to maybe share what are some of these opportunities and risks that are observed in use of digital media in our learning processes.
Maybe I can share a few experiences from Malawi, for example. Yeah. On the opportunities, as we have said that, these digital platforms promote efficiency in the way we do things. And also, we have witnessed a lot of innovations as a result of the coming in of these platforms. But also in our setup, we have seen that issues of community education, and it could be in health, it could be in agriculture. These social media platforms, including the media, have actually assisted so much, to heighten public awareness of issues in various, sectors of life, like health, education, etc. But also for students' population, we see it is enhancing student access to e-learning, resources. But also the other thing is it promotes socialization. As we all know, I think socialization is an important factor in human life. It promotes mental health, and it's good for everyone if it is used responsibly. Coming to additional challenges, in addition to what the moderator said, we see that, the coming in of these AI, chat GPT, they are bringing some laziness in students, that if the lecturers or faculty members are not on top of things, and then the students will submit assignments that are not coming from their own effort or critical thinking. The same goes, the issues of, plagiarism, and if we do not have plagiarism checkers as faculty members, and then who have, poor outputs, students that will graduate, but not, having, critical thinking as they, they move on. The other thing is a risk, what we call, social bullying, which is quite common also on the, the media platforms, on the things like, WhatsApp, the Facebook. There could be a risk of, cyberbullying, which is a huge and significant mental health problem that most of our students struggle with. And finally, as we know, there's an emerging form of addiction that most of our students will be addicted, to this social media. And it can be a big problem that can also derail them in their academic journey. So briefly, that's what I wanted to say about the opportunities but also the risks that come, with the coming in of the digital space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor,
Thank you,
really
Prof.
again sharing that. Now, yes, Dr. Gracious, feel free.
I'd like to supplement by adding that even physical health, we have issues of physical health because of overexposure to the screen. Our eyes and our minds, we're getting physically affected, and therefore the time we spend on these screens becomes an issue. Now you can imagine for our younger people, by the time they are of our age, if they continue with this degree of exposure, how much affected they will be. Yet on the positive side, we see that there are so many opportunities emerging, and hardly anyone knows how much there is there, because like AI is entering in all fields, be it medicine, education, community mobilization. So all those are at a very low cost when you consider what it would take to do that using the traditional methods. Thank you.
Thank you for that sharing. Just to add on that, the question of addiction and the question of everyone just being on a mobile phone, for example, is also becoming a big challenge in religious communities. Those of us who are religious and who are supposed to spend some time together with our brothers and sisters in prayer and sharing, sometimes this is also becoming a big challenge, and I know religious communities are also coming up with ways to discuss this and to see how still communities can remain stable communities in the midst of media and digitalization. Yes.
I think I want to welcome our partner, Professor Maria Tapi, at least to chip in on the digital aspect. They've done so much in Latin America. I'll be glad that we also learn from them. Prof, please, something on this beautiful discussion with the authorities.
Well, yes. I just want to thank you because I'm really enjoying this conversation. I'm focused my research on educational technology and service learning, and I can relate a lot the service learning pedagogy with how students learn about the use of technology, because they know more technology than us. So, their roles change and their protagonism is key in this process. So how we can guide them with a critical reflection in the way that they use technology. So when I teach learning and technology, I try to discuss with the students, for instance, how do you use AI, for them to explicitly mention in their works when they integrated AI in their projects, in their proposals, and share it in a positive way with the group for them to learn it in a positive way too. So integrating the critical reflection in the use of technology with the students have been really helpful. And I always learn that you can learn technology from over the shoulder of who is using it. That's the way I learn from even my students and my kids, not to spy them, but to learn and share with them different opportunities. So whenever we do service learning, for instance, we have developed, I just a concrete example with a community of elders that they felt really lonely, but they had learned to use Facebook. So the students developed some tutorials to teach them how to record the video, how to do a WhatsApp video call, or different easy tools for the elders not to feel lonely and to be able to share their daily situations to be more connected and better integrated. And finally, one of the key we always do is just to work on the available technology, not to think that everyone needs to use the last version of every application or every digital device, but to see what you have, and from there how we can integrate it for the common good. So just thank you for everything that you have been sharing, because I'm really also learning a lot from your experiences.
Thank you so much, Professor, for adding to the good discussion around technology and digital learning. We will still give some time to the rest of the people in the floor just to pick whatever maybe contribution that you may have. Before that, however, I wanted to, there was the question again directed to us as Vice Chancellors on how we can promote a shared vision of synodality. And I know Professor Francis Charles said something about the vision of synodality across different faculties when implementing technology-enhanced service learning. How are we working together? How do I ensure, like for example, in Tangaza University, we have 4 schools, that each school is taken along in ensuring that all our students and faculty take the advantage of digital education space, and even sharing the opportunities and challenges. Maybe, my dear professors, vice chancellors, we can maybe share a little bit on this. How do we ensure that everybody is taken along in our institutions? Professor Ferdinand, would you want to say to begin us off?
I was reflecting about synodality. Maybe what I'm going to share is more general. My own idea about synodality is that synodality starts at a local. It's a local, and from local it moves to universal. The idea behind my mind is the local church. As a family is a local church. So our universities, Catholic universities, is already a space for living out synodality, for sharing values of, we were talking about Ubuntu, peace building, problem solving, learning. So I think it's from that space already where service learning is really a value carried and lived out that we can move forward and share it first within our Catholic universities, if I want to be concrete, within or through our hubs, African hubs, there is a space of synodality, and from there, reach out of Africa, go to the universal church. So this is just an insight that's coming out of my mind.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Gracious.
Thank you, Prof. I think we come to synodality, we first have to realize that everybody needs to be part of it. No one should be left behind. And therefore, using the current, the emerging technologies, we have to use them in such a way that everybody is on board and we all work together, we pull in the same direction. When we leave out some people, we lose out what they can contribute. And we have therefore to guard against things like digital bullying or pulling down other people so that they feel they have little or nothing to contribute, and there is no one who knows it all, so that we together we move as a team. And we look at our community, some of them are disadvantaged, not because they don't know, they don't have anything to contribute, but because somehow society has disenfranchised them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Charles, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah, no, I want to start by picking on the Vatican II, where Pope Francis reminds us as Catholic institutions that we should be institutions that listen and accompanies others in the spirit of synodality. So I believe that in our institution, service learning can help us, move beyond the classroom to real communities. And we know that when students go to these communities, they interact with very vulnerable people. It might be people with disabilities, prisoners, children in orphanages, or even patients that suffer, this power issue. And it's very important that they appreciate the importance of listening before acting. Sometimes we have been challenged that, some communities also possess wisdom, resilience, and solution. And if we come with a mindset of we know it all, or we do not impact among the students the mindsets that they should learn to listen also to the communities and to walk along with them and listen and serve together, then we will actually achieve more. So synodality, I think, is not only a church concept, but it's a way of living where every person should be valued, should be held and included, in the journey towards the common good that we share, in our programming. In Malawi, we have a saying where we say, meaning that no one head can carry the whole roof of a house. This probably captures, the synodality in full. So service learning encourages this collaboration between the communities, the students, us as faculty members, it will be church leaders, it will be other community members, and that enhances that everybody, contributes something valuable towards the goal that we'd like to achieve for our beloved communities. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I agree totally. And just to add, yes, the question of synodality, working together, is very relevant when we talk about service learning. Service learning for me is indeed a vocation and a mission. When you look at the documents of the church that highlight the role and the place of Catholic institutions in society and in communities, it actually highlights that role, that as a Catholic institutions, we have a mission, we have a vocation, not just to be by ourselves and to be isolated, but rather to work with communities, to support communities. But again, this does not just begin from the other. It begins from within, the collaboration, the working together, the sharing, the being together begins within the institution itself. The institution has to embrace it as a value, and it's only then that the institution will be able to get outside of itself and reach out and embrace communities. And I think that is what this value service learning, this is the value service learning as a pedagogy and as a methodology brings to our teaching and learning processes in our institution. And therefore, synodality is real, and maybe what we need to do is to promote it more within our institutions, within the communities where our institutions are found. But I want perhaps to challenge ourselves as universities within the Africa Hub for Service Learning to see how we can live this synodality. How do we practice? How do we exercise service learning beyond our institutions within the hub? How can we also come up with those activities and the collaborative ventures that will build this community of learning and teaching together as universities within the Africa Hub? I think it's a question that we've been dealing with, and is a question that lies very close in my heart as the chair of the hub, and maybe we can continue to think and deliberate on how best we can work together as institutions in implementing technology-enhanced service learning. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are doing...
There's a hand up. There's a hand up, Brother
Yes.
Tom Kenny. Yes.
Oh, yes, Brother Tom, you're welcome. Unfortunately, I can't see the hands. Dr. thank you for seeing it on my behalf. Please let me know so that I don't leave anybody out.
Yes, sure. Brother Tom, please unmute.
Thank you. I've been engaged in listening to the conversation between the professors and our leaders about digital technology. And one of the thoughts that goes through my mind is that digital technology really is a tool. And if it is a tool, then the important thing is going to be how we use the tool. And one of the things that AI does for us, it enables us to identify a whole lot of ideas. And our challenge comes really from verifying which ideas are based on research and which ideas are just somebody's opinions. And that's an important sort of difference. And one of the things I was sort of aware of is that in the last few years, we've become very much aware of what we might call fake news. We used to always have news which was researched by journalists and they were verified, and they'd have to be able to prove their case because they could be taken to court. But now on social media, I can just say whatever I like, and the risk of being taken to court is not very great. But so many people can just believe opinions, and that is one of my concerns about how we use AI in our teaching particularly. It certainly opens up ideas for research and things like that. The second thing that I became aware of this morning on a news bulletin was this guy, Ted Turner, who was responsible for CNN starting many years ago. A little point was made about how he called foreign correspondence not foreign, but international correspondence. And although that might seem just a little thing, foreign means not us, whereas international includes us. And it's just a difference of perspective that is very important in the way we talk about things. And I'm also aware that in social media now, every time my phone clicks, it's very easy to be tempted to look at it and answer it. And one of the things that the psychologists are worried about at the moment is the possibility of a new addiction called FOMO, FOMO. And that addiction is the fear of missing out. My friends know something and I don't know it. And that's why I have to answer my phone immediately. So some of those thoughts come through my mind when I'm hearing the communication and the dialogue about digital technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Tokeni. I can see another hand up. That is Bernard Luere-Keraigis. Brother Bernard, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think this is an interesting area that we have been engaged, service learning and the technology. In African specifically, we have been trained only by theory. And service learning is an approach that will enable us to connect the theory to the practical. So as a tool, it will help us to bring the theory and the practical together. And with regards to the technology aspect, throughout the discussion, I've noticed the concern about how the students are using the AI in their examination and other projects. But we have not been talking about how we examine the students, because before AI, we have a criteria for examining the students. But in advent of AI, we cannot use the same criteria in examining the students, because AI can give exact answer easily for the student. But if we practicalize the reflection and examination as a action-based or problem-based exams, then it will be difficult. Even if they will use AI, it will be difficult for them to apply AI as plagiarism to or something that will help them to get things easy. It will rather educate, give them more understanding in that aspect. So I think we should look at how we examine the student. We shouldn't focus on the previous way of examining the student, but we should adapt a new way of examining the student. So far, that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Bernard, please, could you introduce yourself, which university and country?
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. I'm speaking from Ghana, University of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Much appreciated. Thanks for your input. Father Kato, I saw your hand up. Are you still there, Father Kato? Kato, Apostles of Jesus? Oh, unmute yourself, please, Father. As Father Kato unmutes himself, I can see Wilfred Sumani. Father Wilfred, please proceed. That is Catholic University of Malawi. Welcome, Father.
Thank you very much, and good morning.
Yes, good morning.
I hope I'll be able to finish my thoughts because the internet is up and down, on and off. But just to comment on service learning with regard to AI, indeed, these days, if everything ends in the classroom, chances are you're getting a lot of AI content from the assignments. So what we do at the Catholic University of Malawi is we try to make sure that part of the assessment is linked to concrete contact with the community. I do that in my courses all the time. For instance, a business course, they have to go out and find a small business and try to resource that small business to improve their performance. And then we require them to present their findings in the presence of, they have to bring the person to the classroom that, yes, this is the person we've been supporting, and this is what we shared with them or advised them to do, and then the person has to give feedback. So that way it's difficult for students in the classroom, in the library or in their rooms and generate academic material for grading, but they also learn something from the people they're working with. So that's how, there's a bit of synodality there as well, working with the community, but I just wanted to highlight the AI content of it, that it's pervasive, and service learning is a very good pathway for checking or, pushing students outside the university campus to go and interact with real human beings out there. That's how we are doing it at the Catholic University of Malawi. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much from the Catholic University for those interventions and from the University of Ghana.
There is another hand up, Susan Muley. Susan?
Wow. Wow. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this insightful session. My name is Susan Muley, Tangaza University, a student from Institute of Social Transformation, and I really do appreciate the connection, the intersection between service learning and social transformation. And now you've introduced a different intersection of how do we deal with the digital impact of these two. And my concern is really wondering, as we try and, as we've been told, for example, AI, we can use it. It's a tool. It is how we use it. But I'm also trying to see how do we use it and measure it. When we're talking about measuring, are we measuring the students' outcomes, what we are learning? I'm speaking as a student. What I'm learning is what is being measured, the impact in the community. And in one of the slides shared, we actually were introduced to the aspect of the digital aspect being used from a paternalistic aspect. So as we engage with all these different digital tools in service learning, are we actually ingraining the marginalization? Are we going there and saying, this is what we need to use? What is the balance of power that we are actually bringing in? So in a nutshell, I'm asking, what is the intersection between the social justice, the measuring of the student in terms of the learning outcomes of the impact in society? How do we balance that out, and how do we ensure that there's equity within the society? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Who wants to go first to respond to Susan? Where is the point of intersection?
Yes, I think Professor Charles had mentioned something about the questions of the aspect of justice that comes out very clearly in this question of intersection. Professor Charles, would you want to attempt that?
No, maybe let me give chance to Dr. Faustine, who just raised the arm, I think, to start responding, then I'll come back.
Yes, thank you. First in Dr. Nalieka, please.
Mine was a question
Okay.
that I wanted to ask a question. First of all, allow me appreciate.
1 minute, please. Father Kato, stop sharing your screen. Father Kato, Andrew, stop sharing your screen, please. Okay, proceed, Dr. Naliaka.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to appreciate the very first presenter. And I liked the emphasis that she laid on the importance of service learning. As universities in our own country struggle to look at how we're going to start service learning and embed it in the curriculum, the Catholic universities are way ahead, and I'm proud to be part of Tangaza because we are way ahead in terms of community service learning. I like the emphasis on the shift that we are not really doing something for the community, but we are doing it together with the community. I also like the discussion by the Vice Chancellors on the realities in terms of technology, the challenges that are there. But again, I like the fact that they're encouraging, in the spirit of synodality, they're encouraging collaboration, even in matters, the use of technology. So that is something that we can leverage as universities within maybe a proximity that we can actually share. Now on AI, again, it is a reality that we are in that era of AI, and if it is rooted in policy, because we cannot really do away with it, if it is rooted in policy, then as universities, we may not really need to really worry about it, but just state or declare as a matter of policy that maybe this is the percentage and this is how we are going to integrate AI in the learning, because it is the in thing. There is no way we are going to do away with that. The question I wanted to ask, maybe you can allow me, I'll do it later, but let me just give those comments for now. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thanks a lot. Now, can we give maybe in 1 minute a response to our student, Susan?
Yes, yes, I had given a chance to Professor Charles, and then I will say something. I will try to respond to the first question that came from the University of Ghana. After Professor Charles has said something about the intersection that has been asked, yeah.
I think this is a very challenging situation, but I think maybe the most fair way of looking at it is the issue of honesty. I think that's what I look at, because much as we can use these tools to promote efficiency in learning, but also in working with our communities, there might also be loopholes for abuse of these tools. And as such, I think we should just promote the spirit of trustworthiness and honesty, professionalism and maturity, and being responsible in the ways that we use these platforms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now to the question about how do we examine in the time of digital era? Do we use the same methodology, the same way to examine and assess students? And my response would be definitely we cannot, and I think every university institutions must be thinking very deeply about this. How do we align our assessment and marking of our students' assessment to take into consideration the AI and what it brings on board. And I want to just say, yes, this is something that has to go into policy. I think every institution will need to come up with a very clear policy that acknowledges AI, but also that stipulates how to deal with AI from teaching, research to assessment. And I think that is we cannot give just an answer for everyone. I think it's an answer that every institution will need to come up with. And the answer will be coming up with a policy that is able to help manage the AI in our learning processes. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at time, I see that we are 3 minutes beyond our time. We were supposed to end, our session is supposed to end at 12, but I'm sure the director will allow us 1 or 2 minutes just in case there is anything burning. Anybody who has a statement to make or a comment, we give you 1 to 2 minutes. Then after that, you allow me to appreciate all those who have been part of this session as we transit to the next session. 1 minute for anybody, any comment from the participants?
Well, Prof, I can see 2 hands. I hope they are not questions. I pray they are just short inputs in seconds so that we may be able to keep time. I'll start with the Collins Marley. Collins, please make it pretty short if a question or a comment. Proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, people of God. My name is Collins Male, and I am a student of Political Science and Public Administration and a member of Service Learning at the University of Kisubi. For me, my comment is going to be of examining, and I just want to share an experience at the University of Kisubi as students, how we are examined. And I believe it brings
Collins, your network, please reconnect. Let me give Dr. Siamo Peter. Collins, please, we can't hear you. Your network has a problem.
Thank you so much. I'll pick up from Collins. I had hard time also to hear him. 2 things quickly. Number 1 is on the assessment of our students when you keep in mind the AI and they can easily get the information. It is that we need to spare time for the student to express or defend whatever the work given to the student. When the person defends, the person can express oneself, and that's when you know whether the information was from AI or from somewhere else. That the person has internalized the information and the information has become part and parcel of the student. So it's so important for the student. The examination should include the oral defense of whatever the assignment given. If it's written exam, that's another sphere altogether. Number 2 is on when you line up the service learning with the way we teach, the way we assess, and that, for example, in our part, I'm coming from the Mwenje Catholic University. Our curriculum for a long time has been a competency-based curriculum, and service learning comes in as a part of forcing us to put into action the curriculum. And that's when you know the student understands or not. When I'm examining, I don't need to tell you what you know. I need you to tell me as my student, what can you do with what you know? And then service learning comes in, then you bring that one into action. In actuality, you bring that knowledge into service community. So you do it, it's hands-on. And that's why when you type the 3, it comes very handy. The technology, our curriculum, and the service learning, they intertwined so perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Professor Mwanya. Please close your session now.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the session. I think we are very happy and that the session is coming to an end. And thank you for those who have also made their contributions to support what the Vice Chancellors have also shared. As we close the session, of course, I want to say a great word of appreciation to our Vice Chancellors who have been present and who have shared their deep wealth of knowledge responding to how service learning and faith-driven transformation is possible in a digital age, trying to intersect digital age, service learning and faith-driven transformation. And I'm sure you can attest to it with me that they have done very well. So can we put our hands together and clap for our Vice Chancellors who have taken us through this session? Thank you so much. And as a moderator, I really appreciate. Allow me now to hand over without much ado, hand over back to Dr. Judith so that we can be able to move to the next session. Thank you, and I wish you all a very successful conference.
Awesome, wonderful. I love words. Thank you very much. Beautiful to listen to our authority, our leaders. That tells you how strong Africa Hub is. It tells you also how united we are and how purposeful and intentional we are on matters of service learning. We want to thank our Vice Chancellors in a special way. Please go to the reaction icon down there. Just click the upper red one to the right. We show them some love. They're our leaders. They guide us. They show us the direction, and therefore we are here. We are so proud of you. Thank you very much, the authorities. Thank you very much, the Catholic University of St. John of God. We also thank Father Ferdinand from Loyola University of Congo. We've seen Brother Deogracius from University of Kisubi, and also our own chair, Professor Mwania, for the Africa Hub. Thank you very much, great men. We are so happy, and we look forward to having you in the next sessions until tomorrow, Friday, when we shall be closing up the 5th Annual Africa Conference on Service Learning. Please stay in tune. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next session, I want to hand over that to my co-MC, that is Dr. Nicholas Uchieng. Please, Dr. proceed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Judith Pete, for that enriching session. For those joining us now, we are just through with the very first session, that of service learning and the faith-driven transformation in the digital age. Now we are getting to the second sub-theme, that is migration, citizenship, and peace building. And this session will be taken through by our very own moderator, Dr. Alois Ojore, who is the principal TVET at Tangaza University. And we'll be hearing more about the role of service learning in addressing contemporary social challenges. So, karibu sana, Daktari. Dr. Ojore, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Daktari. So, greetings to everyone. We are slightly late. I hope we shall be able to finish in time before lunch. So I'm going to try to encourage my panelists to be detailed but brief on whatever they are going to share with us. Our sub-theme number 2 is on migration, citizenship, and peace building. And I have an awesome, panelists here. When I looked at their CVs online, we have just the right group of people to respond to this very important theme of migration, citizenship, and peace building. The first person I have on the panel is Professor Charles Masulani Mwale. He's from the St. John of God. You know him already. He has been here. Professor Charles, I hope Professor Mwanea didn't exhaust you. You are still have some energy to be with us here. So I want to welcome Professor Charles to this session. The second person is Reverend Dr. Andrew Kato, who is Senior Lecturer and Dean of Studies at the Apostles of Jesus College, just next door to Tangaza. Apostles of Jesus is a constituent college of Tangaza University. He's a senior lecturer. He's my boss, actually, at the Apostles of Jesus. I hope he will allow me to be his boss for just 1 hour this afternoon. Number 3, we have Reverend Professor Dieudonné Biribindi Bahati, SJ, Loyola University. When I used to Google Scholar about him, I discovered that he taught here at Ekima University College, just here in Nairobi, and he's now at Loyola University. So, Padre, Professor, we welcome you to this session. Number 4, we have the person you are seeing on the screen. He has shared this picture there, and when you saw the flyer, he had a very central place there with a white turban. That is Dr. Timothy Gachanga at Tangaza University, well-versed in traditional African methods of mediation, negotiation, and peace building. So we have a great team. Professor Charles Masulani, is there something else you want the audience to know about you before I start? Professor Charles?
Okay, so I am Charles Masulani Mwale. I head St. John of God University in Northern Malawi. The institution is under the order of the Brothers of St. John of God, who are headquartered in Dublin, in Ireland, and we are part of that province. We offer mental health programs in our university because that is our niche in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I was impressed to meet 3 of your students who are studying here at Tangaza. So thank you very much for that collaboration. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Kato, would you like to add something apart from the introduction I've given?
Well, not so much. Not so much, Father Andrew Kato. I'm a Dean of Studies here at the Apostles of Jesus, which is a constituent campus of Tangaza University. I think other things we shall share because we are on the panel with my boss for today, Dr. John.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome to this panel. Professor Dieudonné Biribindi, Loyola, would you like to say something more about yourself, Professor?
Yes, I could say something. So my name is Dieudonné Biribindi Bahati. I'm a Jesuit from DRC, Congo. I'm a professor of philosophy and theology. Philosophy here in Kinshasa and theology sometimes in Nairobi. And I'm the coordinator of service learning at ULC. That's all I could say for this moment. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Professor. We are very happy to have you. And finally, Dr. Timothy Gachanga.
No,
Timothy?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, you have said everything and I'm ready to go. Thank you.
Yes, so the panelists, may I just set the background to our discussion this afternoon? We are looking at this great theme of migration, citizenship, and peace building. And as you are all aware, peace building, of course, follows situations of conflict. So post-conflict peace building efforts and so on. I just want to remind ourselves that the African continent has experienced mass migrations or exodus by young people many of them professionals, taking with them a lot of experience and knowledge to other countries. And they move away for several reasons, but the major ones are unemployment, as we are all aware, in their countries. We are aware that some of our own leaders are encouraging their own graduates to look for jobs in other countries, even when they do not have sufficient staff, like in the medical department, in education. So we export expertise that we need in our own countries. So that is kind of losing, draining, brain drain, and we prolong a lot of poverty in the areas of skills and so on. And the second reason why young people are leaving our continent is due to deadly conflicts that we are aware of. Many of our countries have suffered this, particularly conflicts even in the Sahel areas that are based on religious extremism, affecting countries like Nigeria, Mali, Burkina Faso, and others. And we have also seen young people just trying to seek better opportunities for themselves, dangerously trying to cross the Sahara Desert and then go to Europe through the Mediterranean with very, very deadly consequences, as we have seen. And then some of the consequences of these migrations are, all manner of exploitations that our own people are subjected to, particularly those who go to the Asian countries to look for jobs there. Many have come back in coffins. Some have been killed. We have seen xenophobic attacks recently in South Africa, where immigrants are seen as job snatchers and targeted for persecution. Some countries are even considering flying their citizens away from South Africa, and so on. So really, we have a great job in our hands, and as scholars, we want to use that background to look at the areas that we shared with you. So, Professor Charles Masulani, Malawi hosts quite a number of immigrants from DRC Congo. It would be interesting to get from you how can service learning projects prepare university students to respond passionately to immigrants and or to displaced persons in your country. What is being done or what could be done? Professor?
Thank you so much, moderator. It is a quite interesting topic, and we are also privileged to be one of the service providers at one of the major refugees camps called Dzaleka, where we have a lot of refugees that are migrating from a number of countries. From our experiences, there are a lot of social challenges that these people are facing, but also I would say that the nation at large. There is untold poverty, as we know, unemployment. There are a lot of mental health challenges, inequalities, also social degradation. There's violence, corruption in how the responsible World Health Organization looks at when they are distributing foodstuffs or other necessities among the people. There's also quite a lot of growing digital divide that we have talked about earlier. So I can also say that generally, these social challenges that I've mentioned are quite visible, both in urban and rural communities. And we see that social learning can be very important too in helping societies respond to these complex social challenges. And in our academic institution, especially those that are Catholic, social learning can connect academic knowledge with real-life community experiences that could help students and faculty not only to learn, but also to become active agents of transformation in the wake of these challenges. For example, students in our institutions can be involved in a number of community health outreach programs that can help raise awareness, that can assess and manage, mental health conditions, HIV, deal with maternal health program, substance abuse in these underserved communities. But also other students can also help in, for example, refugee camps and other, communities that are on the periphery, in literacy programs in schools, but also help others on how they can embrace entrepreneurship and digital skills that can up, their lives. In this way, service learning moves, from theory, to action. In Chichewa, so I like using the proverbs we have. There's one saying which says, in a community, there is always something to be done. So one of the greatest strengths of service learning is that it promotes human dignity. Students learn that social problems are not just about statistics, but they affect real life people. The people that have low hopes, people that are struggling, including their families. So this encounter with service learning helps reduce, that indifference, but also nature's, empathy for each other. Thirdly, I would also say service learning also encourages peace building and social cohesion in the wake of migration that we're talking about. Zareka refugee camp being a classical example. So when students work with people from different backgrounds, be it religious, cultural, economic, they learn to be tolerant, but also they learn dialogue and they learn solidarity in the way the world that is increasingly divided, by geographic boundaries, politics, tribalism, but also misinformation. So it is very, very essential. As I said, in Malawi, students also participate in interfaith community projects or disaster response activities during floods and cyclones that you probably have been hearing, like Cyclone Freddy and other cyclones. Through that, they discover the power of unity beyond, differences that exist between us. Another important role of service learning is that it promotes ethical leadership. Through reflection and community engagement, students learn to begin to ask deeper questions in life. So for example, okay, I am blessed, but how can I use the blessings I have or the education that I am getting to serve others? As a person, what responsibility do I have towards other vulnerable communities? What can I contribute in their suffering? We are privileged as faculty, and students are also privileged that they have access to technology, healthcare, law, business experiences. How can they use those for the common good? So these three questions aligns closely with the Catholic social teaching that I talked about earlier on, which emphasizes justice, care for the poor, but also stewardship of creation and the common good generally. And lastly, we look at service learning as a tool that empowers communities. So rather than treating communities as passive recipients, service learning encourages that we work with the communities in partnership and participation. The communities can contribute knowledge, their wisdom, their lived experiences, while we come in with research, skills, and other innovations that when we bond all these together, we create a society that can offer hope to the people therein. Another Ubuntu proverb in Chichewa talks about meaning that alone we are vulnerable, but together we are human. So ultimately, you see that service learning forms students to graduate not with the, the academic competence or the certificates, but also socially, promote them to be socially conscious, compassionate, but also committed to transforming society positively. So that also trickles down to our institution in that we become not only centers of learning or centers of excellence in research, but also centers that can offer people out there hope, justice, and peace.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for such a comprehensive summary. I want to thank you because you have even answered the second question I had intended to ask you. So thank you very much for this. I just want to, out of curiosity, when I looked at what your university does, I was impressed that you have a very strong clinical health department. And I'm just wondering how you are using this in relation to immigrants. Is there a sense in which immigrants are benefiting from your expertise as clinical experts?
Yes. So, as I said, most of our courses are mental health related. And apart from running the university, we have a mental health facility. So, every month, refugees are transported from Zarega refugee camp to our hospital. So we conduct assessments and we give them treatment in terms of medication, it could be counseling. So there's a multidimensional team apart from the clinicians that work together to provide mental health care to these refugees from Zarega refugee camp. So we have nurses, doctors, psychologists, counselors, social workers, but also, pastoral care workers, because, we believe in Catholic chaplaincy in all the work that we do.
Terrific, terrific, Professor. So for the participants, please, Professor has shared very important aspects of, the refugee camps and how they deal with them, community health outreach involving students, clinical health, applying it to those who need psychiatric help, peace building when students go and learn that, the vulnerabilities of these victims who are displaced because of unfortunate situations, they become people who are open to dialogue, solidarity, and tolerant. I think these are very beautiful. I think the St. John University is doing a fantastic job there. Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing the details. Reverend Dr. Andrew Kato.
Yes, please.
You are training future priests. And yes, so it would be interesting to know how you are engaging service learning in shaping these seminarians for the complex realities they will be meeting, like migrants, complex realities involving peace building, conflict transformation, conflict resolution, conflict management. How are you preparing these future pastors to face these challenges that Professor has shared with us?
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much,
Kindly. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jore, for this moment that we are having. I think everybody is following me, is hearing me.
Yes,
yeah,
we hear you.
I'm Father Andrew Kato, Dr. Andrew Kato at the Apostles of Jesus as the prefect of studies. Our seminary has just recently joined the service learning program. Me being also a teacher, a lecturer in Chisubi University, Brother Del Gracias and the others, I carried that knowledge of service learning here also at the seminary where I'm now teaching for these 2 academic semesters.
And as you put it, how do we integrate this service learning into the teaching of our students to engage themselves into this situation of migration today? Migration today is something which is so widespread. It's unfortunate, it's widespread. And the students that we are teaching, because they are seminarians, they are going to be future missionaries, to be future priests. We try to give this situation to them, to present this situation to them in all the disciplines that they are doing. Let them be philosophy, theology, because this is the concentration, philosophy and theology. We try to integrate the philosophical syllabus, the theological syllabus, to integrate it with the question of migration, especially the question of how these migrants suffer. And so that's why we are putting in now the project, the study of protection and safeguard, because in these refugee camps, it is well known when you look at the statistics like of the United Nations and the other statistics, migrants really are abused. There are a lot of many abuses which come from the economic abuses, physical abuses, emotional abuses. So what we are trying to do in order to prepare these future missionaries, these future seminarians, is to inculcate, to put inside in the curriculum of theology and philosophy this knowledge, especially employing a lot of counseling skills, psychological skills. There are some universities like Chisubi which are so much specialized in counseling, in psychiatry, in psychology skills. So we are also trying to inculcate this into philosophy and into theology, so that our students tomorrow, as missionaries, as priests who are going to go to these migrant camps, they have the skills of approaching the many sufferings, the many abuses. You can't really call them only sufferings, but the many abuses that these migrants are encountering. These migrants. So we are doing that by inculcating, putting in skills, tools, which will help these seminarians, these future priests, to approach this dilemma today, this complex reality. And we try also to expose them to that. For example, we have many of our students today, they go for some ministry experiences in refugee camps, especially like Kakuma. We have some students who have been sent to Kakuma just to get that touch of what really happens in camps, in refugee camps. So it is so important, even for other disciplines, for other universities, which have other disciplines like economics, like technology itself, to put these skills towards the migrants today. To the migrants, the rate of migration is with us, unfortunately, is with us. Many of our people, many of us are migrants in one way or the other. So unless we put into the syllabus, into the curriculum, some of the skills which will help in this abusive situation of migrants, otherwise we become relevant. So that's what we are doing here at the Seminary of the Apostles of Jesus, a missionary seminary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kato, in sharing with us how to form the priest of tomorrow, the priest of the 21st century, to face challenges that require very practical skills like counseling, psychology, handling those who are abused in different ways, sending young seminarians to the camps. Like Kakuma is a very difficult place in the northern part of Kenya, in a semi-desert area. So that is really baptism with fire, undergoing formation under difficult circumstances to be ready to face the challenges that they will find out. Thank you very much for that. I will come back to you, but Let me move on to Professor Dieudonné Mbirimbindi from Loyola University. Prof, are there tangible activities by your students or students generally in your country that how they respond to victims of migration? Is there something that is happening? Although I know that quite a number of people are moving away from DRC to other countries, but there are also people who are displaced internally, they are displaced within, and it would be interesting to get to know how your students get engaged in serving these particular victims of the Congolese conflict that we are all very sad about. Professor?
Thank you very much for the invitation again, Judith, for the good organization of this online gathering. And I'm going to share on the first question because I've asked to prepare 2 questions. And
yes.
I have to say first, are you getting me clearly?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Thank you, Professor.
All of us, we know the situation in DRC. It is known by media, international politics. We speak about a war which has taken more than 30 years. And it started officially in 1996, but it continues until now. And this war has negative consequences. One among those consequences is, of course, the increase of number of people who have died since now. According to the official informations which are given, which are known, it is even possible to speak about around 11 millions of people who have died in Congo since the beginning of the conflict in 1996. And this is a population of Denmark. Imagine all a country just disappear. It is really a disaster, and it is just the estimations. But I think in reality, there should be more than that. And some of the people who have died are presumed just to have disappeared. So we can't say the number clearly. Another consequences is, of course, the increase of conflict. This is a regional conflict, ethnical conflict, and tribalist conflict, which also create a lot of divisions inside the country and also between the country and the neighbors. For instance, today the Congolese has developed a kind of indifference, negative attitude regarding the Rwandese, on the fact that Rwanda and Uganda and other countries are suspected to have destabilized the country for many years. So it creates a lot of conflict between people. And inside the country, because of those ethnical groups which are becoming more and more complex, people are living in a situation of lack of deeper love, according to the gospel. So people don't love each other. And this creates a lot of problem inside when it comes to the relationship between. Another consequence is the increase of insecurity. And also, you know, when people know that the war is very, very tragical, they are also obliged to move from one place to another because of fear of death and a lot of violence inside, not just killing people, but also sexual violence. One of the reports have also underlined a number of almost 500,000 women who have claimed to have been violated sexual violence. And those are just claims, but we have also silent violence. And people say the violence of women, especially the sexual violence, has been used like a war to neutralize women and to make them weak and to create stigmatization of women. So we have a lot of consequences. But no, these consequences will create the displacement of population. In the part of the country where we have those wars since many years, people have been moving from one village to another, and from one city to another. Recently, with the war which happened in Goma, we could even count around 3 million of displaced people, internal displacement. And some of them came until in the main city, Kinshasa, abandoning everything, houses, studies, works, and finding themselves in many cities like Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, and we can understand very well the increase of population in many cities, in the capital like Kinshasa, where now the population is moving toward almost 40 million people in a city like Kinshasa itself. And what is the response of our students and the response of the university? The university also welcomes many displaced people, those who are running away from war. From Bukavu, Goma, they came to study here at Kinshasa. And when they came here, they left the families, and the families have also lost the work because of many people lost the job, their job lost. And because of that, they are not capable to take into charge the school fees of the students. And the Loyola University of Congo today has welcomed many students who has a problem to pay the school fees. And what we do,
Judith, have we lost Father?
Yes, I think we have lost Mbiri. Proceed. Maybe he will rejoin.
Yeah, he's back.
Okay, good. Mbiri, continue.
Sorry, we lost you. Sorry, we lost you, Professor.
Yeah, I'm back. So I said even at our university, professors are doing something, but also students, especially during the Lent season, they make like an effort to collect some little money and clothes to support this kind of student because of lack of support from their families. And even the church itself also, the priests, the Jesuits are doing what they can. But I could tell you the situation is becoming more and more tragic. And we are hoping that with the end of the war, we could find out the stability and maybe give to this student also the right to study in good conditions. So we are creating like a conscience to our students who have the ability to support one another, but the situation is so very difficult that we always need the support coming maybe from the Society of Jesus, from a scholarship or from other support coming from outside. This is what I could say globally regarding this first question. I'm very happy that I could share about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I think participants will agree that you have given details that are also very disturbing and pricking our own conscience as Christians, fellow Christians, and people who should be in solidarity with your country. 11 million people, a population of Israel and population of Denmark, just killed. It's tragic. And I think when we gather for conferences like this, we have the opportunity to share our pains and our sorrows and grievances, and as well as our joys. So the regional conference, conflict has brought a lot of bad relations between neighboring countries, particularly Rwanda, Uganda, and DRC. We hope this will improve, and it is Africans who must respond to this, not any country from outside. There is hatred, which is something that we must address, increase in security, violence leading to fear, violations of women that we are quite aware of, sexual violation, victimization, and shaming victims, perpetual migration from village to village and from city to city. We are grateful that your university is addressing this, because that is the second part of the question that I would have addressed to you, but I think you have, in your closing remarks, answered it reasonably well about your university's response through service learning to people, students, supporting the displaced people by collecting cash and other items, clothing during Lent, paying school fees for these students who are looking for education and cannot afford. So the fact that the university welcomes internally displaced persons, in my view, is a challenge to all of us as universities, Catholic universities in this region. May I go to Dr. Timothy Gachanga? You are an expert on these African traditional peace-building mechanisms. I would like to ask you, are there practical peace-building tools that may help to direct or link community service with structural peace-building efforts using African models and African values? Dr. Timothy Gachanga.
Yeah, thank you, Ojoro, for that good question. Yes, the answer is yes. There are tools that can help link service learning to structural peace building. And one of the tools that we can use to link service learning to structural peace building is critical reflection, engaging our students in critical reflection. And this can be done in a number of ways. One is through engaging them in journal writing. They document their experiences through journaling. And this one is done especially in online classes, where we engage students in journal writing. When they go through a lesson, then they link that to what they have learned and what is going at the community. So that is one, engaging them in critical reflection, so they can write their reflection. They can also engage them in dialogue sessions where they share their experiences. So that is one way of linking service learning to structural peace building. Another one is creating safe space for discussion, safe space for open discussions, safe space for intergroup interactions. Where when we talk of safe space, here we are talking of creating an environment where students can discuss issues relating to peace building, non-violence, without fear, without intimidation, without fear that somebody is listening to them and will harass them after that. So if we create safe space in our classrooms, at the community, then we shall be able to link service learning with the peace building structures. Another one is through art-based reflective practices. And this one, I will speak from a museum point of view, where we use art, creating exhibitions, creating platforms where students can express themselves through art, creating visual stories, drawing or mapping peace experiences. And you have seen it happening in conflict-prone areas, where students are, where, children are, engaged in art activities. They are told to draw, to visualize their experiences. So engaging students in art-based reflective practices, then it can link, service learning to peace building structures. And another one is through action research, engaging students in action research. Let students not only do research, but also come up with practical projects. In previous session, we talked about AI, and the question that was coming up was, how can we examine our students in an era of AI? And I want now to link this tool, participation in action research with AI. If we can engage our students instead of, demanding that they write an essay, they write a thesis, we can ask them, we can engage them in a capstone projects. So they come up with capstone projects, and then they implement. And so they engage in a participatory action research, which we can evaluate later on, and we see whether they were able to implement what they carried out. So participatory action research is another tool that we can use to measure, to link service learning with peace building structures. Another way of linking service learning to peace building structures is engaging students in structured reflective questioning. Where we guide students to connect service learning with broader systems. And we can ask them, we can engage them in, we can ask them questions. How does service learning link to cause theory? What benefits? Who benefits and why? And what structural issues are involved? What policies or systematic factors are relevant? If we engage students in structured reflective questioning, then we can be able to connect our students to service learning and peace building structures. And the other one is through stage-based reflection design, where you guide students as you learn, you engage them in in reflective question even before they start learning. You let them. This is where we ask students to share their expectations, and then as you continue, you ask them whether they have learned something, and then at the end, how are you going to implement what you have learned? So stage-based reflection design can help us connect, service learning to peace building structures.
Gachanga, I am just struck by the original reflection and challenging suggestions. I think all of us coming from Catholic universities spread all over Africa, we are learning quite a bit from your own teaching experiences. You have given us a lot of important points that I would like us to carry with us as we go for lunch. Critical reflection expressed in journaling. We are not very good in keeping daily journals of our experiences. What students have learned. Can we begin to encourage journaling, dialogue sessions, creating safe spaces for discussion, interaction, promotion and use of peace museums and arts, exhibitions, visual stories, drawing pictures to help people recover. Actually, immigrants would find this very, very useful, drawing pictures of beautiful experiences and sad experiences. I think even clinical experts will agree that that is a very powerful way of helping people to recover. Painting, action research, examining the students, in the era of AI, where students do action research, they can't copy it from anywhere. So participatory action research, engaging students in structured reflective questioning, and then stage-based designs. Just terrific, just terrific. I think this is really beautiful. In my view, one of the rich reflections regarding this 5th annual conference. With all that I've just summarized, would you conclude before I open the floor to the conference? Timothy, in the light of what you have said, can you then perhaps just give us a glimpse into the long-term impact of service learning on students regarding citizenship? A long-term impact regarding citizenship, regarding whatever. So that was the first question that I wanted to ask you, but I think it follows logically on if we do all these, what are the likely long-term impact of service learning on students and their commitment to citizenship and their commitment to non-violence?
Okay, good question. So long-term commitment. It's like you are asking for evidence. Is there evidence? Can we see evidence of, commitment to long-term service? Now, one of the evidence we can find in, if we do a follow-up on what our alumni are doing. And one of the commitments that we can see is their engagement, their continued engagement in volunteering activities, in community services, in advocacy, and in civic participation. And I want to give an example here. One of our students got a presidential award the other day, I think last year, for his continued engagement in peace issues. So that's a good example. That's an example of a long-term impact of service learning. So the student was able now to continue implementing what he learned here at Tangaza. Another example I want to give is there is this campaign that is going on in Kenya, Niko Kandi. So Kenyans can relate to that. And I was impressed the other day when I met with some of our former students, and they are actively engaged in that movement, Niko Kandi, mobilizing, community members, young people to go and take a voter's card. So that's another example of long-term commitment, impact of commitment to service learning. Another example, another impact is, looking at the sustainability. I talked about capstone projects, where we encourage students, instead of, doing research and producing a thesis, they come up with an innovative project. They come up with a community project that reflects what they have learned. And then, so the impact is looking at the sustainability of those projects. And I'm aware, and I think Peter can bear me witness, she can also give us examples. I know there are students who have demonstrated, ability to start, innovative projects, and they are sustainable and they are benefiting communities. So that's another example of impact of service learning to community. And the last one is the changing attitude, towards peace building. And we are seeing changes. For those who have interacted with our students, they are actively engaged. In fact, some of our students are now vying for, civic positions. That's a demonstration of a long-term impact of service learning. And why do they want to be involved in civic issues? It's because they want to bring change. They have learned something. They want to bring that change at the community. So those are the impacts, that I can talk about. Impacts of long-term impact of service learning to our students.
Judith, thank you very much, Dr. Changa. Judith, I would like to suggest that eventually, if these responses to the questions thrown to different panels could be gathered, the students would have, and also professors who are attending this 5th annual conference would have quite a lot to use in our own sections, in our own universities. We are already 2 minutes past 1 o'clock, which is lunchtime, but I just want to say maybe 1 or 2 comments, Judith, from the floor, if there are people with very burning issues that they would like to raise to the panelists before I officially bring this to close.
You have like around 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. So we can take a few comments or a few questions to the panelists.
There is one comment here online by Luekera Bernard. He says, migration has been part of human history since time immemorial. Few communities, families, or even individuals, if any, can trace their origins to the same location, even just a generation back. In my view, what has changed lately, especially in Africa, is the erosion of Ubuntu values to safeguard the principle, and there is enough room to accommodate all of us on this planet Earth.
That is a comment, Dr. Nicholas.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful comment, a reminder to us, we are all immigrants. Yes.
There's a hand raised by Dr. Vida Korang from Ghana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Judith, and I'm so grateful for being here this morning. I think I have really enjoyed all the presentation. One final comment I want to make is that what we have done at our seminaries, at least the major seminaries, at the moment, we are getting into collaboration with the Abushef Conference to train the diaconates, those who are coming out as the priests, in conflict resolution, because they've come to realize that conflict resolution is a very important aspect of their life. So their last course they do to come out of the seminaries to have a practical training in professional mediation. And it has worked so well for most of the priests. They acknowledge that. And I think all these are helping us to shape and institutionalize service learning within our institutions. We are grateful for this opportunity and the practicality of engaging students out there to get a to play a transformative role in their life. Most grateful to all. Thank you very much, Judith, for all that you are doing. God bless you. And your team. Sure.
Most welcome. You're part of the team.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Professor Charles Masulani, your final shot, passing shot as we close. Professor?
Yeah, I think as we have noted, there are a lot of challenges that we are encountering as a continent, particularly those that affect our migrant brothers and sisters. And our belief is that if we up our game into service learning, we will provide hope to our brothers and sisters that are going through these challenges, but also that will not only benefit the communities, but also students will be grounded in Catholic-based ethical leadership as they prepare to be our future leaders. But also our institutions will not be like the other general public institution. They will actually have a profile that will come in because of the infusion of this service learning. So I thank you.
Thank you.
All my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Service learning shall give Africa hope. Thank you. Dr. Kato, your passing shot.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Jori. This is just a call especially to those institutions which are doing philosophy and theology, because these two disciplines have been seen with time as if they are theoretical, as if they are not practical. So it's a call to those institutions that are having philosophy and theology, especially major seminaries, but even other institutions like Kinshasa University, that the curriculum should be, we should inculturate, we should put in this model of service learning. For example, now when we talk of issues like moral issues, moral theology, moral philosophy, when we are talking about issues like of coexistence, and here we are talking about the problem of migrants. So unless in the courseworks, in the tests, for example, what you have to do is morality with ethics, philosophical ethics, moral theology, unless we put in ideas of how we can coexist with others. Today there is a fear of living with migrants, a fear of living with people who are not of our ethnic groups, who are not of our tribes. There are some people who have deep fears, and even many of these are doing religious studies, are doing even philosophy, theology. So I would think that we need to revisit some of these curricula, especially of philosophy, theology, so that we put in this model of service learning, so that what our students are learning in ethics, in morals, they're able to put it in practice, first of all, in their own communities, in their own universities, because most of these universities have many people from different ethnic groups, different cultures, but you find that there's a fear of living, xenobitism, a fear of living with these other migrants, other foreigners, and so on. Let's inculturate this. People who are doing like church history, Mr. Ojore, you have in church history, you have known of the problem of migrations, the migrations of the barbarians, the Vandals. What contribution did it make to the society, to the church in culture? Unless we put this, and this is service learning, we put it into the theological, philosophical studies.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kato. Thank you. Judith, is there any other seminary that has done what Dr. Kato is doing at Apostles?
Well, we need to focus now on doing visitation on what on the seminaries. But I think Ghana has done quite a number.
Good. Yes.
We need to explore more from Malawi, and of course, I think there's something very unique coming up from Burkina Faso that I think we are yet to learn from. Yes.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Yes. Dieudonné, for your final passing shot, make it brief, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, I was about also to introduce the second question, but you told me that it was already included in my answer, so no problem. But I would like to connect the whole pedagogy of service learning with the mission that we could do as an institution to promote peace in our context. For instance, service learning teaches about teaching the mind. So maybe there is about how do we build this education system which train people for peace building. For instance, how could you introduce a courses in our curriculum, secondary, even in primary school, to learn to people already how they could build peace in place where they are living, so that the peace building programs could be included in our education system. Secondly, to develop more and more through the second level, touching the hearts, to develop more and more the spirituality of peace. That where maybe we could help, especially the young people, through retreat, recollections, and maybe prayer also, so that they could really develop a spirituality of peace. I remember a time of service learning here, we had even a prayer for peace in the world, but it should be a spirituality also, because if it's just theories, it does not touch the heart of people. People will never be instrument of peace. So for instance, this is a place where the Catholic Church could work hard to develop a spirituality of peace and to make it a pastoral mission for the church. It can be done in many levels, in parishes, at the level of the conference of bishops, theologians, all of us involved in building spirituality of peace. Lastly is transforming the world, which is also a part of the pedagogy of service learning. We need to build a bridge between people who are in conflict and divisions. This is maybe the mission of reconciliation. As university, as the church, but also as thinkers, professors, how could we be involved in a mission of reconciliation? In maybe bringing people together on the same table and build dialogue and therefore stop war, division, and its consequences. And this is a work of the university, the work of the church, the work of all of us, the work of the government. In Congo, we are sometimes creating seminars and training for the leaders, political leaders, also to help them to move toward the perspective of dialogue and reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paddy, for additional details. Yes, thank you very much for that. Timothy Gachanga, finally, you're in 1 minute. Final passing shot.
So thank you, Jode Pete and the team for organizing this. I think it's a challenge, like what the previous speaker has said. We think of integrating, mainstreaming service learning in the curriculum. And through that, we can benefit a lot, our student can benefit a lot. The other one is focusing on practical projects that can engage our students to make sure implement what they learn in school. Thank you.
Dr. Nicholas, back to you. I bring the mic back to you, Dr. Nicholas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jory, for taking us through this session. Of course, it has been very enriching. And, I have just been thinking about the situation currently in South Africa, what is happening there. And then one of the speakers mentioned something very, very important about the abuse in terms of labor. I remember we having a discussion with my students, and then they said that there are some people, these people who go to work in the construction sites, they have been facing a lot of challenges because foreigners are underpaid. You find that per day they are paid between 200 and 300 for construction work that should be paid at 800 shillings. So whatever that has been mentioned here is something that is real and is taking place. I need to mention a comment by someone MS that says St. Martin Catholic Social Apostolate, one of our staff who is alumni of Tangaza University is training community peace ambassadors in conflict zone using bottom-up approach where communities take the center stage in conflict transformation. So this again applies to Tangaza University under the leadership of Dr. Judith Pete, because you've seen this student is really doing a lot of work, in terms of conflict resolution in their country. So thanks very much for that. So without much ado, we are now going to take our lunch break. And please, it's 1:15. Let's try and take the shortest time possible, especially those who are taking lunch at this particular hour, those in East Africa. So I'm talking about 1:15 East African time. Let us converge at exactly 2 p.m. for another session. And this is going to be very, very interesting. First, we'll have the guest speaker, Professor Marcel, who will give us some information. And then from there, we'll move to keynote speaker, Professor Canderia Ferreira. Professor Canderia Ferreira will give, who is a global coordinator, will also share a word with that. So don't take too much time when you go out for lunch. Take the shortest time possible, and then let's meet at exactly 2 p.m. We'll be beginning. So enjoy your lunch.
Bon appétit.
Thank you.
Estamos llegando a Roma desde todos los continentes para encontrarnos como UNISERVITATE, como esta comunidad de universidades que quiere cambiar desde adentro, que quiere hacer que el conocimiento, que la investigación y que el protagonismo de nuestros estudiantes ayuden a cambiar el mundo.
Per la LUMSA, che è nata nel 1939 sull'emergenza educativa, il secondo incontro che ospitiamo di UNISERVITATE è un'occasione fondamentale di rilancio di questo impegno in una dimensione mondiale, che è l'unica oggi per l'università in tutti i contesti e in tutti i luoghi.
Desde CLAIS, junto a Porticus, coordinamos el programa global UNISERVITATE de promoción del aprendizaje y servicio solidario en instituciones de educación superior católica. Este programa nos permite institucionalizar este movimiento pedagógico global llamado Aprendizaje y Servicio Solidario, que consolida las acciones solidarias protagonizadas por los estudiantes, vinculadas curricularmente en cada una de las universidades que acompañamos.
Todos los que hacemos aprendizaje-servicio sabemos que tenemos que tener la mirada alta para ir más allá de los muros de nuestras aulas, para poder mirar más allá de nuestras instituciones.
Decidí participar en este proyecto porque quiero devolverle a la comunidad el apoyo que la misma comunidad me ha dado. Al aplicar los conocimientos y herramientas que me dio la universidad, puedo devolver ese apoyo a la comunità.
Le vostre università sono tra quelle che negli ultimi 5 anni hanno contribuito a costruire la rete UNISERVITATE come una comunità globale e poliedrica.
No es solo un trabajo práctico de los estudiantes, no es solo ofrecer un servicio a la comunidad, y esto es importantísimo, ser universidades que están en salida, pero también estamos transformando la manera en que enseñamos. Y en este sentido es que estamos queriendo transformar la universidad desde dentro.
La importancia del programa UNISERVITATE para las universidades es que nos ayuda a institucionalizar aprendizaje en servicio adentro de nuestras universidades. Este concepto es fundamental como una nueva estrategia pedagógica para el futuro.
Institutionalization of service learning at Catholic universities means something simple. It is having a strong structure, inner structure of the institution, a skeleton, which is already carrying the whole activities of the universities, the whole dimensions, the research and the teaching.
Service learning has served as a core method of strengthening educational purposes by focusing on compassion-driven action.
We work with local communities quite closely. We try to have a reciprocal relationship. We've hired community-based learning coordinators we pay to host our students, but sometimes we over-ask at our convenience and not the communities. So we're working on that challenge.
Para las universidades jesuitas de América Latina es fundamental la promoción del aprendizaje-servicio porque es parte de la promoción de experiencias vivenciales de inmersión en la realidad a partir de la cual enseñamos y aprendemos.
La spiritualità nel service learning è un elemento fondamentale, pregnante, che dà senso a tutta l'esperienza di service learning. Spiritualità non coincide con religione, ma può comprendere diverse religioni, diversi credi, ma anche andare oltre la religione per dare un senso di trascendente all'esperienza che si sta facendo.
quinto simposio global es una oportunidad única de encuentro entre las instituciones católicas de educación superior que participamos del programa UNISERVITATE. Un encuentro que nos permite estrechar lazos, compartir investigaciones y seguir soñando en un mundo fraterno y solidario.
Service learning has changed our university and the life of the students because they've got a complete different perspective out of the academic questions.
During the project, I realized that service learning meets the need of both students and community, and that universities must be open to collaboration for community benefit.
No es casual que sean muchas las universidades que adhieren al Pacto Educativo Global que vienen ya haciendo aprendizaje-servicio o que descubrieron esta propuesta pedagógica porque se fueron encontrando en contextos comunes.
Estamos celebrando nuestro quinto simposio y es maravilloso ver cómo ha crecido nuestra red a través de los distintos nodos con un programa poliédrico que hoy no solamente sumamos individualmente instituciones, sino nuevas redes que integran más universidades de todo el mundo.
Being part of the UNISERVITATE global family has given Australian Catholic University the opportunity to be part of a global network of Catholic universities committed to excellence in service learning, driven by and founded on the gospel message of Jesus Christ.
I would encourage all students to get involved in service learning. It's really about imparting knowledge and skills to fellow community members. The same skills and knowledge that you have learned in class, enabling them to transform communities.
We are all called to leadership. Every member of staff, every student is called to leadership. And service learning makes sure that we connect the individual to the community so we can create a sense of purpose. So leadership is important for everyone and in every leadership program.
La rete UNISERVITATE del Centro Latinoamericano di Apprendizaje y Servicio Solidario ha sviluppato il metodo pedagogico del service learning o apprendimento nel servizio, coltivando la responsabilità comunitaria degli studenti attraverso i progetti sociali che fanno parte integrante del loro percorso accademico. E l'educazione non è solo la mente, si fa con la mente, con il cuore e con le mani. UNISERVITATE risponde con coerenza all'intenzione del Patto Educativo Globale, coltivando itinerari formativi coinvolgenti per tutti.
Para que nuestras universidades sean esas casas del corazón, donde abriendo las puertas a nuestros estudiantes, abriendo las puertas para conversar con los otros docentes, abriendo las puertas de la rectoría, abriendo las puertas de la universidad misma para realmente poder encontrarnos.
Nosotros sabemos que un mundo distinto es posible porque lo estamos viviendo entre nosotros. Así que sigamos adelante sobre esa fe, sigamos conservando esta familia que hemos construido y sepamos que aunque estemos lejos, vamos a seguir estando cerca. Muchísimas gracias.
name is Gabi Gien. I'm since 12 years president of this university. They're very interested in this progress, and it's nice to have them all here because it's always a very special community. And one of our strategic focus points is actually service learning, and it was the third mission, but now we call it one mission because it's an integrated strategy.
What service learning brings is that knowledge is put to the service of the concrete needs of the community. While living in chaotic times, we need to find a way through education to prepare those who will be able to change these chaotic times and this chaotic world. What service learning brings is that knowledge is put to the service of the concrete needs of the community. So if we have to prioritize, so I think it's time to put knowledge to the service for all of us to have a better life.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. We belong to the Service Learning, the African Hub, and we were happy to be part of this symposium. Service learning essentially is reaching out and in many facets of life within the academia in helping our communities. For somebody in Ukraine, it's a war-torn area and service learning may change. For us in Ghana, where we have relative peace, it's about bringing economic viability and environmental viability to our community. For somebody in maybe Congo, it's about building peace within the context of war. And that has shaped my understanding of service learning context very significant.
So we are deeply grateful that UNISERVITATE has hosting us as a very diverse group of people, but with similar universal values.
Considering the grassroots and be solved directly, maybe we need one generation. So I hope students engaged in social activities, that gives hope, a lot of hope.
I think faith is very important, especially in a Catholic higher educational institution, because that is the heart and core of what we do. We don't just do things just because it's a dole-out or a charitable act, but rather it's in the core of Catholic higher education institution that its mission is not just for academic excellence, but it's always diverted and directed towards service for others.
In particular, the legal clinic of our university, it's like our service learning project where we provide free legal aid for people affected by the war.
But right now we started to think about recovery after war because eventually it will be over, and right now we switch to the understanding how we can help to people to heal. For me it's about passion, it's about knowledge, and it's about empathy.
We have also drafted our definition of service learning already, but this is only a draft because we would like also to share.
We are convinced that service learning has a lot to gain by connecting to this like broader context.
We educate people in this context so that they make a change, so that we train teachers to be then better teachers in the context where they are.
Thank you very much, and I am Morris once again, and that is the lightsabers for our human project.
In general, because you cannot see them, but in our WhatsApp, they are constantly sending messages that they would love to be here, and thankful to all what you are doing. Because sometimes
Hola, soy María Rosa Tapia, miembro de CLAIS, el Centro Latinoamericano de Aprendizaje y Servicio Solidario desde su fundación, y actualmente me desempeño como coordinadora del programa global UNISERVITATE para la promoción de la institucionalización del aprendizaje y servicio solidario en instituciones educativas católicas de nivel superior. Tuvimos la gran oportunidad de disfrutar un nuevo encuentro entre miembros de los 7 nodos regionales en el cual se organiza el programa, participantes de más de 25 países que vinieron a Buenos Aires para compartir sus aprendizajes, sus experiencias y sobre todo para disfrutar del encuentro fraterno. Para nosotros es muy importante profundizar sobre cómo podemos seguir desarrollando nuestra espiritualidad a través del desarrollo de propuestas de aprendizaje y servicio solidario.
Hola, soy Romina Cavalli, soy la vicerrectora académica de la Universidad de El Salvador. Hoy, en el marco de esta jornada de UNISERVITATE, hemos iniciado lo que nosotros hemos llamado el circuito papal, que es un circuito que hicimos por todos los lugares que el Papa Francisco ha recorrido aquí en Buenos Aires. Y este circuito papal se enmarca en un programa que tiene la Universidad de El Salvador que se llama Recorriendo la Historia, que se compone de distintos circuitos, el circuito belgraniano, el circuito sanmartiniano, el circuito del casco histórico de la ciudad, y hoy agregamos e inauguramos el circuito papal, donde todos los asistentes de la jornada de hoy han recorrido los espacios como la catedral, la casa donde vivió Jorge Bergoglio, el colegio donde estudió y el barrio, ¿no? El barrio que es muy simbólico para nosotros acá en Buenos Aires.
Mi nombre es Marta Siri y junto a Cecilia Simeone fuimos convocadas desde la Secretaría de Ingreso y Vinculación Institucional de la Universidad de El Salvador para crear este tour papal para el grupo de UNISERVITATE, junto con alumnos que también fueron los que colaboraron con el relevamiento y la creación de este tour.
Mi nombre es Carl Fras, soy alumno de la Universidad de El Salvador de la carrera de Turismo. En esta ocasión pudimos realizar un tour por la Plaza de Mayo y conocer todos los alrededores. Pudimos entrar a la catedral también para que la gente vea las diferentes figuras que habían. Tuvimos la suerte de ver el cambio de guardia también en el Mausoleo de San Martín y luego continuamos con el recorrido pautado hacia Flores.
Hola, mi nombre es Olivia Crespo, soy estudiante de la Universidad de El Salvador de la carrera de Turismo.
Una vez que finalizamos el recorrido en la catedral y llegamos a Flores, nos detuvimos para hacer una parada en la Basílica de San José de Flores, que el lugar más importante dentro de la basílica era el confesionario, donde Bergoglio sintió llamado de Dios para dedicar su vida al sacerdocio. Luego nos tomamos una foto grupal y recorrimos un poco la basílica y nos subimos de nuevo al bus para hacer un recorrido por el barrio y visitar los lugares que marcaron la infancia de Bergoglio, como la casa donde nació, la casa donde creció con el resto de sus hermanos, el colegio donde asistió a la primaria, también el instituto donde fue al jardín de infancias y la iglesia donde realizó la primera comunión y algunos lugares como la plaza donde solía jugar al fútbol con sus amigos del barrio.
Hoy hemos vivido una hermosa jornada de aprendizaje y servicio aquí en la Universidad de El Salvador. Nos une una pasión especial con el objetivo que tiene UNISERVITATE y CLAIS. Esta es la casa de Jorge Bergoglio, es la casa de su santidad Francisco, quien nos enseñó siempre a trabajar y a enseñar con la cabeza, con el corazón y con las manos. Y eso es lo que hacemos en todas las actividades que implican aprendizaje y servicio de la mano de UNISERVITATE. Hoy pudimos ver todos los proyectos, los resultados, este aprendizaje que trasciende las aulas, que va hacia una conciencia social sin dejar de aprender.
Hola, ¿cómo les va? Mi nombre es Daniela Santillán, soy la directora de Responsabilidad Social Universitaria de la Secretaría de Bienestar Universitario, Universidad de El Salvador. Hoy tuvimos una jornada más que interesante y más que importante tanto para la universidad como para la comunidad toda, porque recibimos en nuestra institución a todas las delegaciones de UNISERVITATE, una red de la cual la universidad también forma parte. Esto nos interesa por demás porque no solamente aprendemos, sino que aprendemos construyendo en conjunto y armando en conjunto lo que pudimos transitar hoy todos. Siempre en la base del servicio, en la base del aprendizaje y en la base de escuchar al otro, que es lo que más nos interesa. Lo interesante fue que pudieron ver 4 proyectos de los tantos que hay en la universidad que se destacan por sus niveles o dimensiones de institucionalización de la metodología de aprendizaje y servicio solidario. Esto es clave para nosotros y claramente es un eje central en nuestra agenda universitaria.
Hola, mi nombre es Mariana Brici, soy la secretaria de Extensión de la USAL y bueno, quería contarles un poco la experiencia que tuvimos en el cierre de la jornada junto con el equipo de UNISERVITATE acá en la USAL, la posibilidad de compartir una celebración eucarística, compartir la misa entre todos. Tuvimos la oportunidad de concelebrar, eran 7 sacerdotes de diferentes lugares del mundo concelebrando y orando juntos por esta gran red, esta gran familia que es UNISERVITATE, la posibilidad de ofrecer en cada momento, cada uno de los pasos a Dios en este momento. Y bueno, felices de haber compartido estos espacios que fueron de mucho fruto, de mucho diálogo y que pudimos al final de la jornada, en este espacio de la misa, acercar al altar en forma de ofertorio algunas de las conclusiones y de los trabajos que hicimos durante la tarde.
Estos días realmente fueron significativos por cómo disfrutamos sobre todo del encuentro y para volvernos también cada uno en nuestros lugares, con nuestros contextos, con nuestras preocupaciones y con nuestros desafíos, pero también cargados de energía renovada, llenos de esperanza y con la convicción de que a través del aprendizaje y servicio solidario podemos seguir brindando una educación de calidad, pero sobre todo también un cambio significativo en nuestras comunidades y entre todos
seguir construyendo un mundo mejor, más fraterno y más solidario.
Estamos llegando a Roma desde todos los continentes para encontrarnos como UNISERVITATE, como esta comunidad de universidades que quiere cambiar desde adentro, que quiere hacer que el conocimiento, que la investigación y que el protagonismo de nuestros estudiantes ayuden a cambiar el mundo.
Per la LUMSA, che è nata nel 1939 sull'emergenza educativa, il secondo incontro che ospitiamo di UNISERVITATE è un'occasione fondamentale di rilancio di questo impegno in una dimensione mondiale, che è l'unica oggi per l'università in tutti i contesti e in tutti i luoghi.
Desde CLAIS, junto a Porticus, coordinamos el programa global UNISERVITATE de promoción del aprendizaje y servicio solidario en instituciones de educación superior católica. Este programa nos permite institucionalizar este movimiento pedagógico global llamado Aprendizaje y Servicio Solidario, que consolida las acciones solidarias protagonizadas por los estudiantes, vinculadas curricularmente en cada una de las universidades que acompañamos.
Todos los que hacemos aprendizaje-servicio sabemos que tenemos que tener la mirada alta para ir más allá de los muros de nuestras aulas, para poder mirar más allá de nuestras instituciones.
Decidí participar en este proyecto porque quiero devolverle a la comunidad el apoyo que la misma comunidad me ha dado. Al aplicar los conocimientos y herramientas que me dio la universidad, puedo devolver ese apoyo a la comunidad.
Le vostre università sono tra quelle che negli ultimi 5 anni hanno contribuito a costruire la rete UNISERVITATE come una comunità globale e poliedrica.
No es solo un trabajo práctico de los estudiantes, no es solo ofrecer un servicio a la comunidad, y esto es importantísimo, ser universidades que están en salida, pero también estamos transformando la manera en que enseñamos. Y en este sentido es que estamos queriendo transformar la universidad desde dentro.
La importancia del programa UNISERVITATE para las universidades es que nos ayuda a institucionalizar aprendizaje en servicio adentro de nuestras universidades. Este concepto es fundamental como una nueva estrategia pedagógica para el futuro.
Institutionalization of service learning at Catholic universities means something simple. It is having a strong structure, inner structure of the institution, a skeleton, which is already carrying the whole activities of the universities, the whole dimensions, the research and the teaching.
Service learning has served as a core method of strengthening educational purposes by focusing on compassion-driven action.
We work with local communities quite closely. We try to have a reciprocal relationship. We've hired community-based learning coordinators we pay to host our students, but sometimes we over-ask at our convenience and not the community's. So we're working on that challenge.
Para las universidades jesuitas de América Latina es fundamental la promoción del aprendizaje-servicio porque es parte de la promoción de experiencias vivenciales de inmersión en la realidad a partir de la cual enseñamos y aprendemos.
La spiritualità nel service learning è un elemento fondamentale, pregnante, che dà senso a tutta l'esperienza di service learning. Spiritualità non coincide con religione, ma può comprendere diverse religioni, diversi credi, ma anche andare oltre la religione per dare un senso di trascendente all'esperienza che si sta facendo.
El quinto simposio global es una oportunidad única de encuentro entre las instituciones católicas de educación superior que participamos del programa UNISERVITATE. Un encuentro que nos permite estrechar lazos, compartir investigaciones y seguir soñando en un mundo fraterno y solidario.
Service learning has changed our university and the life of the students because they've got a complete different perspective out of the academic questions.
During the project, I realized that service learning meets the need of both students and community, and that universities must be open to collaboration for community benefit.
No es casual que sean muchas las universidades que adhieren al Pacto Educativo Global que vienen ya haciendo aprendizaje-servicio o que descubrieron esta propuesta pedagógica porque se fueron encontrando en contextos comunes.
Estamos celebrando nuestro quinto simposio y es maravilloso ver cómo ha crecido nuestra red a través de los distintos nodos con un programa poliédrico que hoy no solamente sumamos individualmente instituciones, sino nuevas redes que integran más universidades de todo el mundo.
Being part of the UNISERVITATE global family has given Australian Catholic University the opportunity to be part of a global network of Catholic universities committed to excellence in service learning, driven by and founded on the gospel message of Jesus Christ.
I would encourage all students to get involved in service learning. It's really about imparting knowledge and skills to fellow community members. The same skills and knowledge that you have learned in class, enabling them to transform communities.
We are all called to leadership. Every member of staff, every student is called to leadership. And service learning makes sure that we connect the individual to the community so we can create a sense of purpose. So leadership is important for everyone and in every leadership program.
La rete UNISERVITATE del Centro Latinoamericano di Apprendizaje y Servicio Solidario ha sviluppato il metodo pedagogico del service learning o apprendimento nel servizio, coltivando la responsabilità comunitaria degli studenti attraverso i progetti sociali che fanno parte integrante del loro percorso accademico. E l'educazione non è solo la mente, si fa con la mente, con il cuore e con le mani. UNISERVITATE risponde con coerenza all'intenzione del Patto Educativo Globale, coltivando itinerari formativi coinvolgenti per tutti.
Para que nuestras universidades sean esas casas del corazón, donde abriendo las puertas a nuestros estudiantes, abriendo las puertas para conversar con los otros docentes, abriendo las puertas de la rectoría, abriendo las puertas de la universidad misma para realmente poder encontrarnos.
Nosotros sabemos que un mundo distinto es posible porque lo estamos viviendo entre nosotros. Así que sigamos adelante sobre esa fe, sigamos conservando esta familia que hemos construido y sepamos que aunque estemos lejos, vamos a seguir estando cerca. Muchísimas gracias.
Hello, from wherever you're watching this. My name is Gabriel Ubong. I'm a student of Tangaza University, undertaking the master's course in counseling psychology with a specialization in trauma counseling. In the process of our program, in order for us to be practical and real and to put into practice what we have learned in class, there's a period for practicum, what others call internship, where we get to the field to practice and to use the theories that we have learned to put them into practicality. An opportunity came up with the Service Learning Office where they offered us an opportunity to work with the prison wardens in Nairobi Women's Prison and Kamiti Prison in Nairobi. And it was a great opportunity. When I heard about that opportunity, I jumped on it and I took that chance because usually we tend to forget people in uniforms, the service people, and we somehow focus more on maybe inmates and other people. And it was an opportunity to offer psychosocial support to this unique group of people. And I can say my time in Langata Women Prison and in Kamiti was a period of learning. It was insightful. I was grateful to have had that opportunity to get into the world of the prison wardens and to see how they live their life and the practical issues that they face in their daily encounters, especially as they work with inmates in the prison. The good thing about the program was before we came in to offer psychosocial support, the lecturers had begun a course with the prison wardens to let them know what counseling is all about and let them know why it's important and what to do or what is expected in therapy and in counseling. So when we came into the program, it was a good point because then we were not starting afresh to educate them what it was. So it was easy then for the wardens to open up to us and to trust the process. And in that period of time, they got to talk about issues of family, issues of work, issues of the economy in general, and how that was impacting their lives and how that must have been affecting their jobs and their families as well. It was a good experience, and I am grateful that Tangaza, through the Service Learning Office, gave us this opportunity to come in contact with the prison wardens and to put our learning into practice. I just want to encourage those who have this opportunity. The program is still ongoing. To encourage my fellow students, to encourage the sponsors to keep up this good work and maybe in time expand this program to other prisons outside of Nairobi as well, and maybe in Africa in general. But it was a good program. I am grateful to have participated in it, and I look forward to a time when we can go and review and also just to check in with the client and all we did. But thanks for this experience, and it has helped me in my professional journey. Thank you.
We meet people from different regions and different global arena who are also all facing the same challenges that we do, and that gives us hope.
I would say more importantly was the network and collaboration that this program gave us, and the exposure to learn and to know about service learning in different parts of the globe.
Although there are other networks that exist in the US of community engaged scholars, there's none that is specific to Catholic colleges and universities.
It's been amazing working with other countries to hear about their experiences of service learning.
Because having such a great network, it not only helped in professional life, but sometimes in my personal life.
Cada una de las instituciones acompañadas tenía algo que aportar.
In country backgrounds, we all share core values and we all share passion for service learning.
They feel that there are certain similarities among them where they could learn better from each other than from just, any other university.
Particularly how they've institutionalized it within their universities. So that's been amazing, that cross-cultural understanding.
Community makes great things.
La institucionalización es un proceso largo y que requiere constancia.
I think we're just starting to scratch the surface and we're realizing there's more and more there to unpack.
Poder dar a conocer qué significa el aprendizaje-servicio, poder visibilizar que era algo que ya estábamos haciendo pero que podía mejorarse y podía fortalecerse.
Really hard or tough to get service learning on the agenda.
Es encontrar un balance entre las estrategias que vienen desde arriba y las que vienen desde abajo.
Cómo desde estos espacios la universidad podía aprender. Y si la universidad aprende, nuestros alumnos tienen que aprender acompañados por sus docentes.
A outra preocupação era como envolver também a gestão, o staff da universidade, para que de fato a aprendizagem e serviço fosse algo institucionalizado.
Y al principio, pues por supuesto, generaba algunos resistencias con otras metodologías que se estaban haciendo en la universidad.
Y ha tenido que pasar bastante tiempo hasta que finalmente las autoridades de la universidad apostaron por el aprendizaje-servicio.
Ir confiando en el step by step, poco a poco, en cada uno de los nodos, haciendo su trabajo.
Então é algo
Okay, welcome back. Are we there?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. Thanks very much for observing time. We say time management is an important element in personal development. So we are moving to part 2, afternoon session for today's conference. And I'm wondering whether Professor Marcel is there.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I am here.
Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Asante.
Yeah, then I take this opportunity to welcome Professor Marcel Kimwenza, the principal of Hekima College, to give us his address.
Thank you very much, and I would like to really echo words of gratitude for this invitation, and also to congratulate Tangaza University for this wonderful work that you are doing and this wonderful conference. And I also thank Dr. Judith Pete for reaching out to me, and to my brother, Professor Dieudonné Biribindi, who provided the connection, and to all of you and to all the listeners, really a very good afternoon. I am aware that I am speaking at 2 p.m. It's a very tough hour. I hope we can be able to move together. Really, if you will give me some of your kind attention in the next 15 minutes so that we move together. I would appreciate. And the moderator, thank you for welcoming me. A joy really to be here. I don't know if you can be able to see my slides. Someone
Yes.
just, yes, Nicholas, thank you very much. So I have a few slides which I will be explaining along the way. And the topic that has been given to me is working together for peace, spirituality, synodality, and service learning in Catholic higher education institutions. Is the overall topic, I think, for today. And I am looking at it from the perspective as a synodal vision for Catholic universities in the 21st century. As there has been mentioned, my name is Marcel Uwineza. I am here as serving in leadership at Hekima and also a professor in theology and MBA as well. What a joy to be with you. And my presentation here is also inspired by the final document of the Synod on Synodality. And I am aware that this is an academic and ecclesial community, so some things may be taken for granted. I hope I am correct. And so what should we say as we begin? If you read some of the documents, and particularly the writings on Pope Francis, he made it very clear that the path of synodality is the path that God expects from the church for the third millennium. So let me begin with that. And as a way of introduction, our contemporary world is marked by fragmentation, violence, loneliness, populism, ecological destruction, social inequality, ideological polarization, a new form of colonialism, and growing crisis of meaning. So as we are in a world that is really fragmented, and not to say that will be an understatement. So what do we do? How can universities respond? Universities today are increasingly pressured by market-driven ideologies, technological acceleration, political divisions, utilitarian understandings of education that often reduce the human person to productivity and performance. So in this context, Catholic higher education institutions are called to reclaim their prophetic mission as spaces of communion, spaces of reconciliation and dialogue and integral human formation. You can see that point here as some of you may be following. How do we get there? We are invited to become laboratories of peace, where intellectual inquiry, the search for truth, not just driven by people's interest, spiritual depth in an era that prizes superficiality, and social responsibility converge in service of humanity. So the Synod on Synodality offers a transformative theological and pastoral framework for reimagining Catholic education, and higher education for that matter. The final document of the Synod on Synodality insists that synodality is not merely an administrative method, but synodality it's not even an ecclesial strategy, but a constitutive dimension of the church. And in fact, you will be inspired by the words of St. John Chrysostom, who says that to be church and to be synodal are synonymous. The final document, therefore, invites us to see synodality in the church as working together in communion, participation, and mission. It involves listening deeply to one another, not listening so that I have something to say after. First of all, active listening, discerning collectively, and this is often helped by spiritual conversation, under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and journeying together towards the kingdom of God. Such a vision has profound implications for universities, because Catholic education is not only about transmitting information, but about forming human beings capable of communion, of discernment, of solidarity with the poor, and peace building. So the mission of Catholic University is to form intellectually competent and spiritually grounded leaders. As you may know, those who organized and planned the killings during the Holocaust, most of them were people who had degrees. So intellectual competence is not enough. You have also to have spiritually and morally grounded people. This presentation, dear audience, argues that spirituality, synodality, and service learning form an integral paradigm for renewing Catholic education of our institutions in the mission of peace building. Spirituality roots the university community in transcendence. We are oriented towards something bigger than ourselves, towards mystery, but also in human dignity. Synodality offers a participatory culture of dialogue and discernment, and you can imagine what that means even for teachers. Service learning grounds education in social transformation and solidarity with the poor. So the three elements, these three dimensions, synodality, spirituality, and service learning, provide Catholic universities with a compelling vision capable of responding to the crises of our age. I will begin by, first of all, trying to see what we understand by synodality, working together as a people of God. It's common knowledge now that synodality derives from the Greek expression synhodos, meaning working together. It expresses the fundamental identity of church as people of God journeying together, guided by the Holy Spirit. Pope Francis has repeatedly emphasized that synodality is the path God expects from the church in the third millennium. And the final document even makes it clear, deepens this vision by presenting synodality as a spiritual, theological, and missionary reality rooted in baptism. Every baptized person shares equal dignity before God and participates in the mission of the church. So the laity don't just participate in the mission of the clergy. Therefore, synodality challenges clericalism, exclusion, authoritarianism, and passive forms of ecclesial participation. The synodal vision emerges profoundly from Scripture. And Scripture, even in the early tradition, you may remember very well, even before we go to Scripture, to be fully human is to be synodal. To be human is to be synodal par excellence. We can even go to the assembly that gathered around Moses, journeying together through the Red Sea. We see that developed very much in the Acts of the Apostles, in chapter 5:15, where they present a communal discernment guided by the Holy Spirit. Those who had a chance to read today's first reading, we can see a community that is discerning. Those who had the chance to read today's first reading. But also the story of the road to Emmaus, it reveals Jesus walking, listening, accompanying his disciples patiently, and even healing them. They were wounded, Cleopas and his friend. Synodality is therefore really grounded in Scripture. The Emmaus narrative presents Jesus walking with the discouraged disciples, listening patiently, interpreting their experiences, and gradually leading them to truth and hope. For Catholic universities, or even if before I go to Catholic university, the early church resolved tensions through prayer, through dialogue, shared discernment. We can remember Cyprian of Carthage, or even Augustine, as they were dealing with issues of the lapsed, those who had lapsed or because of persecution. How do they welcome them? They gathered together in a synod. The gospel vision of peace is rooted in communion and reconciliation. So universities for that matter, to make things concrete. For Catholic universities, Synodality proposes a radically different education culture. Universities are invited to become communities of encounter, where administrators, faculty, students, workers, staff, and local communities journey together in mutual listening and co-responsibility. Education is no longer reduced to hierarchical transmission of knowledge, but participatory formation for wisdom, ethical responsibility, and social transformation. And I think this is where we can see how Catholic education can help in the forming of the whole person. In this sense, Synodality redefines the university not merely as an academic institution, but as a community of discernment and mission. And to make it clear, discernment here is not between what is right and wrong. It's actually discernment between two goods. When things are wrong, there is no need for discernment. So fostering participatory formation for wisdom, ethical responsibility, and social transformation, where both students and faculty journey together. There is also peace as a Christian mission. In the gospel understanding of peace goes far beyond the mere absence of war. And actually, Pope Leo XIV has been echoing this in his recent visits to Africa. Biblical peace means shalom, signifying wholeness, harmony, justice, reconciliation, and right relationship with God, with neighbor, and self and creation. In John 20, the reason Christ appears to fearful disciples with greeting, peace be with you. The peace is not passive tranquility, but the fruit of reconciliation and the beginning of mission. The Synodal final document repeatedly emphasized that the Church's vocation is to become prophetic witness of dialogue, fraternity, justice, and reconciliation in our wounded world. Catholic higher education, therefore, possesses a sacred responsibility in peace building. And I see that playing out here at Hekima and other Jesuit universities and Tangaza. Universities shape future political leaders, economists, theologians, scientists, educators, and social actors, to name a few. If these institutions fail to cultivate moral imagination, and that's really key, if they fail to cultivate moral imagination, social responsibility, and spiritual depth, society risks producing technically competent but ethically impoverished leaders. Peace building in universities must therefore involve intellectual formation, ethical consciousness, intercultural dialogue, and spiritual maturity. You will notice that I keep insisting on the spiritual dimension. Education must help students move beyond individualism towards solidarity and the search for the common good. And I think this is where Catholic higher institutions have a role to play. And we can think in an African context. The African philosophy of Ubuntu enriches this understanding significantly. Ubuntu teaches us that I am because we are. Maybe because we use it so often, it may lose meaning, but I think it's a vital perspective too. Human identity is relational, communal, and interdependent. This resonates deeply with synodality and Catholic social teaching. In African context marked by ethnic conflict, political instability, corruption, economic inequality, to name a few, political dysfunctionality, dictatorships, the list can go on. Catholic universities can become prophetic spaces where reconciliation, justice, and communal healing are nurtured, where people learn to live and appreciate diversity. By integrating gospel spirituality with African communal wisdom, universities can contribute meaningfully to a culture of peace. And so we have a role to play there. Peace is a Christian mission. And in the words of Paul VI, peace is the another name of development, or vice versa. If we ground this theologically, Really, the Trinity is the model of communion. At the heart of synodality lies the mystery of the Trinity. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit exist in eternal communion, mutual self-giving, relational love. The Church reflects this Trinitarian communion and is called to embody it historically. And remember, Vatican II described the Church as a people brought into unity from the unity of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Chapter 1 of Lumen Gentium. Therefore, synodality is not merely organizational reform. It is participation in divine communion. Actually, a synodal community is Trinitarian, if you like. This Trinitarian model challenges modern cultures shaped by isolation, competition, consumerism, and radical individualism. Universities often mirror these dynamics through excessive competition, elitism, academic fragmentation, and utilitarian definitions of success. Therefore, a synodal university inspired by the Trinity seeks instead to cultivate relationality, collaboration, dialogue, and shared responsibility. Academic excellence remains essential, but it must be integrated into the broader vision of human flourishing and communal being. So there is a lot we can learn here. The Trinitarian vision grounds authentic diversity. Remember, in the Trinity, unity does not erase difference. Rather, difference enriches communion. Catholic universities must therefore become spaces where cultural, intellectual, ethical, generational, and disciplinary differences are not feared, but welcomed as gifts. It's a beautiful book you may want to read by Jonathan Sachs, The Dignity of Difference. And some of these points are coming from there. He's a Jewish rabbi, but I think there is a lot we can learn from him as Catholic universities when we begin to appreciate the difference. Spirituality and formation are the heart of Catholic education. So I have spoken about synodality. Now let's see, how does spirituality play out? Spirituality in Catholic higher education cannot be reduced to private devotion or institutional religious practices alone. There's a beautiful expression by Thomas Aquinas when he begins to define what he means by piety, or pietas in Latin. And he wants to prevent us from reducing piety to some form of religious populism, dropping a flower in front of the statue of the Virgin Mary. And I am not saying that is bad, but he wants us to take us further than that. That religious piety should be the honor we give to the one who gives life, and the honor we give to those whose lives are like ours. That is piety. So beyond a flower before the statue of Jesus. Authentic Christian spirituality concerns the transformation of the whole person through encounter with God, with neighbor, and creation. It involves cultivating interior freedom, discernment, and compassion, and humility and moral responsibility. Pope Francis consistently warns against superficial religiosity, disconnected from justice, mercy, and social engagement. Let me put it this way. It is wonderful to be a good Samaritan, but it is not enough. If we don't change the conditions on the road to Jericho, where people are harmed, we will keep bandaging people. So we have to deal with the transformation of the road of Jericho, which is not safe, so that the next person will not be harmed. Of course, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't be good Samaritans, but if all we do is only bandaging those who have been harmed, then many people will keep being harmed. In our contemporary society, university culture, students often experience anxiety, loneliness, identity crisis, existential uncertainty. Rapid technological change, digital overload, and consumerism and social fragmentation intensify these struggles. A spiritually grounded university must provide spaces for silence, for prayer, for dialogue, and accompaniment. So when I visit a Catholic university, I'm often keen not only to look at how beautiful their classrooms look, but also to look at the places of prayer. Spirituality, therefore, becomes a means of healing and also offering space so that people can encounter the divine. There is a challenge for us. The Catholic universities must therefore have the responsibility to form students not only intellectually, but spiritually and ethically. And this is where the Synod on Synodality has called us to cultivate conversation in spirit as a model of communal discernment rooted in prayerful listening. Such spirituality can profoundly shape academic communities, can shape how we teach, faculty meetings, student fora, institutional planning, and pastoral initiatives. So we move just from strategic planning and strategic thinking, and actually we listen to everybody, and especially those who are missing at the table. So that's an invitation for us. There is also an invitation for us to emphasize listening. Catholic institutions must embody this attitude of conversation in spirit to create spaces for respectful and transformative leadership, dialogue. Universities should form students capable of wisdom rather than mere information. Discernment, finding God's will for us, nurtures this responsible leadership. How is this possible? This is now where we call for listening. Listening that recognizes the dignity and voice of every member of the academic community. Even those who have difficult questions. This means we ask who is missing at the table. Because you know, if you are not at the table, you are often on the menu. Catholic universities must hear the cries of the poor and the marginalized. Here, dialogue becomes a bridge across cultures, generations, and disciplines. My dear friends, a discerning university recognizes that leadership is fundamentally relational and moral. Synodal leadership gives priority to listening, to accountability, to humility, to dialogue and service, rather than domination or prestige. During my studies in leadership, one of the beautiful definitions that kept coming is that leadership is the awesome responsibility to make those around us rise. So I'm trying to imagine a dean. I'm trying to imagine a chair of the department, a vice chancellor. The point is not for them to rise, it's for those surrounding us to rise. There is here a call also to, if you like, a call to co-responsibility. One of the major themes of the Synod is co-responsibility. Every baptized person participates in the life and mission of the Church according to their vocation and gifts. This principle has significant implications for governance within Catholic higher education institutions. Universities must move beyond rigid hierarchical cultures towards participatory models of leadership and decision-making. And maybe it's good to make this clear distinction, because at the heart of what people have feared about synodality is, in the end, who makes the decision. It's good to realize there is the decision-making and decision-taking. Participation and communion helps in that decision-making, but ultimately there will have to be someone who takes the decision. So in no way has synodality removed the power of the one to take the decision. But the person should allow room for participation, the making of the decision. Modern education institutions should foster leadership on this continent that has been very weak. It should have institutional wisdom through consultation and shared discernment. Pope Francis warned that leaders who fail to consult people risk speaking falsely on their behalf. Try to imagine an ambassador of a country who speaks on behalf of the president and he or she does not consult the president. Synodal leadership, therefore, values dialogue, transparency, accountability, and collaboration. Administrators, faculty, students, and support staff become partners in shaping institutional vision and mission. Students should be formed as collaborators and protagonists of mission, not just as recipients. And as I move towards conclusion, now we have spoken about synodality, we looked at spirituality. I want to look at the other third component, the other third leg, service learning. Service learning integrates academic knowledge with social transformation. But at the heart of service learning in Catholic institutions also is an invitation to encounter Christ through the poor, suffering, and marginalized. But also to realize that the poor are not objects of charity, but protagonists of evangelization. And you can read this in the first encyclical of Leo XIV. Education becomes transformative when united with solidarity and justice. The final document emphasizes inclusion and participation. Synodality requires, and service learning requires, to keep asking how our universities must confront forms of exclusion based on bias, ethnicity, gender, disability, religion, or nationality. A university faithful to the gospel cannot ignore structural inequalities and the silence of those on the margin. Therefore, dear friends, there is an invitation for us here. Peace building requires more than political engagements. It demands cultural transformation, reconciliation, justice, and healing of memory. Catholic universities can transform significantly this process through community-based initiatives, research, advocacy, and service learning programs. Community engagement reflects on the Church's missionary identity. The university ceases to be isolated intellectual enclave and becomes a servant institution deeply connected to the community in which it is located. And this is where I think really the African wisdom and Ubuntu become key. Ubuntu, we are, I am because we are. African communal wisdom deeply resonates with synodality. Catholic institutions can become spaces of reconciliation and healing. I see it here at my university. We've started a forum where students can be able to speak of what they have lived. Like I give an example, we have a community, especially for students coming from the Eastern Congo, where we have a forum to listen. And you cannot imagine how all of us are changed as we listen. And what are the challenges, if I may ask? Really, the challenges around us. The challenge of secularization and consumerism. One of the greatest challenges facing Catholic education institutions is the dominance of secular and market-driven models of education. Universities increasingly give priority to rankings, profitability, employability, and institutional branding over moral formation and social responsibility. Education risks becoming commodified, and students are viewed primarily as consumers rather than persons called to vocation and service. We need to pay attention to this. Consumer culture affects spirituality and relationships. Students may struggle with individualism, relativism, and loss of communal identity. Universities must therefore courageously reclaim their Catholic identity, not through ideological rigidity, but through credible witness, intellectual depth, compassionate service, and prophetic engagement with contemporary culture. I want to beg that Catholic universities don't lose the value of liberal arts. You can easily have people who are well versed in computer sciences, in many other wonderful fields, but who are unable to have good relationships in families. So we are invited here by emphasizing communion, participation, and mission through synodality. Synodality challenges the fragmentation and individualism of modern educational culture. It invites universities to recover education as formation for wisdom, for solidarity, and the common good. For all you know, it's easy to be very intelligent, but very unwise. So how do we form people in these two, intelligence and wisdom? Another challenge, of course, is the digital culture and human formation. This is another key. The digital revolution has transformed communication, relationships, learning, and identity formation. While technology offers enormous opportunities for evangelization, research, and connectivity, it also has produced a lot of distraction, superficiality, misinformation, and isolation. Students today inhabit digital environments that shape consciousness profoundly. Catholic universities must therefore cultivate digital discernment. I'm thinking of starting something like this here at Hekima. How do we discern digitally? Students need intellectual and spiritual tools to navigate social media critically and ethically, especially in the era of artificial intelligence. Time for silence, for contemplation, for deep reflection become increasingly necessary in a culture dominated by speed and constant stimulation, constant browsing. Universities should intentionally create spaces for human encounter, for dialogue and prayer and critical thinking. And I think this is where we need, even our chaplains need to go back and be formed in this area, chaplains of universities. At the same time, digital culture provides opportunities for mission. Don't get me wrong. Like now we are thinking of really enhancing our open distance e-learning. This is where the world is going. Young people can use technology creatively for evangelization, for peace building, for ecological advocacy, and social solidarity. Catholic institutions must form digital responsible leaders capable of integrating technology innovation with ethical wisdom and human dignity. And so, dear friends, is there hope for the future as I conclude? Despite the challenges confronting Catholic higher education and the Church, the synodal journey offers profound hope. The Synod reminds us the Holy Spirit continues to guide and renew the Church through listening, dialogue, and discernment and participation. Catholic universities must remain privileged spaces where faith and reason encounter one another in service of humanity. The future of Catholic education depends on forming leaders who combine intellectual competence with spiritual wisdom, moral courage, formation of the heart, because it's easy to remain only in the head and the heart is never touched, and social responsibility. Universities faithful to their mission will continue producing graduates capable of healing divisions, promoting justice, meeting the stranger, defending human dignity, and going to the frontiers where no one else wants to go. Working together for peace, therefore, becomes more than a team. It becomes a vocation. Here at Hekima, we have a center for research and training, and we have been having workshops and for the what is happening in Eastern Congo. We even invited many young people. Right now, we have 28, informing them for peace leadership. At the same time, through spirituality, synodality, and service learning, Catholic education institutions can become prophetic signs of hope in a fractured world. They can embody the vision of a church and society where dialogue overcomes division, communion heals isolation, and service transforms both individuals and communities. Dear friends, the Synod on Synodality invites us and invites the entire church into a profound process of renewal and conversion. Catholic higher education institutions occupy a decisive place within this journey because they shape future generations of leaders, scholars, ministers, and citizens. The challenge is that those of us and many of us in leadership, we need to be deep. In a world marked by violence, fragmentation, inequality, and ecological crisis, universities cannot remain neutral or merely functional institutions. They are called to become communities of communion, of prophetism, of discernment, and service. At the same time, spirituality gives Catholic education the soul, its soul, by grounding human formation in encounter with God and neighbor. When all is said and done, Catholic education does not only rely on Catholic doctrine and dogmas and scientific discoveries. These are important. Catholic education should lead to a profound encounter with the person of Jesus. The challenge before Catholic universities today is not simply institutional survival, but prophetic fidelity. They are called to witness that another way of living, another way of learning, another way of healing divisions in our communities, rooted in communion rather than competition, in solidarity rather than individualism, in healing of memories and service rather than domination, in turning our mess into a message or our tragedy into drama. If Catholic higher education institutions embrace this synodal vision courageously, they can truly become beacons of peace, of hope, and reconciliation and peace. I thank you all for your attention, and may God continue to bless the work of your hands.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I believe all of us have at least gotten something from the keynote, from our guest speaker, Professor Marcel Wineza. We have indeed learned a lot, ranging from, we as university to avoid running market-driven ideologies, and that we should reclaim our prophetic mission in whatever we do. Key among them involved listening and inclusion, co-responsibility and leadership, and many other things that he has talked about. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for your wonderful message. We have really learned a lot from you, and we'll be happy if maybe you can also share your slide with us on this other side so that you can be using them for future references. So I take now this opportunity to hand you back to my co-MC, Dr. Judith Pete, to move us to the next step. Karibu, Judith.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Professor Marcel, for the beautiful presentation. We've been able to learn so much linking synodality, service learning, and the role of Catholic education in transforming societies, and of course, in putting the human person at the center in all that we do. Thank you very much. We are very much humbled. And remember, Professor Marcel is the principal of Hekima University College here in Nairobi. We are so much privileged to have you, and we look forward to further engagement, especially on matters of synodality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to move on, and I am very happy and so privileged to introduce somebody very special for us today, our keynote speaker of the conference, Annual Africa Conference of Service Learning 2026. And remember, our beautiful theme of this conference this year is Working Together for Peace, Spirituality, Synodality, and Service Learning in Catholic Higher Education Institutions. Today we have Professor Candelaria Ferrara, who is our Global Hubs Coordinator at UNISERVITATE Network. She is a tutor of courses on service learning in Spanish, in English, and Portuguese in the Latin American Center for Service Learning, that's the CLACE, and a teacher of non-formal or popular education at the UNISERVITATE National DUU. Fulbright scholar in the US and specialist in English, Spanish, popular and lifelong learning, as well as service learning. Ladies and gentlemen, remember she's my leader, she's my boss. She leads all the 7 hubs in the world from this wonderful network of ours. Let us put all our hands together for Candelaria to share with us this afternoon some wonderful words. Karibu, Candelaria.
Karibu. Thank you very much, Judith, for this presentation. I'm very humbled by your words. It's a pleasure for me, actually, and it's an honor to be here today sharing this wonderful conference organized by the Africa Hub of the UNISERVITATE program, by Tangaza University, Judith Pitt, Professor Dr. Mwanya, and all the institutions that compose the regional hub for Africa in the UNISERVITATE program. I have been enjoying the presentation since early in the morning in South America, and I have very much enjoyed the presentation that took place before me, Professor Uwinesa. It was a wonderful presentation, and I think both our presentations can dialogue in a very meaningful way, connecting synodality to service learning. So to begin, today I would like to focus my presentation on service learning as a path towards systemic and social change. And I would like to begin with a very, I believe you can see my screen. If not, just please open your mic and let me know.
Yes.
Let's see why it's not moving. Okay, so I would like to begin with a provocation. The title of this conference is very, very strong, but my provocation to begin as we think on this change that we would like to happen, and of universities as promoters of this kind of social and systemic change, I believe that they need to be deeply rooted in their communities. So my question would be, when was the last time a student told you that a course has changed him, her, students that were very deeply changed by participating in one of your classes? When was the last time this happened to you? And I like to start with this question because I would like to share with you a testimony of a student from the Catholic University of Argentina. And she says, this year I was lucky enough to discover faith in the least expected place, a university course. I am Sofia, a third-year student of journalism, and I lived one of the most enriching experiences of my academic journey. So from CLAIS, from the Latin American Center of Solidarity Service Learning, and from UNISERVITATE program, we believe that service learning creates the conditions for this kind of transformative experiences that are not only educational, but that can be deeply personal. And so UNISERVITATE aims to generate a systemic change in Catholic higher education through the institutionalization of service learning as a tool for integral education. And I would like to focus this presentation on these key ideas: systemic change, institutionalization, service learning, and integral education. UNISERVITATE as a program works and focuses the work in 3 main lines. A theoretical level in which we promote knowledge production and dissemination through, for example, global symposiums, research groups, or grants focusing on service learning and spiritual development. The second is the global level in which we have built a network that today has come over 600 institutions, and that is organized into an academic board and 7 regional hubs in all the 5 continents. And the third one, that is the institutional level, by which we support universities to make service learning integral part of their curricula and transforming their institutions. So I think that it's in the articulation of these three levels that we can walk together towards systemic and social change. So as I move forward, I would like to, again, bring another question, another provocation. And this would be, when we think of patients, for example, of a dental school, of the patients that a dental school is training, what images come to our minds? These are just two images that appeared in a simple Google search when I was looking for patients that are receiving medical attendance by students, or how students are being trained. And so I would like to bring another example and I chose this example as I was engaged in a faculty development session some days ago in Tangaza University, and I had a question regarding projects with people with disabilities. And so that's why I chose this experience. This is an experience developed by the Catholic University in Portugal. It's called Sorrisos Especiais, Special Smiles, and it's developed by 4th and 5th year students in dental school. And what the students do is they work with partner organizations with people with physical or mental disabilities. And what the students do is they train the caregivers, the family members, and the professionals of these partner organizations on oral health. They have created materials to share good practices. They have trained these caregivers, but also they have received training by the partner organizations so that they can also be aware of the cares that as future dentists, they have to consider when attending people that, for example, are blind or deaf. So this experience, I think, shows how when students encounter realities and not just simulations, something else can happen and something else can shift within the students. They have reported personal transformation, especially in relation to stigma and prejudice. And I think this is something that also relates to what the previous speaker was mentioning, related to universities forming professionals, but not only intelligent professionals, but wise kind of professionals that can be integral, can have opportunities for integral education and for developing not only their minds, but also their hearts and their hands. So as I continue with provocations, I would like to again think of the relationship that our universities have with the communities. What kind of university is the one that we are working in and the one that we are contributing to build as professionals? Is that kind of university that is closed in a bubble, that is maybe disconnected of reality, where maybe knowledge is considered neutral? Or are our university those that reach out to communities, that extend their activities to the communities? Or are our university those that are rooted in our communities, that connect to the reality, that establish partnerships, that provide opportunities for the students to become socially engaged? As I move in this direction, I think that for us, in UNISERVITATE, this rooted university is a rooted university in a kind of global educational community. And we walk together following the African proverb, it takes a village to educate a child. In this case, it would be a global village. It's our local villages, but it's also part of a global community. And so as I continue, I would like to focus my presentation at this point in service learning, because I would like to, it's always good to go back to the basics. And so to go back to the definition of service learning and to go back to those key elements that can differentiate between kind of volunteering or community engagement or activities that are not actually service learning some might be called service learning, but there might be some quality aspects that sometimes could be reinforced. So the first characteristic of quality service learning is solidarity activities. When we talk about, I think there's some, is there? Okay, I think there's a mic open somewhere. When we talk about the first characteristic, the solidarity activity, we mean real, verifiable solidarity projects that in which the work is done with the community and not only for it. But what do we mean of this kind of service? How can we go deeper into what this takes? And here what we need to make is a differentiation between what we call a vertical kind of philanthropy and a horizontal kind of solidarity. What we are promoting with service learning is horizontal solidarity. We would like to work towards reciprocity, dialogue, co-creation. And one of the important things here is not just to think what we want to do, or when we develop our actions, to think that we have achieved our goals, but to ask our community partners what is their impression as we advance with our initiatives. If we ask the community partners, how was the experience, and maybe they respond, they came, they studied us, and they left, then that's not service learning. This can be charity, or if it's worse, it could even be extraction. We know about this. We have had experiences in our universities in which this has happened. But if when we asked them, they said they came, they listened to us, we engaged together, we created something together, then yes, that's the kind of solidarity we are talking about. So I would like to share an example that illustrates this. This is a picture of a site visit that the students from occupational therapy did at a community center, in which the students were developing recreational activities for the elderly. And this was the last visit. The semester was finishing, and the professors were there as well. They did a last session, and then the professors shared the rubrics for the evaluation of the students with the community partners. So the evaluation of the students was done by the professors, but also by the community partners. And there was a chance for these women to share their feedback with the students. And one of the feedback that one of the community partners gave was that she had perceived that at the beginning, the students had some prejudices. They undervalued the capabilities of these women. And but not only did this woman gave this kind of strong feedback, she also valued how in the exchange, how they had the opportunity to exchange in a meaningful way, the students changed the perspective and they started creating activities that were more suitable to the possibilities of these women. And so it was very important that they could give their feedback, they could evaluate the students, and of course that the prejudice could be transformed. I move forward then to the second characteristic of service learning, that is learning contents intentionally linked to social activities, curriculum content, skills development, reflection, and research. This sounds as something that we may say frequently, but then how do we do it? And here I would like to bring a Latin American author. He is Paulo Freire. And what Paulo Freire criticizes is what he calls a kind of banking education, a kind of banking model in which knowledge is deposited by those that already have it into the empty minds of our passive students. He criticizes this, and he promotes a kind of education that raises awareness, in which we need to read the world first in order to transform it. In service learning, we usually mention Professor Furcos, an expert in service learning, this virtuous circle of service learning in which service enhances the learning and the learning enhances the service. So we have, on the one hand, the curricular learning, for example, for our dental or occupational therapy students, it would be the pathologies or the activities that they have studied in their texts. But as they encounter the reality, as they get in connection with real people, real complexities, as they develop the service, other kind of learnings emerge. And a meaningful engagement, a meaningful kind of learning, and then as well a meaningful kind of service can be developed when there's this kind of reciprocity. And so the key thing here is reflection. What keeps this engine going is reflection. This has been discussed in the previous panel, and there were very interesting insights related to reflection that focuses especially on this kind of bridge that connects the learning with the service. But by reflection, of course, we don't mean just writing a book, a journal entry at the end of our courses, but as true provocations to understand what is behind the information, what is behind the service. The previous speaker also spoke about discernment and the importance of a guided kind of mentorship to develop critical thinking and also ethical thinking for the students to become responsibly engaged. And reflection can take place before the actions, before the service, during the service, and after the service. We can question what our assumptions are. We can ask what are the things that surprise us, what did the ground taught us that we didn't know, how our understanding changed, what we can do differently. This can be done by many different, it can be journaling, it can be pictures, it can be using artificial intelligence as well. But the important thing here is how knowledge is co-created in relation to the reality, and how we connect the theory to the practice. Here, well, I have 3 testimonies by professors by the Catholic University in Pernambuco in Brazil. But the most important thing here is that having the opportunity to engage the students in real context not only changes the way the students learn, but it also renovates the role of the professors. It's also professors valuing the opportunities for them to innovate and to transform themselves as well. There, I have another testimony of a student that also brings how this experience changed what usually is the preoccupations of university students to pass exams, to develop activities, but when they connect to reality, something different happens. It says, participating in experiences like this makes us increasingly empathetic, more willing to do more good actions, or to be more charitable as professionals, but also when we leave the university to seek more of these actions. So we can see that the impact that this kind of actions is very profound. It goes beyond training future professionals. And again, as the future panelists mentioned, it's not about intelligence, it's about wisdom. And I would say it's about integral kind of education. It's head, hearts, and hands. As I move forward, I would like to go to the third component of service learning, that is the students' active engagement and leadership in all stages of the project. But then how so? Just to introduce what we mean by leadership, I would like to go back to the ladder of participation by Roger Hart, in which he differentiates different levels of engagement done by the students in this kind of initiatives. And what we mean is not just professors defining what is to be done and students implementing or being consulted, but it's about students participating into the decision-making and decision-taking as well. Professors in this context are facilitators, are mentors, and help these activities to be developed, but the students need not only their voices to be heard, but their voices being part of the conversations in identifying the needs, in defining the actors, in having a shared responsibility. I like this example of the Catholic University in Australia. This is a program for legal advice, and what happened in this experience is that this student that you can see on the left side that has a pile of paper proposed to the professor to accompany the neighbors of a building, the neighbors that were part of a building that was about to be demolished, to construct some kind of high elite kind of building, and she wanted to help these neighbors prevent this building to be demolished and them being transferred. What the professor said to her was that it was too risky and too ambitious, but she persisted. She was very into accompanying these neighbors, and what happened is that she organized different sessions and exchanges, collected signatures, and presented the legal documents, and so this building stopped to be demolished. And so it's important to have the students propose, but it's also very important as professors to accompany this kind of initiatives, even sometimes when we think that it can be very challenging. Another example, I have seen Tommy as part of the audience here, so I will just mention that Tommy Noyer, I hope I'm mentioning the last name in the correct way, is an alumni of Tangaza University, and I had the pleasure to meet him some years ago when I visited the university, and I visited Mirror of Hope, and his testimony was very powerful as well. It was part of his studies and part of the service learning trajectory during his studies in Tangaza that changed him so deeply that he decided to found an NGO and now supports communities in vulnerable conditions to be able to, for the young kids and youth to continue their studies. So this is how impactful service learning experiences can be and how long-lasting changes can be developed. For the last part of the presentation, I'm sorry if I am taking too much time. This is the last part. I would again like to focus on what gathers us today. That is this conference that focuses on peace, spirituality, synodality, and service learning. And for this, I would like to share two other experiences. This experience is developed by the Bethlehem University in Palestine. It was developed from 2023 when the war started. And what the professors, this is an experience of communication professors, and what they mentioned is that, of course, when the war started, there was a uncertainty, classes had to be shifted online, and one of the important things here was that there was a sense of helplessness and hopelessness, not only by the students but also by the professors. And so it was very hard to think how education could continue under these circumstances. What the professors did was proposing the students to develop communication campaigns. And so the students developed research on some problems that were raising due to the context that was body shaming. And they developed other kinds of activities with, especially with women in refugee camps. But the focus here was on using their communication knowledge and using digital literacy to create campaigns to accompany this situation. The impact was even more profound than they thought. They had the opportunity to create Instagram profiles, and they got many more views that they thought they would have, even coming from other continents, and receiving feedback from those users, communicating how important it was for them, how they were raising awareness about body shaming in particular. So they use technology for a meaningful purpose, But something very important happened with these students. They changed from being passive learners to be active learners in this complex context. And from paralysis to interconnectedness. And with the students saying at the beginning, I can't make a difference, at the end of the course, they were mentioning that they knew that they were needed. And this experience was a very profound opportunity for healing, for hope, and for giving meaning to the students in their roles as active agents, even in the worst scenarios. So these kind of profound and impactful experiences we maybe see them frequently by engaged professors, by motivated students, but how can we as universities sustain these kind of actions? How can we make them lasting? And I think that the answer for this is institutionalization. When we talk about institutionalization, the traditional model talks about a top-down approach in which the leaders of the universities promote these kind of initiatives, or bottom-up approaches in which, again, there are teachers and students that are motivated to develop these kind of actions. The Bibinka model that is developed by the De La Salle University in the Philippines brings these two perspectives using a metaphor of a recipe, a local recipe, in which there's a recipe cooked with a fire. The fire comes from above and the fire comes from below. So we have these two elements. But another important element is the sustaining of the fire that comes from the sides. And by the sides, we mean the support team within the universities that are the ones that establish the partnerships with the community partners, that accompany the faculty, that train the faculty, develop the materials, create campaigns for the students, and also, and very meaningfully, the community partners, and the opportunity for this reciprocal kind of exchange and dialogue, that when we merge all these elements can truly change our universities into kind of community centers. And when I talk about universities as community centers, as service learning hubs, I would like to bring the experience of the Ukrainian Catholic University. The Ukrainian Catholic University joined UNISERVITATE even before the conflict started. And what the rector mentioned was that it was a very important thing that they had the chance to get into service learning, because when the conflict started, what they did is transforming the whole university into a service learning center. A high % of students were engaged in service learning experiences, and they developed many different kinds of projects, such as psychology students providing counseling services, law students providing legal assistance to displaced people, and and many other kinds of experiences, as the whole university was engaged in accompanying the situation. But not only the university within their institutional structure promoted service learning, but also there was a regional program developed that is called SERVIU, Service Learning in Higher Education for Ukraine's Recovery, in which, by connecting with other institutions from the region, they promoted the development of service learning in other Ukrainian universities. So as I finish, I would like again to bring a quote by Paulo Freire. There's something. Education does not transform the world. Education changes people, and people change the world. I think this is the invitation today to go again and to this initial question. And when do our students ask us that, or tell us that the experience in our courses have deeply changed us? And I think this should be the compass that guides us to also follow the invitation done by Pope Leo of drawing new maps of hope, and this can be done in unity. Thank you very much. Merci. Asante sana.
Wow. Terrific is the term. Thank you very much. What an inspiring session candidate that has been. Beautifully, very organized, and so inspiring, and reminding us on what we need to do as institutions, the vicious cycle on which we need to approach education in our Catholic institutions. I thank you very much, Cande. Please let us give a better round of applause to Candelaria. Move down there, the reaction there, look for the best one, choose. I would pick the red one on top there on my right, and then it gives me what I want. Thank you very much, Candelaria. We are so happy. We are so inspired. We got engaged, and we feel like, yes, that was seriously a wonderful keynote speaker that we have this afternoon, and the speech is very touching. The speech is very vibrant in unpacking the theme of the Service Learning Conference 2026. Thank you very much. May I hand over this moment now to my co-MC, Dr. Nicholas Ochin. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Judith. Now we are moving to the next step, namely lightning talk. And here we have our moderator, Anastasio Nyaga, who is a lecturer at Tangaza University. He's going to take us through service learning impacts, lived experiences by the alumni. So, Mr. Nyaga, the floor is yours. Mr. Nyaga, are you there?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me, Dr. Nicholas?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you thank you. So I take this opportunity to thank the organizing team and especially also our global team, and so more importantly also Professor Candelaria for very inspiring speech, and also our regional coordinator, Dr. Pete. I go straight to our lightning talk, service learning impact, sharing the lived experiences by our alumni, and I hope they are on board. So I'll give them 1 minute, or before that, my name is Anastasio Nyaga, lecturer, Tangaza University, and also a member of Service Learning Committee. I lecture philosophy and youth-related studies. I'll go straight now to our main activity here. Maybe say what they do in their organization. So let me start with Tom Nyawir. Tom from Mirror of Hope. Tom, you can hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, yes, welcome. We can see you, your smiling face. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Do I have an opportunity to share my screen? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, just this time you just introduce yourself before you go to the questions, please. Just say your name, your organization, and all that. Then we are going to go step by step to the questions.
Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you. So my name is Tommy Nyawir. I'm an alumni of Tangaza University and also founder of Mirror of Hope, which is a community-based organization in Kibera Slum. I'm very honored to be here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tom, our very own, and we are proud of you. And we can see that you are practicing service learning at the ground. Yeah, thank you so much. We go to Sister Anne Wandia, please, sister from Cheshire Home for Destitute Elderly, Kariobangi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sister Anne Wandia, Franciscan Missionary Sisters for Africa, a student from Tangaza, from IST, and I work in Shashaya Karibagi Home, home for the destitute. Welcome.
Another one of our own. We are very proud that the service learning is being spread even at the grassroots. Okay, we go to Jeremiah Mumo from Friends of Love Kipra. Jeremiah, please. Jeremiah?
Proceed. I think it's
okay. Okay. Yeah, then we go to the last but not the least, Anduko from Edmund Rice, Nairobi. And?
Sorry, it's Samuel Savai. Samuel Savai from Tertiary Development. Wanawake kwa wanawake, please. Thank you for that correction. Savai?
Okay, Savai, yeah?
Okay.
Savai.
Yes,
okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. I'm Samuel Savai. I hope you... Yeah, I'm Samuel Savai. I'm in charge of the tertiary department at Wanawake kwa Wanawake. I'm also the team lead at Edmund Rice Kibera, Karibu Camps. Thank you, and I'm proud to be here.
Well, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Samuel. Because of time, we are going straight to the few questions that they are going to share with us, especially regarding their experiences in their organizations, in regard to what they are doing and how they are implementing theory that they got from the university to their day-to-day lives with their members. Now, Tom Nyawil, we start with you. Tom Nyawil from Mirror of Hope. Reflecting on your own service learning experience as a student, what single moment or encounter that mostly shaped your decision to found Mirror of Hope? Maybe you can share what triggered you. Was there any encounter that you had that you felt pushed to start your organization? That's the first question. Maybe the second one, so that we can tackle them together. How does your organization, Mirror of Hope, incorporate the principles of solidarity, working together in working with the marginalized communities, meaning going just not only working for, but working with the community? Please. That is Tom.
Thank you. So I'll take the first question. What triggered me to start the Mirror of Hope organization? Two things. One is based on my own experience growing up. And I grew up in a situation where I was not able to continue with my education. And I had an opportunity to meet a stranger who gave me educational support. And from that moment, I saw the need to pay it forward by doing something in the community. But then this was given a boost after I did my studies at Tangaza University, IST department. And after that, I was obviously burning with a lot of fire to be able to implement what I had gotten an opportunity to learn in class. And so my studies at Tangaza University gave me such a great exposure that I was able to apply the knowledge that I had gotten in class into the field. And that is how Mirror of Hope has evolved since its foundation back in the 2010.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Your childhood experience, which you had, actually pushed you having a desire to pay it forward. Wonderful. To pay it forward. Someone supported you. You want to support someone else. I did a great spirit of service learning to go forward, to pay it forward, to support someone, and to work with someone. Thank you so much. And also, I was most touched with Tangaza experience which you got really pushed you to implement the theory you got in Tangaza in the field. Thank you so much for that. We can go to the second question. How does the organization? Yes.
Yeah, so on the second question, the Mirror of Hope is, like I said, it's a community-based organization. We are not an organization that decides for people what projects, for them to participate in, but we do a lot of community involvement in such a way that we are only responding to the challenges that come up from the people that we are targeting in the community. And so there's a lot of participation from the people that we are working with. We don't make assumptions on what projects to respond to the challenges or to the needs in the community. And we work side by side with the people we are serving, which includes the children, who are benefiting through education support. And we have a group of men and women who are participating in an economic empowerment project known as Savings and
okay.
Sorry?
There was a disconnect a bit. Continue, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I was just listing the categories of people we're working with: the children whom we are sponsoring, the men and women whom we are empowering through economic empowerment. And we also have a group of young people, the youth, that are participating in our project in different capacities. That includes ICT, tailoring, and also peanut butter production. Now, all these projects came about as a result of some sort of focused group discussion where we involved the community in designing what kind of projects we roll out, so that even as we roll them out, there is ownership, and everyone participating in it feels like their views are taken into consideration, and they participate knowing that it is their own project that they have participated in coming up with. So that's how we are getting everyone involved. And this has helped us see massive success in the participation of our target beneficiaries, who are constantly participating through attendance, and also giving ideas from time to time on what direction we need to go as far as supporting them is concerned.
Okay, thank you so much. On the second question on
Mr. Nyaga, I think your network has a problem.
Am I not clear? I'm not.
We are losing you. At first, I thought it was my end, but then Dr. Pete has intervened. Yes.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
So maybe you can pick it up again from where you stopped.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, I was saying from Mr. Tom, we are hearing regarding the second question on solidarity, or solidarity, working together with the community. He has brought up the point of participation, that even with the project that they have come up with, there is community involvement, a very key aspect of the service learning, and we feel that there is actually trying to bring out what are the needs of the community, especially the youth and other groups that he has mentioned. Am I now audible, please?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, Mr. Tom, anything that is you feel is very touching and that makes you keep moving in your day-to-day experience, especially with the community around Kipra?
Well, there's a lot that keeps me going, that keeps me moving, and one of them, of course, is the impact that we are creating in the Kibera slums. For those of you who know Kibera slums, it's an urban settlement, actually Africa's largest slum, that has a large population but are obviously deprived of so many social amenities, including basic things like toilets and roads, electricity, and all that. And so people living in Kibera mostly live in abject poverty. And one of the things that we are doing at Mirror of Hope is to address that challenge of poverty in such a way that we are giving people the opportunity to be in control of their own lives through the different projects that we are doing. In fact, one of our philosophies at Mirror of Hope, this very common saying that give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, but teach a man how to fish and you feed them for a lifetime. And that's why at Mirror of Hope, every project, every program we have has got an education component where we make sure that we teach people, give people the knowledge that they require in order to be able to live their lives in a more dignified way. And so when I see the amount of impact that we are creating through this, I feel the desire to continue. For instance, we have been able to educate those that we have been able to educate through school, and they have completed school and come back and are also paying it forward. They understand the foundation of this organization, and they go ahead, do their studies, and come back to also support others. So I've seen during my work at Mirror of Hope, students who have graduated, got jobs, and they come back, raise money to also sponsor, the little ones that we have at Mirror of Hope. But another thing is our economic empowerment, what I called the SILK, Savings and Internal Lending Communities. We are working with a group of men and women who had literally lost hope in life. They spent most of their time moving from one place to the other, asking for handouts, asking for help in different ways, asking for a packet of flour just to have a meal for a day. But now these women are so involved in our Silk project in such a way that they are running their businesses and earning money from them and earning a dignified living, as opposed to endangering their lives by moving from one place to another, asking for handouts. So the fact that we have been able to increase the income of these families in the slum is something that I'm very proud of, and makes me want to keep doing the work that we do. So those are just a few of the examples. There's so much that we have been able to do that makes me feel very proud every day.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom, for that wonderful job. Congratulations, and we encourage you to keep going. We got to Sister Anne. Sister Anne Wandia from Cheshire Home for the Kariobangi, Nairobi. Sister, what do elderly persons in destitute situations teach students about dignity, patience, and peace that cannot be learned in a classroom theory? Because in the classes we deal a lot with theory, peace, dignity, and other values like patience. So what can your organization teach us as a university?
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. As I said that we deal with the elderly in the slums of Kariobangi. We have an institution called Kariobangi Shire Home, and we have two programs that we learn, the daycare program with 250 elderlies, they are 60 and above, and 30 elderly who are less than. And how can the student learn from class to the community or to put into practice? I myself, I say that I hold a unique role as a bridge from between classroom to the society. And for the issue of dignity, we understand, all of us, that it is a fundamental principle that we have, that all of us, we are created from image and likeness of God. This one cuts across, dignity cuts across. and it brings about respect. Everyone deserves respect. When we deal with the elderly here, they are like our parents who hold treasures in life. We learn a lot from them. And what we come to learn, me as a student and the workers that we have 22 staff, we have the volunteers and other people who are from the university. Myself here, I am Christopher, who is also a student in Tangaza University and also a volunteer in the home. He's with us. And Eric, who have been in Tangaza University. So I say that dignity, everyone needs respect. And when we are dealing with the elderly people here in Cheshire Home, we say that respect is a moral obligation. So when we are dealing with them, they need respect. We need to hold them with care. And when we respect them, we are able to have compassion with them and also to hold justice. This is something that all in my life I like. I like justice. And it is something that I uphold because being a Franciscan, this is part of me, that all of us, we are created in the image and likeness of God, and everyone needs to be respected and everyone needs to have justice in their life. And when it comes to the issue of patience, patience is still part of fruit of the Holy Spirit, one of it. When you deal with the elderly people, what I have learned myself that patience, it is not just a theory preached, but it is you have to practice. You have to put it into practice. Why? When you are dealing with the elderly people, in their daily routines, they are slow in movement, they are slow in dealing with things, they are slow in even talking when you're sharing the stories. Sometimes they repeat the stories, and sometimes there is a silence. And what does patience teach me as a student in the ground is that there is a lot that in this contemporary world that we have the movement with the technology that we want things to be done very quickly. I remain silent and contemplate and reflect, and I said, what is this slow movement? What is this kind of silence? What is these repeated stories and histories that I'm being told? And then I come to realize they are treasures, they are stories that need to be put into writings so that they can be a kind of moving from one generation to the others, and they carry values, like the way I said that patience is a value that is carried, and it is internalized through reflective and deep listening. So what I find that patience gives us a time as a student and in the contemporary world that we need to be so patient and also to listen deeply. The other thing that I find, it is the peace. It's also a fruit from the Holy Spirit. St. Francis said that he was a man of peace. And being a Franciscan, that is a value I uphold. Since here, our aim or our objective is to hold the dignity of the elderly people so that they can live in a dignified life, those who are in destitute situation from the slums. We try to make sure that when they give us their stories, when I listen to their stories, they kind of move me. They evoke emotions within me. And they help me what I've learned into theory to put it into to make a decision and to put it into action. And the stories that lead to relationship between me and the elderly that brings the bond in a family setup. Because we know that when they come here, when we are with them, there is something that the stories they give, it's because there is a challenge they face in life. There is something that has happened in their lives, either in the family or in the context of their surrounding. And what moves me, it's how when they share their stories, the relationship that is born. And what brings peace, it is after sharing, listen, reflecting, and finding what to do, it is brought through of someone narrating that I would need to have forgiveness. I would like to forgive. I would like to share this forgiveness with my family, with the people. And this carries an element of faith in the family and in the community, which is their act. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much, sister, on this question about what our student can learn. I'm touched. You being a Franciscan, you can apply these things very well because St. Francis of Assisi was actually an ambassador of all these values, peace, dignity, and also patience, so to say. And you have brought out an aspect of bridging what the classroom theoretical knowledge going to the field, what you are doing now, to practice patience with the elderly, be patient with them, to respect them, giving, and also, being an instrument of peace, like your founder, an instrument of peace, as in France of Assisi, of Assisi. And that's why very striking of us, even to hear. And very briefly, because of time, could you go also to the second question? How can service learning, alumni like yourself better support current students in moving from short-term volunteering to lifelong advocacy? Yes, sister.
Thank you very much. I like praying the prayer of St. Francis every morning, the prayer of peace. And because we are talking about to help the volunteering from just being volunteer to a lifelong advocacy, I have with me one of the students who is volunteering from Tangaza, and he can help us to understand more better when he's volunteer. Welcome, Christopher.
Thank you so much, sister. And I'm seeing Dr. Judith Pete, my lecturer. I've had with Jory as well and the rest. So I hope I will sound learned and dedicated as possible, not to disappoint you guys. So now, this is a very interesting question, and we are asking ourselves, how do we move from short-term to lifelong advocacy? And when I hear lifelong advocacy, it reminds me of Dr. Pete when she tells us in class, we need to be lifelong students, forever students, walking the aisle of life, students forever. So one of the things that I've seen here where I am at Cheshire is on the short-term learning, volunteering. The key goal in service learning is sustained advocacy, sustained learning. So service learning transcends just volunteering, just helping for a few hours. It transcends to transformation of the student, transformation of the community, and transformation of the society. So within this home, there are different acts of services that we do on a small scale. But when you reflect on them, now that's where the water is stirred. That's where now a new genesis begins. Volunteering is not only in the short while, but now when you reflect, you start asking pressing questions and genuine questions. You start asking, why are the elderly isolated? What are some of the cultural, social, economic factors that are contributing to their neglect? Then we ask ourselves, what's their dignity? So now when we are able to look at these things, we look beyond the occasional charity. And here now we start thinking, how can we as students, as volunteers, be part and parcel of a long-term advocacy for these elderly persons within our communities? So now from these ones, we're able to interact with the church, we're able to interact with the youth, we're able to interact with social groups who often comes here within the home, even in times of needs. We're able to create new networks. So now this will demand a sustained engagement. So this sustained engagement is what Dr. Jory used to tell us in class, social consciousness. So when there's a social consciousness, then there's a sustained engagement between the community, between the students, between the university, etc., etc. So now here we will notice that also that within the home we will notice that there is loneliness, there is age discrimination, there is poverty, there's lack of social protection. So now such insights are ingredients towards sustained engagement, towards lifelong advocacy. So now the volunteering now evolves to advocacy. It is now taking many forms. What Dr. Gdezo tells us, it now takes the form of campaigns, social research. It's about now lobbying with the leaders, lobbying with policy makers. It's about using the media. How can we share their stories? Now we are moving from attaching a face to a name to the faces becoming stories. So now also here, the university plays a critical role, and I thank Tangaza University for this, for service learning, because the university ensures that there's a transition. There's a formation from school and then to active citizenship. So basically, that's what can be done towards sustained advocacy, just from volunteering to that. So what Tangaza is doing for us is ensuring that we have an education with a human face. So that's what I'm experiencing here at Kariobangi Shire Home. Please, all of you, you are welcome. Msikose kukuja. For those who don't understand Kiswahili, please come.
We are coming.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you. We are hearing from the horse's mouth, from the horse's mouth, and we are very much grateful. Christopher, you being there just for volunteerism, you are able to transcend, to go beyond volunteerism to lifelong advocacy. And you have touched us with the question of making that aspect to sustainability, so that even if you go, frontiers come and go. What is left there is a legacy, and there is an aspect of accompaniment, and so that you can continue working with. So, and you have helped us to understand that service learning is not mere volunteerism, because volunteerism, because there is a long life accompaniment of the community. Thank you also for quoting as the lecturers of Tangaza. We're really proud. You saw Dr. Pete there with the big smile, and Dr. Ojore. I'm here. I'm sure he can hear wherever he is. Thank you so much. It seems that we have made an impact in your life. Please continue the same spirit. Thank you so much. That was Cheshire Home for the Destitute Elderly in Kariobangi, Nairobi, headed by Sister Ann Wadia. Now we move to, I'm not sure, Daktari, whether Jeremiah Mumo or we jump to Samuel.
Excuse me, Nyaga.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
If you could take the shortest time possible, because time is not on our side.
Yes.
I'll be grateful, because we are completely out of time. So please try and make it as brief as possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the observation. I think we have one more. Yes.
Savai. Samuel.
Savai. We go to Savai. Samuel Savai, please. You have heard we have given a warning about time. Let's go straight. Your work serves some of Nairobi's most vulnerable children and families. How does service learning help students turn compassion into concrete respective action? And then you can go to you can also tackle the second question. What role does spirituality or prayer play in sustaining your own commitment to service, and how can that be integrated into student learning? Please, Samuel.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I will start straight with the first question. I understand that students should, my work at Wanawake kwa Wanawake involve working with students from the most vulnerable background, and I'm also engaged with other youth activities that really work with students. And one of the ways that we can ensure there should be long-term engagement with these students, so that they can be able to consistently, maybe in their volunteer service, work with communities over time. It's only through working with the communities that these people can understand the real challenges the community is facing. And through understanding, then it becomes easy for them to serve the community when they understand the real challenges the people are facing. The second and the most important point, it should be about leadership development, and this leadership development in terms of service to others. And this is one of my main areas of focus. We believe that people from the vulnerable background, when given these leadership skills, given this opportunity to understand the community and to understand the challenges, then they can be of great service to others. And that has always been our mantra of service and my mantra of service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and also for being brief. Samuel is working at Savai, Wanawake kwa Wanawake. I want to translate women to women. am I right, Dr. Peter?
Women
Yes.
for Women.
Women organization. And thank you for making us know that you first of all make a need assessment so that you can know the real challenges that your community that you are serving is facing, and from there you move on to other activities connected to service learning. Because I've been warned about time, I would like to, before we call it a day for this session, not for others, one word from each presenter here, from each alumni, just one word. Have a second, please. What you call parting shot, so that we have a conclusion. Tom, please. Tom.
Sorry, I didn't get the question. I'm sorry.
I just your parting shot, just one word to leave us with regard to our discussion today.
Well, what I can say is that the only way that you can be proud of your learning is by going out to do the actual job and be proud of the impact that you create as a result of what you have been able to learn.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Anne.
Yeah, for myself, I would say that dealing with the elderly, they are treasures in our life and they need to be treated with dignity. Thank you, Tangaza, for impacting and inspiring me for this. Thank you very much.
Well done. Well done. Samuel Savai?
Maybe a sentence that I will end this is, as a young student, be ready to go out and be ready to serve others. That is the only way also to grow as a person. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, our dear alumni. You are making us to see that what we do
Your network, Nyaga. Nyaga.
Nick, close it up.
Yeah, there's a bit of a problem with him. So
yeah, we have, I think, hiccups a bit. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I was saying, thank you so much. Our alumni are making us so proud as Tangaza, and we wish them all the best in their service to the community. Let the spirit of service learning continue. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thanks very much, Anastasio Nyaga, for the wonderful insights from the alumni. We have really learned a lot, and I think this is not for the alumni alone, but also for us who are following. We can impart the society through the same way, because service learning is for all of us. Now, I hand you back to my co-MC, Dr. Judith Pete, to take us to the next step. Karibu, Daktari.
Right. Thank you very much. From inspiring, the fruits of our labor, you see how great things happen. You feel like, yes, I should start teaching even today and continue doing the same. And we inspire young ones also to be teachers so that you can be able to leave a legacy and leave a mark in the hearts of many. Thank you very much, the previous presenters. Those are our alumni, those who have really been transforming the society. Is much appreciated. Now, at this point in time, we are moving on to a very critical panel. The panel that will talk about the main theme is going to unpack our theme for this year's conference, working together for peace, spirituality, synodality, and service learning in Catholic higher education institutions. So it's a very wonderful panel, a very rich panel, where we shall have each and every one of us celebrate and also get inspired. Now, I want to hand over this session to none other than Reverend Dr. Mokua Elias, the Executive Director of Loyola Center for Media and Communications. Daktari, how are you?
Fine, how are you? Can you see me or hear me?
We can hear you, but now I can see you. Wonderful. This is really the media center. You can look at the gadgets.
Well, it's just because I had to stop for all this time to engage and learn from others. First of all, I want to be very grateful for the chance and again for the panel you have put together for this session. which, as you correctly pointed out, has the material, the resource, but also the experience. These are very, very experienced speakers you have put together. And so I guess they should be able to summarize and synthesize the day for us, besides drawing from their wisdom and experience. So first on the list I see is Dr. Brother Tom Kani, whom I happen to know very well. And one time I sat, on the other side of the many, and he sat on the side of the one and only in a session. So really, thank you so much, Dr. Brother Kani, for joining this wonderful session. The questions that we've been given that guide this particular session, for you, it's really to bring together your experience. And the question says, you have long championed the link between spirituality and service. How do you define spirituality for service learning? And I think that's the key. Spirituality for service learning in a way that's accessible to students of varying faith commitments. Maybe we can handle that. And the next question, maybe you can tie it together, is really asking the same question from a synodal perspective. What practices most effectively help students integrate synodality into their service learning experiences? I think that's like giving you chocolates.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elias Makua. Yeah, you have touched a topic very, very close to my heart. I suppose if I was starting off with trying to work out spirituality for service learning, what is spirituality is really the challenge. And I suppose I would start off by saying you and I probably did not ask to be born. Right, we were born and we found ourselves in the world. And the question as we slowly grew up was, what do I suppose, what's the purpose of my being alive? And there are a couple of things that have been said by the speakers in our conference so far today that really trigger off this. There's a Dominican Meister Eckhart from about the 1300s. Is reported to have said, yes, if God could have revealed God's self without the world, God would not have created it. But to reveal himself, God shared life. God created the world, and God created people in it. And these people somehow knew that there was some supreme being greater than themselves. And our indigenous ancestors knew that instinctively. So they prayed to the God on the mountains, they prayed to the God in the sky, they gathered around a sacred tree because they knew there was something in them that recognized a connection with something greater than them. And that became really the starting off point for us. Spirituality doesn't come from our religion, whether we're Muslim, Hindu, whatever we are, Christian. Spirituality actually comes from the soul of us as people. We know somehow we're connected to something much, much bigger than ourselves. So spirituality is how I make sense of where I fit in, how I belong in the world. And it's the personalization of our beliefs and our religious practices, how they fit together. We discover our connectedness, our vitality. Spirituality is the driving force in our lives that comes from our belonging in the world. We are connected somehow or other, and we have to understand it, our connection with other people, our connection with creation itself, and particularly our connection with the Supreme Being. That's really where our spirituality then helps us to shape our beliefs, our attitudes. It helps us to set the priorities in life. It gives us the values, which in turn influence all our relationships. So spirituality is this force that drives our connectedness with the universe, the people in it, and to the creating spirit, the mystery we call God. So when we think of spirituality in that sense, it's not surprising then that the spirituality of service learning is really how we understand why this is so important to us. And Professor Maria Rosa said this morning, service learning is not paternal, but it's in solidarity with people. Right? We're working for or working with. Paternalism is working for, doing things for people, because I have the power and they don't. But service learning says we work with the people because we have power and so do they. And part of whatever we've learnt in our classrooms and our theory and all of that is something that we can use to work with people. So the spirituality of service learning is our understanding that we learn to develop our gifts, acquire knowledge, acquire skills, so that we can share these new understandings with our communities. And we do this because we see as most important that people should grow. People should develop their giftedness, their potential, and become the best people they can be. So when we talk about linking theory with practice, that's what we're doing. We're learning the theory and we're actually working with people to put it into practice. Now, the second part of the question you raise is the issue of synodality. And an interesting thing that Professor Marcel shared with us was a little quotation from St. John Chrysostom. The church and synod are synonymous. Now, I thought to myself, if John Chrysostom said that, he must have said that about the year 400 BC, 400 in the Common Era, 400 AD, because he died about that time. And we as a church now are only catching up. Pope Francis has really pushed this whole thing of synod in the last couple of years, last few years. So it's taken us nearly 1600 years to recognize that the church as the people of God and synod, our working together as people, is just so important. Now, service learning, I think, is bringing that much more to our awareness. And what Thomas Nuir was talking about there, of working in cooperation with the people in Kibera slums, looking at their need and talking about their need, that challenged his Mirror of Hope to invent another thing to do that's going to be of service with them. So they worked together. They started off sponsoring kids. Then they found that they had to do a holiday program when the kids came back from school. And then they found out the situations of the families and particularly the mothers and trying to work and trying to save money. So every little thing they worked in the community just discovered so much more. So I think this, to be fully human, is to be synodal, right? To be fully human. As human beings, we're meant to work together. So I think, Elias, they would be the main points that would come to me from the question you asked me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very, very foundational for this discussion. Perhaps I will also frame this question for you from your experience, and you've had a lot of experience with students. Are there challenges students taking up service learning? Do you have experiences of times when perhaps some students, they take it up for various motivations, but for some, perhaps it's a challenge? Is this something that you've experienced?
Well, just the question I think that comes straight into my mind is, it was mentioned this morning by, I think, Professor Marcel, that one of the challenges, or it might have been Professor Ferraria, that consumerism in our society, materialism in our society, this whole thing of we have to make our way forward or forward has put a whole pressure on people to individually make their path. And when that happens, this whole thing about being true to ourselves as people, being able to work together, that the drive in humanity is for connection. All these things, consumerism, how much I can get, materialism, that this is going to make me happy, individualism, that I have to shine above everybody else, is all countercultural to what is the natural thing in us as people. Now, service learning challenges that particularly. So when we get to our students in our universities, they're coming from a culture that was working against that. Now, when we get to the university, our way of, particularly at Tangaza, where we say it's teaching minds, touching hearts. Right? Teaching minds means we've got the theories to teach and help them to understand it. But the touching of hearts is, can you use that with working with others? And it even starts in little things like group preparation for assignments, working together. What I know and what you know comes together and we search for truth together. That's where service learning starts. We help each other to understand what we're learning so that we can all do better in whatever assignments or whatever exams or whatever it is that we have to be doing. So that basis of service learning then takes us into what we've learned we can now share with the broader community. So I think they become the important things. So that's the first things that come into my mind, Elias.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And of course, you have highlighted the question of developing our giftedness and everyone to be the best whom God intended to be. Maybe we jump over to Professor Marcel. Already, I happened to listen to your presentation, powerful presentation, very well articulated, and I'm looking at some of the reflections that the organizers wanted you to touch on. I feel like some of them have already been presented in your earlier keynote speech, but there's one that you might want to address. As a peace-building professor from a conflict-affected region, where do you see the strongest convergence between synodality in the component of working together and the local peace-building traditions? Maybe you can speak to that.
Sure. Thank you very much, Brother Dr. Mokua, and word of gratitude to Brother Kenny, Dr. Kenny, who just presented very well, and the previous keynote speaker. Wonderful. Just to go quickly, the question touches on convergence. So that's the heart of the matter, convergence between synodality and local peace building traditions. I would give 4 points, 3 or 4 points. The first is really communal listening and participatory dialogue. And I think those can bring the two together. One of the strongest convergences between synodality and local peace building traditions is that at the heart of them lies the practice of communal listening. There is no synodality without listening and active listening. So that is not just listening so that immediately I get what to say, really listening to the other person as the other person. And in many conflict-affected communities, especially within our African context, I can borrow from my own context of Rwanda and even many other places, we realize that really peace building has historically relied on inclusive communal dialogue, where elders, families, victims, offenders gather to listen, to speak truthfully to what happened, and also to seek reconciliation together. For those who may know, take the Gacaca traditions in Rwanda, or take the Truth and Justice Truth Commission of South Africa. People gathered together to listen, first of all, what happened, and then to get to know who did what, why, and when. So that leads to truth. And so communal listening. As you listen, you realize initially you think you are the only one who suffered. You actually now, your understanding of suffering is enlarged. Sometimes you even say, oh gosh, this really happened. Similarly, synodality emphasizes listening as a sacred and spiritual act, and especially through conversation in spirit. So the Synod on Synodality insists that authentic discernment begins when we, first of all, listen to the Holy Spirit. And then listen especially to those on the margins, those who have no place at the table. So in a sense, from there, we can see that both tradition, that is synodality and peace building, build on listening, collective wisdom, on patience, and if you like, they will lead to relational healing. So that's the first. To make the point very clear, I lost many siblings in my family. I got to know them because people spoke and shared what happened in Rwanda. And we discovered them in a pit latrine because someone shared what happened. So, and I don't mean this so that people have pity on me. That's not what I want. It's just to underscore the point of what communal listening makes. So the second point is reconciliation as restoration of relationships. So beyond communal listening and participatory dialogue, restoration of broken relationships. At the heart of reconciliation and peace building is to restore broken relationships. And in many African societies, reconciliation, conflict resolution, they seek to restore harmony within the community rather than simply punish the offenders. Because if all we want is to punish the offenders, there will always be a cycle of vengeance and violence. So even the one who offended you or me still has a place to be restored, the wrongdoer. And I think that's certainly important in synodality. I take an example of a bishop in one of the dioceses that I know who invited some of the, let's say, sex workers, listened to them, and then they shared their stories and why they ended up in that quote-unquote profession. And he started a project for them for sewing, for tailoring, and now they have been healed. So restored relationship and dignity. And I think that's where we realize that we can't be alone. Synodality is moving along with others. Synodality views the church as a communion of persons living together. And so not only the righteous and even those who feel they have been left on aside. So in a sense, synodality and peace building recognize that healing requires truth-telling, forgiveness, and forgiveness here doesn't mean forgetting what happened, is rather helping people to decide to remember the injuries of the past in a different way. Accountability, and then reintegrating into the community life. So 2 points there: community listening, restoration of relationships. And both synodality and peace building merge there, converge. The third point is shared responsibility and collective leadership. What do I mean by this here? Another significant convergence between synodality and peace building is that peace building and communal well-being are the responsibility of everyone. And if you read in some theories of peace building, you read that traditional peace processes in many societies involve community leaders, women, religious leaders, ordinary citizens in search of consensus and social harmony and healing of memories. Similarly, synodality mirrors this participatory vision through its emphasis on co-responsibility. So you can see how this comes together. Yeah. And I think if we go to the document, and I will invite those who are listening here to read the final document of the Synod on Synodality. Because there we see how it rejects clericalism, Because at the heart of clericalism is a rejection of participatory leadership, abuse of power, actually. And there is an insistence, if you like, that every member of the church has gifts and responsibility for mission. And in my earlier presentation, and I said, this does not remove decision-taking. It rather empowers decision-making, because there is a difference between decision-making and decision-taking. Decision-making, you involve everybody, you are informed, you have consulted, but ultimately there has to be someone who makes the decision, who takes the decision. So in conflict-affected regions where, let's say, authoritarian leadership has contributed to violence or exclusion, both synodality and local peace-building tradition offer alternative models of leadership rooted in dialogue, in accountability, in service rather than domination. And finally, to this question, I want still to insist, and I speak here as a Jesuit, really spirituality still remains key here to healing and hope. Both synodality and local peace building traditions recognizes that sustainable peace requires spiritual and moral transformation. You can't only rely on techniques. You can't even just only rely on political arrangements. So in many conflict-ridden societies, the rituals of reconciliation, the healing of places, the visits to the pilgrimages, the reimagination of what it means to be a renewed church, communal prayers, storytelling, all these are spirituality. Symbolic acts of restoration, they play a central role in healing. So you can't only rely on political ideologies. There has to be an affirmative spirituality. And so synodality understands peace building as a spiritual journey rooted in discernment, in conversion. And conversion here, we mean conversion of the mind, so intellectual conversion and the desire to seek the truth. But also we speak of religious conversion. We are oriented towards something bigger than ourselves that calls us, drives us. And so then, of course, moral conversion. Do what is good and avoid evil. So you may not need one conversion, but you may need the other two. It's better if you have the three: moral, intellectual, and religious. And here I am using Bernard Ronican. So the synod process invites us really to have communities that move away from fear, from division and suspicion, to communion and hope. And I think here the convergence between peace building and synodality is that really you cannot only aim at changing structures, you have to aim at changing hearts. And by integrating spirituality with justice, dialogue, and communal healing, both synodality and peace building provide deeper foundations for lasting peace and social renewal. So that's how I would answer your question in 4 points: communal listening, participatory dialogue, reconciliation to restore broken relationships, shared responsibility that goes away from clericalism, and then a spirituality of healing and hope. And each of these converge on synodality and peace building.
Thank you very much, Professor Marcel, for that very elaborate 4 points that directly touch on the question, actually the 2 questions that were put together for you for this specific session. And I've really picked your emphasis on communal listening, and seek reconciliation together, and really go down to the grassroots, speak to the people, let people speak with each other, let them open up their hearts and touch the truth, whichever form it is, touch the truth. I think that's very, very important. Kind of, as you said, somewhere in the middle, also we have to transcend some of our own limitations and look at the bigger goal, the bigger God. And that's what synodality really calls for. And there's a big section on synodality that touches on discernment and even how you should go about it. And when it relates to peace and reconciliation, I think needless to repeat what you have said is self-explanatory. So allow me to move on to Maria Rosa. Professor Maria Rosa, there are two questions for you, but if you allow, I wish you to concentrate mostly on the second, because that's in the time I've listened to the conversations, it has not been emphasized a lot. But the first question, would like you to explain some inspiring examples or provide some inspiring examples of service learning directly contributing to peace and reconciliation. Some inspiring examples. The second question is, how does the Africa Hub's emphasis on indigenous wisdom and Ubuntu compare with or enrich approaches from other regions? So as you can see, the second part seems to, I haven't heard much of it, but feel free, either the first or the second or a combination of both. I'm also putting both together because of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Marcel did a perfect introduction to the examples I wanted to share with you related to peace and reconciliation. So I will try to go fast because there are so many enriching experiences. And I will start with Latin America. We have been working on service learning for more than 20 years. And for instance, in Colombia, there was a very interesting because of the guerrilla, all the struggles they had there. And we could see how through service learning in these communities where those who have killed their families were sharing the same school, the same community, the same land. And this is where service learning could come as to help them identify a common goal within the reconciliation process, to be able to work together towards something even more important than the difficulties they had in rebuilding these relations among them. And something similar we could learn from Central and Eastern Europe in different countries that service learning act in the way to help them establish pathways to identify opportunities of dialogue and cooperation and to co-design initiatives that help them focus on the rebuilding of the region and the community. And this is something that we are learning every day in Ukraine. During the war, they could turn the whole university in a big service learning project, not only to receive those who had to leave their houses, but for us, it was really interesting to learn about a project that they did between philosophy and theology to reflect with the students after interviewing veterans, nurses, wounded people on what makes us human. And in times of artificial intelligence, to help the students reflect on the essence of their spiritual humanity, what makes us human, was a meaningful process for them to, that in the middle of the war, stop and focus on what really matters. And this is something that was interesting that we learned in Bethlehem, in Palestine. Candelaria was sharing the experience where the students that felt hope without hope and alone because they couldn't even keep their studies, they found through service learning experiences developed virtually how they could accompany other youth that were having different problems or they felt also lonely or suffering shaming from different sides. So with this, what we can see is how resilient service learning can be for those who are going through very difficult situations, where I completely agree with Professor Marcel mentioned. Service learning is giving you opportunity to develop listening skills to the students to be able to dialogue not only among themselves but with the others, and together find new opportunities to focus, to reveal hope, and to nurture their spirituality. And linking this to the second question regarding the indigenous wisdom and Ubuntu, well, you're giving us all the roots. You have all the roots, with your wisdom regarding, as I mentioned in my presentation, when I learned about the meaning of Harambe, if we focus on the concept of Ubuntu, I am glad that you mentioned, Brother Tom, when I said service learning is not working for, it's working with. And this is the root that we find in the Ubuntu. I am because we are. If there's no we do not exist. So it's the opportunity to have this not only holistic approach of the unity of the land and the universe and the people with the creation, but also the opportunity to have this communal responsibility that we share and we care with the other, because the other is the one who give us our essence, and we are formed through these relationships. And this is what also service learning brings, the opportunity to leave our loneliness that sometimes we can even find in a course, to go out to meet with those who are also our part. And that's why it's not just charity, it's reciprocity. That's why we speak about this horizontal approach of solidarity, where we are not thinking on beneficiaries, but co-creators, that we can build together and dignify humanity as our central educational outcomes. So we, just to finish, we can say that Ubuntu transforms service learning from just a methodology into a way of being and learning and sharing together. So thank you so much for all the inspiration we are getting, not only through this conference, but for this work that we have been doing together, fortunately for many years, that we can go deeper in these meaningful concepts that give us, as I said, the roots that the whole world needs. Because if there were more Ubuntu in many different communities that focus in their inners, in their self-esteem, and just think on what they need and what they want to achieve, well, if they really could understand the importance of the we, there will be a great change in their lives. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that summarized response of what this synodality calls us to in a global world that has various challenges. For example, you mentioned migration, and we know that migration is a very, very serious social phenomena that, creates friends, but also enemies, repulsion, acceptance, and the tension between seeing each other from the Ubuntu philosophy to we versus them. So some governments opening up, some governments closing doors for refugees. And I think the examples you've given us really help us to reflect on the anthropological, actually / sociological question of what makes us human, ultimately, what makes us human. And I think you are touching the ontological fears that sit deep within us about the other, especially when we're not sure. And the synodality is really inviting us to come out and appreciate one another, live together, as you concluded there, that ultimately Ubuntu is us. We are together. I am because we are. Thank you so much, Prof, for that synthesis of the two questions. Our last question, and I'm concerned that time is running, gives chance to Reverend Dr. Simon Itabari Mwenda. So the question really calls for you to speak from your origins as a Dominican Dominican scholar, sorry, as a scholar of Dominican spirituality. How does the emphasis on preaching truth and community discernment inform your vision for service learning in Catholic higher education? And allow me also to provide the second question so that you can put them together. How can synodality, listening, dialogue, shared decision-making reshape the way universities design and assess service learning partnerships with communities? I hope you've gotten the questions. If not, you can let me know. Over to you, please.
So, thank you very much, Bias, for this opportunity. I think in regard to these questions you have asked and listening to what my sisters have said all the way from this afternoon, having heard from Tom Kane, Rosa Maria Tapa, Professor Kimwenza, I just want to take a few minutes and bring in the question of Dominican spirituality. I am a Dominican, finding myself here at Tangaza University, where we are dealing with this program, project, and inspiration on service learning. No, as Dominicans, we are called to preach the truth. Veritas is our motto. This morning, Professor Marcel said that our world is in a crisis, meaning and the crisis of truth. Just our world is out as we see it at the moment. Our world is in a kind of conflict, say so, because of so many problems. Very consequential wars are being fought in practically every continent. Very close home, we see what is happening. Now, when we look at the root of these problems, the root is in the heart of men and women. It is hearts that are convoluted, whose fruits are being seen in the world. And that's why the question of spirituality then becomes critical for us and for everybody and for the Catholic University. The convolution is coming from hearts that are sick. And human beings cannot heal themselves. Human beings cannot heal themselves. History is a witness to that. Revolutions and wars only prepare the ground for the next. Therefore, we say that the preaching of the truth about us, human beings, the truth about human beings, the truth about the world, the truth about God, opens the window for us to understand that only really God can give us the healing of the heart, which would then translate into peace in the world. But of course, that is so fundamental that it would be difficult to reach. And that's why the question of education. In the morning, Father Kato of the Apostles of Jesus Seminary made some emphasis about the teaching of philosophy and theology, and making these subjects that are largely seen as theoretical. Sometimes people wonder whether they have any connection with practical things that people are dealing with in life, actually communicate that the heart of man is what needs to be transformed. And these subjects are capable of making students understand the relationship between the wars that are being fought, the relationship between the wars that are being fought and the condition of the human heart. And so we say that if we are to engender service learning in the study of philosophy and theology, students and the professors of philosophy and theology will seek to make this connection, would seek to ask fundamental questions about the situations of human life. And this is where I would say Dominican spirituality comes in, the desire and the mining of what is true about our condition as human beings becomes something to run or to go after and to investigate and to reflect on. Therefore, as a university, our motto as Tangaza University is teaching minds, touching hearts, and transforming lives. And that already gives us this relationship in the heart of man, the mind of man, and what happens in reality. A lot of times, again, borrowing from what Professor Marcel has said, and I think even Reverend Dr. Tom Kenny alluded to it in the video, the question of what we are doing flows from who we are, how we have formed our minds and our hearts. And so as a university, we cannot afford to forget that spiritual dimension of what it means to be a human being. And as a Catholic university, you know, Tangaza means to proclaim the mystery of faith. Tangaza fumbo la imani, that's what we mean. Because if our fumbo la imani is Jesus Christ, again, and that's another issue. Because sometimes we can talk of spirituality very abstractly and it becomes a problem because it can mean anything and anything. But as a Catholic university, we need really to go to pinpoint that Jesus Christ is our healer, that Jesus Christ is one who heals us, that Jesus Christ is one who makes us to recover our humanity. And so here, as a person, I'm finding the connection between the Dominican vocation, the Tangaza University mission and vision, and the realities we are facing in our world today. They are not disconnected, they are related. I think the call for us then would be, how then do we do our part? This is where the question of working with each and every person, what we are calling modality, the working together, comes in. This is where the practice of the pedagogical method of service learning comes in. But as we become practical, we have to remain connected to the root. That's what I'm saying. And as a Catholic institution, as a Catholic university, here in Africa, throughout the world, all the hubs in the world, when we pursue service learning, when we pursue modality, it is because we have a truth that is pushing us. And this truth is the salvation of human being, because God in Jesus Christ has offered this. And this salvation, what He give us. Thank you very much. I hope I have said something useful. In the interest of time, let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Simon. Yes, you have said definitely something useful, and I've picked that the origin of our problems is in our hearts. And if we really want to solve our social problems, we need to understand who we are. And you have ably and quite eloquently brought in philosophy and theology in understanding the heart of our challenges that are really deeply rooted in our hearts, in the way we've been brought up, but especially understanding that it's the conversion has to happen in our hearts for us to be able to enjoy the graces of synodality. Now, of course, you also told us that only God can give us this grace to change. And for that, Tangaza teaches to touch hearts, to touch minds, because we need that grace to transform. In the interest of time, I like to pose a very synodal question, and I like to apply a synodal method as a way of closing. At the end of discernment, we're invited to say, what did you hear others say? So I like you to give your punchline, your closing remarks, a sentence or a word or something, not so much what stands out for you, but so much what did you hear someone say that remains with you? So maybe I hope I'm clear with the question, with the method. It's a synodal method. What did you hear the other say? One is listening. This is about deepening listening. So we've had high-level stuff, really very good presentations, very enlightening comments. So for closing, can we begin with Dr. Brother Tom? Anything that stands out for you from what you've heard from others?
Brother Tom, unmute.
I think what I heard most, Elias, was human beings cannot heal themselves, that we need somebody else with us to share what is going on inside us. And I think that's how the transformation takes place. When we talk with another, we can understand in a different way. That would be my takeaway from everything we've heard today.
Great. Professor Marcel?
Thank you very much. Also, succinctly put, we need a savior.
Great. Professor Maria Rosa Tapia?
Unmute.
Yeah. Sorry. To always to remember something greater than we to worship and to listen. There's no synodality without listening.
And finally, Dr. Leo?
Thank you. Let me say a word of what Maria emphasized on the Ubuntu philosophy. We are created for togetherness, and it is us. It's us, it is.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Really fantastic. I've learned so much myself. I've heard wonderful things. So I wish to return the mic to Dr. Judy.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a better round of applause to our presenters. Please click on that button. I wish we were all here, we'd give you live hugs. But since we are online, let us do what is within our reach. That is also part of listening, which is synodality. And please allow me also to request you to give our moderator of this specific session that had all that we needed to unpack the main theme of this conference, a better also round of applause. Please, Dr. Mukwa, you've surprised us in a manner in which we all need to learn how to moderate sessions. Well done and congratulations. We are so happy. We thank you very much. Thank you guys for that wonderful session. It has really enlightened us. We have learned so much. Serious scholars, wonderful professionals. It is one of our greatest joy to have had you. And thank you for accepting to join such a beautiful panel for the main theme. Asanteni sana. May I hand over now to my co-moderator, Dr. Nicholas. Please take over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Judith. We are almost done with our today's session. And for now, I'm going to welcome Dr. Mercy Kibe, who is Human Resource and Administration Manager here at Tangaza University, to give us closing remarks.
Wow, wow, wow. We have come to the end of the day. It was a very successful day, which I'm so happy about. Therefore, distinguished UNISERVITATE service learning family, our distinguished vice chancellors and rectors, our reverend fathers, brothers and sisters, esteemed scholars, faculty, and panelists, our dear colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I'm very happy about the day. And as we come to the close of this very successful day one of the 5th Annual Africa Conference on Service Learning, allow me on behalf of Tangaza University and the organizing committee to express our sincere gratitude to all our speakers of the day, moderators, panelists, participants, and partner institutions for the rich engagement we have witnessed today. So today's discussions definitely have reminded us about many other things in service learning, and it is no longer simply an academic methodology. Over the years, it is increasingly becoming a transformative philosophy for Catholic higher education in Africa and beyond. The reflections shared by everyone today, throughout the day, have demonstrated that when learning is intentionally connected to service, reflection, spirituality, and social responsibility, universities become not only centers of knowledge production, but also spaces for human transformation and societal healing. In the conference theme today about working together for peace, spirituality, synodality, and service learning, it has strongly resonated through all the sessions today. We have had important insights on how institutions of higher learning must continue responding to the realities of our time, that is technological transformation, social fragmentation, migration, inequality, synodality, and the growing search for meaning among young people. The discussions under sub-theme 1, which was also very important, it challenged us to think the relationship between faith-driven transformation and the digital age. And as we all know that technology continues to reshape human interaction, education, and even identity formation, therefore we as Catholic institutions and universities, we are being called to ensure that technology advancement remains grounded in ethics, human dignity, compassion, and the common good. Therefore, the contribution of service learning in the African Hub in this context is particularly significant because it humanizes education by connecting students to the real community experiences. And when we come to the second sub-theme on migration, citizenship, and peace building, it reminded us that Africa continues to carry both the wounds and the hopes of displaced communities, social conflicts, economic inequalities, and fragile political realities. We were reminded that service learning has the potential to nurture compassionate citizenship, responsible leadership, intercultural understanding, and peace-oriented engagement among our students. The keynote and panel discussions further deepened our understanding of spirituality, synodality, and collaborative learning communities. Particularly inspiring was the reminder that synodality is not merely a church process, but also an educational posture, one that invites listening, accompaniment, participation, dialogue, and collective discernment. Therefore, we as educators, researchers, and administrators, including institutional leaders, we should carry a responsibility to form graduates who are not only academically competent, but also ethically grounded, socially conscious, spiritually reflective, and committed to justice and peace. So allow me to appreciate the growing African Hub network and the collaborative spirit among our institutions. The diversity represented here today demonstrates the strength of African Catholic higher education when institutions work together in solidarity. And therefore, as we conclude today's sessions, may we continue reflecting on several important questions which I have posted in the group. You can reflect on that in the evening, because these questions will continue guiding our conversations tomorrow. And therefore, on behalf of Tangaza University, I thank all of you for your active participation, thoughtful contributions, and commitment to advancing service learning in Africa. We look forward to another enriching day tomorrow, and may God bless you all, bless our institutions, and bless our shared mission of transforming society through education, service, and faith. Therefore, thank you everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Dr.
Nicholas,
Nick,
you are
please
muted. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Mercy, for that summary. You have at least summarized everything that we learned today, which is very, very important. Now, we began very well with the word of prayer in the morning. I now take this opportunity to welcome Sister Margaret Aringo to give us closing prayers. Karibu, Sister Margaret.
Thank you very much. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. As we bring this 5th African Conference to its first day close, we give you thanks for the gift of gathering as one family in faith, learning, and service. We are grateful for the wisdom shared and the friendship formed, and the hope renewed through our common journey of service learning. Under the theme, Walking Together for Peace, Spirituality, Synodality, and Service Learning in the Catholic higher education institutions, God, you have reminded us that true peace begins in hearts open to your spirit and in communities willing to walk together in humility, dialogue, and love. Lord, we bless all participants, leaders and educators, students and partners who have contributed to this conference today. Strengthen our Catholic institutions to become beacons of justice, reconciliation, compassion, and truth across Africa and the world. We thank you for the rich reflections shared through the sub-themes of this conference. May the call to faith-driven transformation renew our institutions and inspire us to be courageous witnesses of the gospel in society. May the spirit of Ubuntu and African wisdom deepen our sense of human dignity, solidarity, and belonging, teaching us always that I am because we are, and because we are, I am. Guide us as we respond to the realities of migration and peace building, so that we may welcome the displaced, comfort the suffering, and work tirelessly for reconciliation among peoples and nations. And as we engage the growing world of artificial intelligence and ethical responsibility, grant us wisdom and discernment so that technology may always serve humanity, uphold justice, protect dignity, and promote the common good. Teach us to listen deeply to one another, to value every voice, and to serve with generosity and courage. May the knowledge we have gained here not remain within conference wall, but inspire transformative action in our classrooms, campuses, churches, and communities. We pray for our nations and our continent of Africa. Heal divisions, calm conflicts, and guard healing lead us along the path of wisdom and peace. We may commit ourselves spiritually through solidarity and service learning to help build society rooted in human dignity and solidarity. As we depart, may we continue walking together, united in faith, enriched by diversity, and strengthened by the gospel mission entrusted to us. We entrust all our efforts of this session to the Blessed Virgin Mary and see us through tomorrow. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
In the
Thank
name
you
of the
very
Father,
much.
Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Sister Ringo. Now I take this opportunity to thank you all for your participation, attention, and valuable contribution throughout the day. You have been very patient, and the session, of course, has been fruitful. We sincerely appreciate your presence and engagement. Now, as we leave, remember we have not concluded yet. We are meeting again tomorrow, same time, 10 o'clock East African time. We shall convene for the continuation of our program. So as we leave this place, I wish each and everyone a safe journey back home. See you tomorrow at 10.
Group photo, please. Let's all be on camera. The smiles, please. You want to capture the smiles of day one. Oh, wonderful. Wow. This is beautiful. Wonderful representation. Remember, we are here, and this is Kenya, Uganda, we are Tanzania, Congo, Malawi, Cameroon, Ghana, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and name it all. Of course, crossing borders, Latin America, and all other members who are present here within the UNISERVITATE Global Network. We are so happy to have you on this day one. I am so happy to see these smiles, and I hope those who are capturing are getting the best smiles possible. Thank you very much, friends. We are so humbled. I love those reactions. Please put one there. As we capture this, we need to get everything on board. And I thank the team behind this, the golden technical team behind what we have today, the super wisdom from wise men and women who have been praying over this, and the super team also from Congo, the Loyola University of Congo, who have been really behind this successful day. We are so happy. We thank God for day one, which is very successful. Thank you for the keynote speaker, my boss, Professor Candelaria Ferrara. We are so happy. Thank you very much, Maria Tapia. It is midnight. It is 2 a.m. in their country, but they're here. You can imagine it's like a daytime for them. What a wonderful love you have for Africa. We don't take this for granted. I see Jesus. I saw Jesus here from Bethlehem, I think. Thank you very much. We are so happy. I saw two friends also from Ukraine. Thank you for joining. This is just a wonderful family called the UNISERVITATE community. May God bless us all. Tomorrow, remember, students are taking center stage. Our students will tell us about the technology. Don't miss. Sit from the beginning to the end. Bless you all. Safe ride. And I want to see the smiles tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Tom, for that smile, and keep it alive.
Yes. God bless you all. You are great.
Thank you. So wonderful.
God bless you. So nice to see you. Bye-bye.
Beautiful to connect and engage. Love you all.
Love you all.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.